We still have 3 minutes, so if you guys want to get your chatter out now, I'll call 1 minute when we're ready to go. One minute. Good morning. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the school board meeting Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. As we begin our program, we will open with an invocation. Please welcome Senior Pastor Jim Chandler from Inglewood Church.
Lord, we come to you today and we come into your presence, and you are a good God. You have blessed our nation, our community, our families in so many ways, and for that, we thank you. Father, I ask your blessing on this board, that you would guide them in their discussions, in their decisions. May they seek your wisdom. May they seek your guidance, because we know your ways are not always our ways. And so we just ask that for you to bless them with that. Father, we know that we live in a culture where the enemy loves to see us be divided against one another with anger and hatred, and I pray that that's not the case today. Your word tells us that we should be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry, and may that be the way we find ourselves today. May our discussions, may the decisions that are made here today, may they be seasoned with your grace and your mercy, with goodness and kindness and gentleness. Father, seeking the best for the young people that you've put in the care of this board and in this community. Thank you, Father, for always watching over us and blessing us in so many ways. And it's in the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Today, our student representative is Aaron Nielsen from Riverview High School, and he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remove your hat and place your cell phones on silent and stand with me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. As mentioned, he is our student representative today from Riverview High School. Welcome. As you join us today, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm Aaron Nielsen. I'm a senior at Riverview High School where I am student body president. And in that role, I've really focused on expanding access for our students. And I'm also involved in a lot of clubs on campus, History Bowl, Model UN, Politics Club. And I'm also the Class of 2026 Student Board Representative for the Education Foundation of Sarasota County. And all of that has led me to Rice University, where I'll be studying political science in the fall.
Wonderful. Well, we very much appreciate your attendance today. As noted earlier, we had given you a certificate of appreciation. And as also noted, today may be a longer board meeting, so please feel free to depart at your leisure when needed. Let's see, moving on to the next item. I do want to actually do a little bit of housekeeping, a little out of order here. I know today is likely to be a long meeting, and I welcome everyone for coming. I want to make sure that because we understand there is a lot of emotion and passion in the topics ahead of us today, that we respect one another in the audience, that we respect every speaker, and that we respect each board member as they speak. I'll go through the rules a little bit more specifically when we go to public comment, but since we are moving forward, I just wanted to ensure that we're able to, again, operate this as a business meeting, which is in fact what it is, which we have important matters ahead of us. So I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda with the posted additions after original publication.
I move for approval that the Sarasota County School Board approve the January 20th, 2026 agenda as submitted on January 13th, 2026 with the following changes. Addendum added to the Human Resources Personnel Report.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mrs. Rose. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mrs. Barker. Are there any comments? Seeing none, members, please vote. And the motion to adopt the agenda as amended passes unanimously. Moving on to the superintendent's report, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year to those, since this is our first meeting since we've come back. We had a great convocation on Friday with the Council of Governments all meeting at STC to talk about just our county growth and our agreements as according to our convocation interagency agreement, and that meeting was very successful. Today, what I'd like to do is cover a few of our consent agenda highlights. Item 8.1, we are adding to our portfolio of vocational instructional program agreements to include a franchise, Do the Beach, which will help students with disabilities in preparing for life after high school, giving them on-the-job training, employee skills, and help them become more independent as they look towards living beyond their high school days. Item 8.8. The approval to purchase materials for lighting, datacomms, security products, and related services. I just highlight this item because it is a large purchase, and anytime that we have things that exceed $1 million, I'd like to bring that out. And this bid was utilized to purchase parts and services for lighting and data communications and security systems across the district. Item 8.10 is the also another not to exceed $3 million to a purchase the public safety communication products and services and solutions. This will help upgrade all of our radio systems to be in compliance and in line with all of the emergency management systems across the county so that we are in real-time communications at all times. Item 8.26 is the approval and the ratification of construction service change orders, and I highlight this because it's actually a decrease in what we proposed, over $1.6 million returning back to the school district. Last week, the Florida Department of Education released graduation rates for districts across the state, and I am very happy to say that Sarasota County has reached a second-year record high graduation rate, moving from 92.5 to 94.3%, with an increase of over 5 points over the last 3.5 years. So we're very excited about that. All of our traditional public schools increased their graduation rate this year. It just really does reflect the work that goes into making sure that students cross the finish line, whether it be, obviously it starts at home with parents. I know I have a senior this year, and we're just getting across the stage, right? Like to get it that last. Senioritis is a real thing, and so making sure they finish strong, making sure that they're staying in connection with their teachers, their counselors, their administrators, all of the support staff. And we're very excited that Northport increased over 3.9% from last year. Riverview had a 3.6% increase. Sarasota High had a 3.3% increase. Booker with a 2.6, and Venice with a 0.4. Bringing them to 97.3%. So congratulations to all of our schools. We know Pineview and Oak Park both reached 100% graduation rate. And we can't wait till we can say one day that every one of our schools is graduating at 100%. Very excited about some administrative changes that are occurring across the district, some currently and some by the beginning of next year that we've already made plans and announcements for. And currently, I want to congratulate Mr. Ryan Shirley, who was the assistant principal at Venice High School, who is now the new principal of Northport High School. We also have a new principal with the retirement of Dr. Susan Nations at Wilkinson School. We will now have a new principal starting in February, Miss Kelly McWilliams. And with the retirement of Mr. Barry Dunn at Tatum Ridge at the end of this school year, next year we're glad to announce that Miss Caitlin Ranlett will be the new principal of Tatum Ridge Elementary. And one of our very own principals, I'm proud to announce, Mr. Ryan Chase, has been named the 2026 National Association Secondary School Principal, Florida High School Principal of the Year. If you have been following the work that's been happening at Sarasota High, there have been tremendous increases in graduation rate, as well as the academic and cultural aspects of the school that has made great strides just in the 2 years under his leadership, and we're very excited about him being recognized, and he is well deserving. So congratulations to Mr. Chase. I want to call to your attention the Fatherhood Initiative Health Fair, which is going to be held at the Safe Children's Coalition Northgate office on January 31st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And it is that time of year where we put out our surveys. If you're a parent, you know you may have received an email very soon in the last week or so, as well as our employees who are in the window between now and the 30th to ensure that we hear their voice with the employee experience survey. So make sure that you fill that out. We want to hear from everyone. And our school choice open enrollment period is quickly approaching, starting on February 2nd through March 2nd. Make sure you go in and explore all the options that we are have available for students throughout the districts. We are excited about our 4 new K-8 schools under our Future Focused Strategic Initiative that we'll be launching at Alta Vista, Brentwood, Gulfgate, and Wilkinson, as well as the new Brookside Magnet School that will have the Gulf Coast Academy of Innovation and Technology magnet starting for 6th grade in the new year, which will focus on artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, machine learning, coding, all the great things happening in the world of technology. And we are opening a new high school in the Welland Park area. Welland Park High School will be opening in August of 2026, and we're very excited about that coming very soon. So get out onto the website and see all of the options over the next month. And then we do need some judges for our History Day contest. So in the 2026 History Day Fair contest will be on Saturday, February 28th at the Selby Public Library. You must be an approved Level 1 volunteer through the Community Involvement Portal of our Sarasota County Schools. So sign up and register for approval by February 6th. Madam Chair, that is the conclusion of the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much. We'll next be moving on to the hearing of citizens. Welcome to the first segment of our hearing of citizens. This is the time for public comment on the agenda items, which also will include the item that is at the bottom of the agenda. Each speaker will state their name fully and the county of residence for the record, and will have up to 3 minutes. A timer will signal when 1 minute remains. Please conclude promptly when the timer ends. Respect for divergent opinions shall be recognized for all speakers. Audience members are requested to listen quietly and respectfully. Outbursts, applause, or other interruptions that disrupt this meeting will not be tolerated. Any person that interferes with the expeditious or orderly process of this meeting after first being warned that such continued interference will result in a removal and will be removed. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear public comment when stepping away from the dais. When your name is called, please approach the podium. If you choose to pass, you will forfeit your time and to address the board. As a reminder, a recording cannot be played during your 3 minutes of public comment, as well as signs with any polls. You cannot obstruct any member behind you, and we appreciate your cooperation. Let's begin with our first speakers. Paulina Testerman and Steve Poma, and I apologize in advance if I do not pronounce your name correctly. Okay, so I'll give another, Paulina Testerman and Steve Poma.
Paulina Testerman from Sarasota County. Bravo, Mrs. Ziegler, you did it again. Look at this circus. The only thing this place is missing is a juggling act. It certainly has plenty of clowns. Look around, you did this. Congratulations, you have managed to make our school board the butt of the joke yet again. You work tirelessly to keep fanning the flames to ensure that before you leave, you burn it all down. You really deserve a crown because you are the queen of performative distractions. Our district can't focus on curriculums or budgets or ESE students because you just can't stand being out of the spotlight. So let me help you. Mrs. Ziegler, one thing that I'm really good at is memorizing your acts of hypocrisy. I can't remember my own kids' names, but your hypocrisy, well, they stick. Let's revisit August 16th, 2024, board work session. Mr. Edward brought forth a resolution just like the resolution you're bringing forth today. And do you remember what you said about that resolution, Mrs. Ziegler? Quote, there was almost a commitment that we are not going to be doing resolutions because we are trying to suspend the political theater. You went on to say, quote, to prepare a document without any decision as a board, I think that is a reckless use of taxpayer dollars. Interesting, right? You seem so passionately opposed to resolutions, and yet here you are shoving one down taxpayers' throats. So what has changed? Or is this just your usual dose of obvious hypocrisy and political grandstanding? Now, in case Mrs. Marinelli's thinking about backing your resolution, allow me to remind her what she said during that same workshop. Quote, I have a big problem with having a resolution like this, and the reason is it's already federal law, it's already state law, and I find that it was done as a sheer political maneuver. It's political theater. The community wants the focus to be on academic achievement, and I think there needs to be an apology to the citizens of the county, and I also think if you have to bring this kind of thing, then maybe you should resign. I don't normally get this upset over things, but I find this an affront, and this is really what I think about it. And that's when Mrs. Marinelli ripped up the resolution like a child having a temper tantrum. Next up to bat is Mrs. Rose. I certainly didn't forget you. You lined right up with Mrs. Ziegler and Mrs. Marinelli like a good little soldier, expressing your disdain for resolutions. So ladies, our community's on the edge of our seats. Are you going to back this political stunt of Mrs. Ziegler's and prove once and for all that the two of you are just a mouthpiece for Mrs. Ziegler? All we want to know is if you could possibly vote for today's ICE resolution after you being so passionately opposed to resolutions in general. Quite frankly, ladies, I've had sushi from gas stations that I have trusted more than I would ever trust the three of you.
Thank you. Steve Poma and Elaine Silver. Please, ladies and gentlemen, keep it quiet in the chambers so we can keep moving forward. And I will repeat the names. Steve Poma, Elaine Silver.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Poma, and I just want to know the impact on the students of ICE coming into classrooms. You're going to let gun-toting, tactical combat-suited, masked thugs walk the halls, grab kids, throw them on the floor, hit them, beat them, stand on their neck, drag them out of the classroom screaming and crying in total fear. Would you want that for your kids? Would you? No. What's the impact on the other second graders while they're doing that? I just can't believe that you would even consider that. And it doesn't matter if they're U.S. citizens or not. Well, maybe they'll drag them 8 miles down the road and throw them on the side of the road. You know, I don't want that for my grandkids. They don't have to see that, be involved in that. Maybe you ought to spend your time on keeping charter schools out of the public schools. Maybe you ought to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Silver, and next is Matilda Santagata.
Oh, I'm allergic to cold and ice. I just have one short statement. I'm here in support of the students and their safety, and keep ice out of the schools.
Thank you very much. Matilda Santagata, and following that is
Good morning.
Sandra Smith. Sorry, go ahead.
My name is Maddie Santagata, and I'm a Florida resident living on Siesta Key. I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak. I was an educator in the New York City public schools for 34 years. My son and grandchildren have all gone to public school. I am speaking from that perspective and from that concern. All children, regardless of their immigration status, deserve an education. After all, they are the future of the United States. Schools are considered private areas where they should feel protected and safe. It might be the only area in a child's life where they feel that way. How can children learn properly if they are worried about their parents and even themselves being abducted by strangers who do not identify themselves by hiding their faces with masks, no name or ID number? This affects all children. Teachers feel that they have a duty to their students. They would probably defend them with their lives. People do not become teachers to carry guns or give up children to ICE, but rather to protect children and educate them. Children and parents are now afraid to come to school, and this will lead to mass non-attendance and children who will not be prepared to graduate to the next grade. There have been many examples of lawlessness in ICE. Just this week in Minneapolis, a woman was shot and killed after she took her son to school. They did not even allow her to have medical care for a while. ICE has used pepper balls, percussion grenades, and tear gas to try to disperse crowds who were legally protesting. ICE is demanding proof of citizenship of people who are brown or black, which is against the law. ICE states that they are only here to deport illegal people who are criminals. That has not been the case. Race has entered the equation. Young men have been violently stopped, pinned to the ground, placed in headlocks and kidnapped by agents who refuse to look at their identification, sometimes leaving them disoriented and hurt in unfamiliar places. Many people are scared to go about their daily lives in public. They fear being again detained based on their race. These are just a few illegal violent actions by ICE this week. We do not need or want ICE in our schools. We must protect our children from chaos and fear. This is our job. Schools should be a happy, peaceful, and safe place for all children and their parents so that they can be educated and learn to be good citizens. Children already have a lot of chaos and chaos and fear in their lives. Let us not add to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sandra Smith, I believe is the first name. And again, just a reminder, please note your county of residence before you speak. And then Robin Williams.
Good morning. My name is Alessandra Smith, and I am a proud student of Riverview High School's IB program. I've been a part of Sarasota County my entire life, having attended Ashton Elementary and Sarasota Middle in past years. I'm unfortunately here today to speak on Agenda Item 11.1, a resolution of the Sarasota County Board affirming full cooperation and coordination with law enforcement agencies, including ICE. Let me start with a simple question. Why am I here at 10 a.m. on a school day? Why am I missing class? Because when meetings are moved from 6 p.m. to the middle of the workday, student and parent voices don't disappear by accident. They are filtered out. And I'm here anyway. Look around. We're here anyway. I'm here because I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated by the constant disruption of your students' education that results from decisions that have nothing to do with our learning. Let's run through the pattern. First, Superintendent Asplin was fired. Then came the disastrous Vermillion curriculum rollout. Then, the motion to add prayer to board meetings. Mind you, I'm a baptized Christian. What does adding prayer to meetings have anything to do with improving our schools? That wasn't enough. Forget about every student every day. Let's instead change meeting times to 10 a.m. and silence those same student voices. And now, the motion to affirm full cooperation with ICE. None of this has anything to do with my education, not test scores, not classrooms, not teachers, not student success. What does it have to do with? Shifting schools from a place of stability and consistency to a place that mirrors the fear that is currently echoing throughout our nation. But rather than focusing on these facts, we choose to further ignore the decrease in factors such as enrollment rates. Families are leaving public schools, and when enrollment drops, public education becomes vulnerable to defunding, privatization, and takeover by billionaire-backed companies that see schools as investments instead of community institutions. These distractions on our board are the goal, because when everyone is arguing about national politics, nobody is talking about curriculum failures, teacher shortages, or students falling through the cracks. Don't be fooled by this performative outrage. People thrive in the spotlight. What students need is boring leadership, the kind that quietly does its job. Why am I, a 16-year-old student, more concerned with the happenings in my local school board than I am with how to solve for X in my IB math class? Superintendent Connor, regardless of your politics, thank you for your unwavering service to this district. But to this board as a whole, stop defunding my education, stop disrupting my future, and stop using students as collateral damage in your political theater. Vote no on this resolution. Vote to put every student every day for once in your terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin Williams, and then Lila Dickey.
Dr. King said, in the end, we'll remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. It's a moral choice. Those who act for good and those that aid evil with indifference. Now is that time. ICE is not acting legally. It's shredding our constitutional rights. It's functioning as an American Gestapo, terrorizing and rounding up people, masked and with heavy weaponry. The point of Holocaust education is to make connections, to learn from the past, to recognize dangers today. We remember at Yad Vashem those individuals who stood on the side of good at great peril, the righteous among nations. The chair attacks those defending democracy locally, while she appeared on Steve Bannon's show to promote her resolution nationally and to egg on her local party leaders, who now want the governor to illegally remove Mr. Edwards from office for exercising his First Amendment rights. He spoke at a peaceful protest after the brutal murder of Renee Good. The Justice Department has abrogated its duty to investigate the ICE agent responsible and instead are investigating Governor Walz and Mayor Fry, who are trying to protect their residents. Ms. Ziegler's resolution clears the paths for anyone resisting ICE or any of Trump's lawless properties invading our children's schools and surroundings to be fired and prosecuted. Could school district security personnel serving as deputy sheriffs as a result of the agreement specified in Agenda Item 9.3 potentially become ICE agents due to the active 287G agreement with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Department? While the chair's resolution talks about the lawful execution of their duties, ICE, the FBI, the DOJ, and others with allegiance to the administration have and will continue to lie and deceive about their unlawful actions and smear those defending justice as being lawbreakers and interfering. This resolution further traumatizes and heightens fears among our immigrant community, our students, teachers, and staff. It's trying to criminalize children for being undocumented. Plyler versus Doe 1982 has held all children, no matter their status, are entitled to the same opportunity to a public education as any other child. The resolution is anathema to promoting a healthy educational environment where students can thrive. History will be a harsh judge for those who champion measures to destroy our democracy for own political and financial gain. Please vote no.
Thank you. Lila Dickey, Melanie Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Lila Dickey and I attend Booker High School. I'll be speaking on Agenda Item 11.1. Latin and Hispanic students make up more than 50% of Booker High School students. My friends tell me there have been times they are scared to go out and fear they might be approached by ICE because of the color of their skin or their mother tongue. Now knowing they'll be scared to come to school, a place where children come to be educated, a human right, because they have to worry about one thing you don't have to, being profiled by ICE who act as if they're above the law. But this does not align with your statements of keeping students safe in school. In fact, it does the complete opposite. Anytime ICE is mentioned, the first word that comes to mind is fear. And that's exactly it. It's about establishing fear. ICE has shown repeatedly that they will profile and violently hurt, detain, and murder anyone, including U.S. citizens, whether born or naturalized. If your goal is to keep the classroom a safe space, then allowing ICE into schools is everything but that. Just because this has no direct effect on you doesn't mean you can ignore the fact that ICE is hurting much more than it is helping. As a privileged white person, you can never fathom the fear this holds. From one white person to another, I'm disgusted with your advocacy for this. We are going backwards in history, and deep down you know it. How is one so at ease knowing they support ripping families apart and violently murdering people and illegally detaining them after macing them and handcuffing them with zip ties? That's what we want in schools? Those kind of people? That's what we want children to experience? Really? So much for a safe space.
Thank you. Was that Melanie Rodriguez and then Joni Delarosa Arcia.
Hi, my name is Melanie Rodriguez, and I attend Booker High School. And today I'll be speaking on Agenda Item 11.1. Allowing ICE agents in our school can undermine the core purpose of our education by creating fear and disrupting a safe learning environment. Schools should be a place where students feel protected and supported, not anxious about law enforcement actions that may harm attendance or participation, especially among immigrants and mixed families. The presence of immigration agents can hurt the trust between the students and the families and the educators, making it harder for schools to fulfill the role of educating children all equally. Why should students have fear of being taken out of their classrooms in a learning environment, or parents having the fear that their kids can be taken all because of a title world name status? Protecting schools as secure and harmless spaces helps ensure every student that can learn without intimidation or distraction. Keeping schools from ICE helps make sure all students feel safe and supported and able to learn. We come to learn, and we are not criminals, but we are dreamers. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordani Del Rosario Arcadia. And then Jamie Catrin.
All right. Good morning. My name is Jordani De Rosario. I'm a proud Booker High School student, and I'm speaking today on Agenda Item 11.1. I want to talk about what this resolution signals, not just what it technically does. On paper, this resolution does not change district policy. It doesn't suddenly place agents on school campuses. But for students and families who are already watching national headlines, that distinction does not matter. Right now, immigration enforcement is being talked about everywhere in the loudest, most aggressive terms. Families are hearing threats of mass deportations, increased surveillance, and expanded enforcement powers. That fear does not magically turn off when a student walks through the doors of a school. But when a school board adopts language centered on enforcement and cooperation, it sends a message, whether that's intentional or not. And the message many students hear is, you are being watched and you might not be safe here. Schools should never feel like that. A classroom is not a courtroom. A teacher is not a cop. And yes, this resolution moves us closer to that perception by tying schools to immigration enforcement without clearly stating boundaries, safeguards, or protections. Honestly, it reads more like a political stunt than a plan to help students. That fear has real consequences. Students miss schools, families hesitate to reach out for help, kids carry anxiety into classrooms where they're supposed to be learning, not looking over their shoulders. Educators are put in impossible positions too, caught between their responsibility to protect students students and vague political messaging that offers zero guidance. It's like you're asking teachers to do a job nobody even thought through. And for those seriously considering passing this, I have a few questions. What is the matter with you? Don't you have real problems to deal with? Don't you have real jobs? Why is this being treated as a priority over the students actually sitting in your classrooms? Bridget, you have kids. What if these were your kids? But obviously they're not, so you don't care. But why? Because they don't have brown skin? Sarasota schools already follow the law, but just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right. Didn't we learn that with slavery, with the Holocaust? History shows us that following the law blindly can be a more disaster. This resolution doesn't help schools feel safer. It doesn't help students. It imports fear into classrooms and pretends that leadership. Students deserve better. Families deserve better. Educators deserve better. Reject item 11.1. Do your job the way you're supposed to. Protect students and make schools feel how they're supposed to feel. Be spaces for learning, not fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Kitrine and Dirk Hayes.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Kitrine. I'm the proud parent of a kindergartner and a proud product of Sarasota County Schools. I'm here on my own time, but I'm very active in our community and I care deeply about it. When I learned about Agenda Item 11, the resolution affirming full cooperation with ICE on school campuses, it felt personal. I trust that the speakers before me and behind me will do a thorough job sharing the many valid reasons why it isn't, so I'd like to ask instead. How does this impact my child? How does this support our schools? And why is this necessary? As a parent, it's my obligation and my honor to play a meaningful role in what, how, and when my children learn in public school. And in Florida, it is my parental right. It's clear that this conversation is being driven more by politics than by data or student benefit, and certainly without parent perspective or how it impacts our right to ensure a safe learning environment for our children. According to the Parental Rights and Education Act, procedures must reinforce the fundamental rights of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing of their children. So my next question is, where are those procedures here? Where are they at all? There are limited opportunities to engage as a parent in a district or board level. The overwhelming majority of parents can't attend board meetings, nor do we want to. Not when we're working, not when we're sitting down for dinner, and not when you're talking about anything but our children. What we want is simple, for our children to come home happy, healthy, and alive. We trust you with what we value most, and trust is not sustained by silence or ceremony, but by partnership. This isn't partnership, but it could be, and it has to be. Schools are strongest when those who are most invested feel heard. We've seen just recently what happens when district leaders engage with their community early and openly. And the result is shaping up to be a masterful plan that our community is excited about. I know we have so much more of that in us, because who has any more of this in them? Parents don't want politics driving our child experience. I know because I've been asking a lot of them. And as it turns out, it's something we widely agree on. So now I'm asking what lies beyond it. Parents have been overlooked in the conversation, but we're having it now, and we'd love to have you in it. I'm asking the district and board to partner with parents to create a clear, realistic way for us to engage effectively with our district level conversations and decisions so that together.
Thank you. Dirk Hayes and Alex Vasquez. I can't read the last end part of it. Dirk Hayes? Debbie Hayes. Can't read your hand.
Deborah, actually. I'm Deb Hayes, a Sarasota County resident, and I'm speaking against Agenda Item 11.1. It's very clear that this is great political theater and a way maybe to get some political brownie points, but let me tell you why this is a very, very bad idea. First, the resolution cites the board's legal responsibility related to Constitution with an emphasis on immigration law, lack of concern for due process, fraud, human rights, or other rights are not put forth. So I guess that just means we're only concerned about immigration law. It's not a position that the board, who wants to keep politics out of the boardroom, should be introducing. And the public can't see the relationship to the, quote, laser focused on student achievement that this would accomplish. Secondly, the board seems to be completely tone deaf to the fear that is absolutely rampant in the community's immigration population. If you're not, you should be. These individuals are part of your constituency, and it's the board's responsibility to place a safe learning environment that is inclusive of every child. The board often touts fiduciary responsibility in its decision-making. As you know, the first week in February is a critical time for the district related to funding. That's less than 10 days. Every student in a seat is funded. Any student that is not in a seat during that week is not funded. If you were a parent that has now been threatened by fears of ICE in the schools, or that the assertion through the resolution that schools are harboring criminals, you might think about the wisdom of sending your children to school out of fear. No amount of kind words saying our students are safe is going to abate the fear that this resolution can engender. Are you really willing to take the risk of funding cuts? Are you really taking your fiduciary responsibilities seriously? The timing of this resolution is particularly telling also. As the community has witnessed the use of distraction being elevated to an art form, I have to ask myself, why now? Could it be time to take focus away from the continuing legislative efforts that are trying to destroy public education? And to have this agenda item on the same agenda with notices of deputization of several district school officers, even though I understand unrelated, the optics are not so clear. Finally, threatening staff with
Thank you. Alex Vasquez, I'm going to do my best, Mara Diega, and then Julie Forrester.
Hello, my name is Alex Vasquez Maradiaga. I'm from Sarasota County at Booker High School, and I have come here to talk about 11.1. It is very disrespectful, especially to my people, to feel like to have fear in coming to school. I might not be as professional as others. I am a normal student at Booker High School, and the fear I have coming into school every day is genuinely like astonishing. Why am I a student worrying about my future and whether or not I'm able to come to school safe and sound? Why is it that I have to tell my mother every day I'm on school, I'm here safely? I have to have multiple ideas going through my head just in case something happens. Like, why is it that I have to be so fearful about me and anybody of color? It is so astonishing. And I am a CF, a College for Every Student Brilliant Pathway Student Ambassador at Booker High School. And I've had so many students of color have come up to me, Alex, what are we gonna do? What happens if they come into school? Where should I go? I have had many students come up to me scared, leaving Booker High School because of that. You know how fearful kids are nowadays? Like, we can't do nothing. How is it that you guys are so focused on that, but phones and guns? Why are you guys so focused on phones when it should be the least of your concern? Why is it that I can't go on my phone to text my mom I'm okay, but you guys are allowing armed men into our school? Why is it that that is your main concern? Why is that your main priority? I don't understand that. Why is that in your thought process? It should not. It should be the safety of our students. And the reason why I believe that ICE is so sure of themselves is because they're hiding their face. If you guys believe that they're quote unquote safe, have them remove their face mask. Notice how every ICE officer in every single video is covering their face. Notice how as soon as they remove it, boom, instantly they're gone in jail, because you guys know in the court of law they will lose every single fight. That is very unacceptable, especially for students. Why is it that the minority of people have to work so hard? Why is it that I have to work 2 jobs in order to maintain myself and my family? I should not be working this hard because I am a student. Why is it that I have to work especially hard because I'm the minority? That is not fair for every student. This is unacceptable, especially on you guys. And you guys say that students every day. No, it is your students, the white people, not to all white people, sorry, but to those students. I do not want to offend all people because I know some people are here for us. Thank you. I'm so sorry I want to apologize for all the students who are in fear. Just know that I'm here. Yo estoy aquí para la gente que habla español. Yo estoy aquí para ustedes. Because I know how hard it is to live in doubt and fear. You know how hard it is that my family, like when we go traveling, we have to go in car. You know how fearful it is to go drive 15 hours to go see my family just not even know if they're there. You know, when we go to their houses, we drive by super carefully because we don't know who is around the corner. We are in such fear that we call them every night to pray that they make it home safely, that they're able to go to the supermarket without being stopped. You know how fearful it is to go like to Walmart and not even be sure if you're gonna be going home the next day. You know how fearful that is, especially on students. Like, why is that my main concern? I should be in school right now. I should be in class. But no, instead I'm here speaking on the Latino half. This is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Forrester and Christy Carwatt.
Morning, board. My name is Julie Forrester. I'm here today as a proud parent of Sarasota County Public School kids. And I'm here today because of this disgraceful, fear-provoking, and performative resolution. This resolution is a waste of public time and public resources, and it does absolutely nothing to improve student outcomes or academic achievement, which I need to remind you is the core responsibility of this board. In fact, it actively harms those goals. Schools are meant to be places of learning and trust, not fear. Yet this resolution is intentionally designed to instill fear in our most vulnerable students and families. And I want to be abundantly clear about where that fear is coming from. It's coming from the chair's decision to introduce this resolution. The title alone, calling for the district's full coordination and collaboration with ICE, is designed to instill fear in families, especially at a moment of rising ICE-related tension across the country. When students are afraid, they do not learn. When families don't trust schools, they disengage. Attendance drops and outcomes suffer. That is the real harm being created today. So let's be honest, this is not about safety. It does not change how law enforcement operates. It does not add protections. It does not improve our schools. This is performative political theater designed to signal loyalty to an extremist base, not to serve students. And that is why this community has shown up today. We are here to say clearly and collectively, we reject fear as a governing strategy. We reject using vulnerable students as political props. We reject distractions that pull focus away from teaching, learning, and real student support. What we do support is keeping our schools safe, welcoming, and focused on educating every student every day, which is the very motto of this district. We are exhausted by board members who prioritize political virtue signaling over their sworn responsibility to serve students and families. This district faces real challenges: teacher retention, student mental health, budget constraints. But instead of addressing those, we are here debating a resolution that solves nothing and harms many. So please understand this. The community is watching, and we will remember this moment. In August, we will make our voices heard by supporting candidates like Jimmy Glover and Megan Tinnon, parents with children in our public schools who understand what's at stake and what real leadership looks like. Do better, protect trust, focus on education, reject this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Carwatt, Xavier Hall or Hill.
Good morning, Board and Superintendent Connor. I'm Christy Carwatt, a Sarasota resident since 1982. I'm here to discuss agenda items 9.2 and 11.1. As I explained at the December meeting, the proposed attendance policy is more in line with what would have been proper for schools of the past, not schools of 2026. In addition, this policy conflicts with the parental rights and education law, which Ms. Ziegler championed. I would like to read an excerpt from the Florida Senate's website, which outlines this law. Parental rights in education required such procedures to reinforce the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding upbringing and control of their children. Ms. Ziegler indicated at the last meeting that she believes students who, even though they have parental permission to miss school to attend a family member's funeral, visit a college, or attend a public meeting like this board meeting, should be given an unexcused absence, even though unexcused absences could lead to reduction of a student's grade. How does this adhere to the parental rights law? Ms. Ziegler supports allowing a child to opt her child out of an academic assignment without academic penalty, but she does not support a parent's right to allow her child to miss school, to attend a family member's funeral without possibly without being penalized academically with an unexcused absence. That does not seem like supporting parental rights to me. But we all know why Ms. Ziegler does what she does on this board. She has proven repeatedly that she does not care about public education in Sarasota County schools and students and staff. She is on this school board because she wants to make public schools less attractive than private and for-profit charter schools. Just ask Ms. Ziegler if her children's private school has the same attendance policy as she wants for our public schools. Ms. Ziegler serves on this board for political reasons only. Why else would she propose a resolution that makes no difference in school policy or understanding of policy by faculty and staff? She is just trying to regain political relevance after her disgraceful threesome scandal. As Ms. Rose stressed quite forcefully at the last meeting, this boardroom is no place for politics. We will see if Ms. Rose really means that when she casts her vote on Ms. Ziegler's politically motivated resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Xavier Hall, Sadie Willard.
Good morning, board. My name is Xavier Hall. I'm a student at Venice High School. And I just want to say, you guys sit up here all high and mighty in your chairs, with all your protection, while you, the state, and the federal government preach about safety. And I can tell you right now, this is not about safety. This is about control, domination, so you guys can Americanize a diverse school system filled with Latinos, Blacks, Native Americans, and much more. And I can tell you this is not about safety because you guys spent so much time voting on the open gate system, which already makes students late in preventing education, where you guys allow mass vigilantes armed with weapons, unmarked vehicles, and have a history of murder and killing across the United States to walk free in our school system. Who does that? That's just unhuman. And I have multiple things and examples from other states, such as Minnesota. First off is Jonathan Aguilar Garcia, a 17-year-old Target employee taken from his job. He was beaten, mocked, and just completely they disregarded his human rights, and that's just horrible. And I can't even. They dumped him after beating him. He even told him, "I have ID. I'm an American citizen." They didn't care. They dumped him. They dumped him like trash. No human being should be treated like trash. And also, I wanted to talk about one other thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a student leader. And I want to talk about the pledge that you make us stand for every morning and the pledge that you preach so high and mighty about tells us that we need to love our neighbors and treat everyone how we want to be treated. The very country that we stand for is based on political values. And you guys just choose not to follow them, such as Leviticus 19:33 through 34. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God. The pledge we stand for and repeat every morning was built and influenced by political values. You can't preach about being one nation under God when we strictly go against all that he wrote for us to obey. Another student who was violated, Annie Lucia Lopez Beliza, a 19-year-old deported to Honduras. She was going to surprise her family in Texas. There was a judge's order that was written prohibiting her deportation, but it didn't matter to ICE because they are monsters. ICE is monsters, and they should not be even near anyone under the age of 21. They scooped her up and promptly sent her to Honduras, completely ignoring the judge's orders, which means that they don't run off. The ICE does not run off the government. They run off their own rules and they run off their own values, which is the most messed up thing I've seen. Minneapolis schools have actually started canceling class and offering remote learning again following these ICE shootings because they're scared for their kids. Parents are scared for their kids. Parents are being scooped up while dropping off their children off the side of the road because they look a little Hispanic. What's stopping them from detaining a Hispanic or non-white kid in our middle schools and high schools? There are plenty of schools out here, high schools out here.
Thank you very much. Sadie Willard and Martin Hyde.
My name is Sadie Willard, and I am a proud student at Venice High School. A fear that should never cross anyone's mind when attending school is one of never seeing their family again. Being scared due to race and targeted solely on what modern media has pushed around the plain existence of immigrants. Everyone in this room should be aware of the fact that ICE has and will continue to racially profile American citizens, detain legal immigrants, and further the spread of racism and other forms of oppression onto those who advance our country in too many ways to count. By voting yes, you will be silencing and overthrowing the voices of what America has been built on for 250 years. Say Renee Good's name. Remember her as the loving mother she was and how she was brutally murdered by ICE driving her son to school. The children of Sarasota is the demographic that this vote will be targeting. ICE is not going after violent criminals. They are hunting down teachers, students, and the youth of America. All members of this board should have one thing in mind while making their decisions, and that should be the well-being of students and teachers of Sarasota. If you choose to endanger children as young as 5 years old, you are driving a racist and hateful agenda into the faces of youth. ICE has killed, harmed, and ripped apart lives of too many to claim. No child should be kidnapped by masked men on the way to fifth period. America is falling around us. If you truly open your eyes, you will see the horrors that our country has become. Children believe in fairy tales and peace on earth. Not that the color of their friend's skin matters. The only agenda being pushed is that of anger and distance of the masses. Think about who you are and what you stand for when casting your vote today, and know that this is the moment you could look back on and wish that you had the courage to stand up for something more than yourself. Is this what America stands for? Death and beating because their accent slightly slipped out? You have a duty to protect. Stand up. I am your future, and you determine America's tomorrow. The world will be watching. Thank you for listening to A Better Tomorrow.
Thank you. Martin Hyde and Lisa Schur.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Hyde. I'm a citizen, taxpayer, grateful legal immigrant, and proud parent of a Sarasota student who's actually in class as he's supposed to be right now. First thing to state is an important fact, which is that ICE has not applied for a single warrant in Florida. Second fact is that the board swore an oath to uphold the law. Also a fact is that voting against the law is cause for removal by the governor. Another fact is that the rate of deportation was just as high under Obama. That said, this resolution is, in my view, moot because of these facts. I'm here mostly to question the motives of the protagonists in this matter. Mr. Edwards has a right to his opinion, but not to his own set of facts. Fact is, ICE is not coming into Sarasota schools, and he knows that. Fact applies to the board chair, bringing into question of her motives. The same facts rather apply to the board chair, bringing into question her motives for pouring gasoline on this particular fire. Both are using fear, and both are escalating divisions when their actual job is to run a school system. Enrollment is down, and these are acts of selfish self-aggrandizement which won't help that. This room is full of impressionable young minds. It is neither of your elected jobs to indoctrinate with false information or to fill them with fear. This is a nation built on laws. School members, fortunately, don't get to make those laws, nor to oppose them in official meetings. Going forward, you need to stay in your lanes and focus on things that are actually happening, such as the 9 Sarasota and Manatee teachers arrested for sexual offenses involving students in the last year.
Thank you. Lisa Schur and Marisol Enriquez, cannot read her hand right, Genacio.
It's me. My name is Lisa Scher. I'm a resident of Sarasota County and a proud parent of a graduate of Sarasota County Public Schools. As I sat last night thinking about what I wanted to say about this ICE resolution, I thought, well, I could say the resolution is nonsense and merely another performative act of political farce by our board chair, who we can always count on. I could say that I believe in the rule of law and that I believe it is applicable to everyone, including ICE. I do not wish to abolish ICE. I want them properly trained, and I want them to follow the rule of law, and to be held accountable when they are not. But neither of those points I just made are what has been keeping me awake at night. It's the needless trauma that both children and adults who love and care for them, and that includes both parents and teachers, are suffering because of this resolution. And when I say children, it's not just the immigrant children who will suffer here. It's also their classmates and friends, and the teachers who must witness this and try to calm the remaining students left in classrooms. These children who suffer such severe childhood trauma often develop comorbidities like anxiety, depression, self-harm, suicide, stress, and behavioral and learning problems. Trauma like this can shatter a child's sense of safety. Schools are supposed to be predictable, nurturing places, but when students witness or even hear about sudden detentions or deportations, that security is replaced by fear and uncertainty. And again, this impacts not just the students subject to removal, but also their classmates and their teachers. And I'm going to go off script here, if you will. This hurts my heart because I have seen trauma up close and personal in my own family. And I know what this does to children. The Sarasota County School District and its teachers were so helpful to me when I was witnessing this trauma. It's a long road back. It can be done. But there is absolutely, positively no reason for anyone on this board to vote for this resolution. Because the message it sends, whether intended or not, the message that it sends is that you are not safe. You're about to be abandoned.
Thank you. Marisol Enriquez, I'm sorry, I just can't read this. Is it Gervasio? All right. And then Alexandra Jewell.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marisol Enriquez of Sarasota County Schools, and I'm a proud Booker High School student. And like many of my peers, I'm here to discuss Agenda Item 11.1. It's a resolution to cooperate with law enforcement, including those working under Immigration and Customs. To set the record straight, I'm not an immigrant myself. I was born and raised here in Sarasota County my whole life. I'm speaking here to make you realize the reality that will become should you choose to approve this resolution, in which it is claimed to make a safe, secure, focused environment for student learning and academic achievement. Now, when you say that, are you implying that the school board has already failed to do so? Because I was under the impression that we do already have a safe, secure learning environment. An environment that ensures children aren't working directly next to criminals, real criminals, not people from foreign countries who have yet to hold documentation. Because they still are allowed to enroll in schools and register themselves and have an education despite the fact that they do not have documentation. That's a Supreme Court case that was made in 1982, where the United States legislates that all children K through 12 will receive a guaranteed free education regardless of immigration status, establishing schools as a safe sanctuary for students of all backgrounds to learn. That's the law. We follow the law here. So the criminals that you want to keep out of schools are exactly where? By passing this proposal, you will inevitably invite a terrorist organization onto schools. Yes, terrorists, because a terrorist group is defined as a group using calculated violence of threats against civilians to create fear, aiming to achieve broader political, religious, or ideological goals, rather than just financial profit. You have the power to stop that. Just consider that when you're voting for this. We are scared. I'm scared. My family is scared. My friends are scared. And you can hear it in my voice that I am scared. So say no.
Thank you. Alexandra Jewell and Diane Becker.
Morning. My name is Alexandra Jewell, and I'm here to speak about item number 11 on the agenda. I'm a junior at Venice High School, and I'm here to address the board on the impact this resolution and other political influences are having on our education. At a moment when public education is increasingly shaped by political signaling rather than student well-being, the messages our schools send matter deeply. When school policies restrict honest discussion while simultaneously entertaining the presence of immigration enforcement on campus, the message is clear. Some political expression is permitted, others are punished, and fear is allowed to substitute for learning. In September, my teacher was able to spend 30 minutes of class time discussing Charlie Kirk's death in a class unrelated to politics, yet we as students are prohibited from speaking or writing about politics and religion in Theory of Knowledge, an international baccalaureate mandated course that claims to value individual perspectives and critical examination of how knowledge is communicated. Restricting these discussions undermines our learning, silences meaningful inquiry, and strips students of the opportunity to develop and express their own ideologies in an institution meant to prepare us for higher education. Similarly, the presence of ICE on campuses spreads fear instead of understanding. When students are afraid to speak or even show up, critical thinking disappears and learning itself is threatened. Schools should be places of learning, not intimidation. For this reason, I urge the school board to keep the threat of ICE off Sarasota campuses in order to protect students' ability to learn, question, and think freely. Thank you for your time.
Diane Becker.
Good morning. My name's Diane Becker. I live in Sarasota County. It baffles me that the school board chair would go out of her way to create fear among the students and staff she is charged with protecting. Fear is already at an all-time high with the murder of a peaceful protester in Minneapolis. Why on earth would the school chair want to frighten students, families, and staff with a resolution that doesn't change anything? All it does is provoke fear. Fear keeps students out of classrooms, breaks trust amongst teachers and counselors, and it disrupts learning. Why? Instead of addressing real issues like the budget shortfall due to vouchers, we're addressing this unnecessary resolution. I would hate to think that the true objective may even be more sinister than that. Could it be that the chair proposes this at a time when we are close to counting the cheeks in the seats? If enough students stay home due to the fear that she has inflicted in the community, then there will appear to be plenty of room for the so-called schools of hope to invade our buildings. Keep ICE at bay and make sure that they start following the laws you pretend to care about. Like many, I have seen the assaults people, even some U.S. citizens, have been subjected to at the hands of these thugs. But you know what? I'm going to try to keep it positive. In some ways, I almost feel as though I should thank you. You are making it so much easier to replace you this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Francisco Madrigal. And then Leila Newcomb.
How are you guys doing today? Good?
Nobody looks too happy here today. Listen, my name is Francisco Madrigal. I'm a green card holder. My wife and my kids are USA residents, okay? And the saddest part is that today my first thought was, am I going to be stopped just to come here and talk to you guys? Just because I have a last name that you cannot pronounce? And you know what? That's the feeling that every parent is gonna have a drop off and a pick up when they come to see their kids, okay? And I don't know you guys, but I don't know what I would do if I see grown men taking kids with masks in the back of a car. In any country, that is called kidnap. Here, it's different. I don't know why. So please, let's make sure we keep those kids safe. What is more important for you guys? Keep the children safe, make sure that we follow the law, or make sure that they learn. For a parent, is definitely keep those children safe. So please, don't let us see kids getting taken over by grown men with masks. It's not people like them that they are trained to ask questions and figure it out. It's just take them away. And you know, in best case scenario, my case, with all the rights to be here, I'll be stopped for 2 hours to a couple days. That's best case scenario. So please help us out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lila Newcomb. And Austin Schweitzer, I think.
Hi, Leila Newcomb, Sarasota County grandmother, on the resolution. This is a totally unnecessary distraction, as everyone said. If a bona fide, identifiable member of law enforcement is in possession of a legal judicial warrant, I do not think anybody in their right mind, including school officials, would deny them entry. And this is already part of Sarasota County Schools policy. Changing to a general resolution such as this one is an open invitation for scary, masked marauders pointing guns without having to show badges or identification, without a legal search warrant, to force their way into schools, grab anybody they feel like because of the color of their skin or whatever their reason might be, even shoving them to the ground, regardless of anything they might have to say, or using pepper spray or tear gas, and even causing serious injury to people. One young man got shot in the eye with glass shards. Is this law enforcement or is it terrorism? We've all seen the videos. My grandchildren do not need to be exposed to this type of violence or the threat of it. My high school freshman granddaughter tells me that kids are afraid to be in school. That young lady that was up here scared to death, I totally feel for her. It's just wrong. How is this an environment for learning? This or any generalized resolution allows for, possibly even encourages, some pretty inhumane behavior. Please drop this nonsense and instead maybe find a way to reassure everyone that civility will prevail with any lawful apprehension of actual criminals, if there are any. And a safe haven for criminals, come on, we know that's not what is happening here. No one wants that. And all of this because one school board member chose to speak out within his rights under the First Amendment against the recent and ongoing inhumane and horrific actions of these masked men. I have re-listened to the speech in question by Mr. Edwards at the recent rally. Nowhere does he advocate disobeying law enforcement. There is no logic to this accusation, and you guys are making it political. Admit it. I've also reviewed people's rights when it comes to law enforcement. When it comes to legal entry, a legal search warrant needs to be produced, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Austin Schweitzer, I believe, I just can't read that handwriting, and next is Tracy Lipton. Sorry about that if I didn't.
Thank you. My name is Austin Schweitzer. I'm a former student of Sarasota County Schools, a citizen of Sarasota. I'm here today to discuss agenda item 11.1 in regards to resolution concerning the relationship between Sarasota County Schools and ICE. I have many concerns with this resolution. First, the reasoning. This proposal was brought by Mrs. Ziegler, from my understanding, because a school board member used her constitutional given right to peacefully assemble and protest against ICE. My question to the board and to everybody in this room is, why do we pick and choose what is okay speech and civil participation and what is not? Each one of us in this room today have been sucked into this political rabbit hole one way or another. And it's always the same result. Friends, family, coworkers, neighbors, fighting amongst each other and forgetting that at the end of the day, we are all on the same team. In the America I believe in the America I was taught about, everyone has a voice and a seat at the table. We work through our issues with compromise and empathy, and we negotiate to solve our problems. Which brings me to today. Many of us stand in this room because we are scared. Scared for our friends, our families, our community, and many even ourselves. After the events of Minnesota, a lot of us are on edge. And it's not just the people in this room or outside today. There are kids in school right now seeing all this on Facebook and Instagram. They're thinking about their friends and their families and themselves and their families. There are teachers who can't be here today thinking about their jobs and their kids and how they can effectively teach with all this noise. Well, I can attest, me personally, that I've had 100% amazing interactions with law enforcement, including today. Unfortunately, the reality is there are many out there, or even in this room, that do not have the same experiences. As long as satisfaction isn't 100% across the board, we still have work to do. That's why I'm proposing to the board a 2-month delay on the matter and a revised resolution with input from all members of the board. I also propose an open workshop at a reasonable time for all to attend and to voice their thoughts and concerns. The last thing I want to say is we're not the only ones in this. Most adults dismiss this or I ignore it, but the children in our schools and here today in all grade levels are stronger, they're smarter, and they're greater than all of us, and they are aware. You might not listen to us, but what will happen when more students speak out or all the students speak out? What will happen when teachers who are trying to teach hit their last nerve with this resolution? Please, I am kindly asking you to consider my proposal. Sarasota is home to all of us. Do not turn us into another national headline for the wrong reason. A lot of people in this room may think their path and their views are set, but every day is an opportunity to change and try to do better. Today is your day to seize the opportunity. And with that, I wish peace and love to everyone.
Thank you. Tracy Lipton. Dean Davidson.
Tracy Lipton, Sarasota County voter over 20 years. I'm sure shortly a couple of y'all are going to spew about, here we go again, protesting, bullying, blah, blah, blah. But while you're gaslighting everybody later, try to remember that one of y'all brought us here, purposely, I might add. And then some of y'all agree with it, so here we are. And here you are, inviting, welcoming federal, military, and weapons into our schools. These are faces of children you call criminals. If all you see in this picture are brown people and want ICE to check their papers, and you don't see children and hope, I implore you to resign immediately. Before we had this fascist regime in power, children exactly like this had the opportunities to grow up to be extraordinary adults, such as the man who pioneered medical procedures like open heart surgery, to leading transformative social movements such as civil rights, and achieving groundbreaking firsts in space exploration, shaping science, arts, culture, and social society globally. I want to point out that I'm not a big fan of any politicians that take lobbyist money, so for me, it's not about being a diehard party line voter. If a different party's candidate, other than my typical affiliation, resonated with me, I would have zero problem supporting them. This is about performative actions such as this resolution that in reality have no teeth, but actually do harm to school children and the community by terrorizing them and instilling fear. And for what? To score points with a particular political party? If children are able to be collateral damage to you, please step away from the school board no matter what your party affiliation is. More than anything, I wish I can come here and speak like the grown woman I am and have conversations, rational, intelligent conversations, but I've long given up on 3 of y'all, unfortunately, and I see zero benefit to wasting my breath on anything but expressing myself and obvious detriment and pain you cause to children. And like, you're the school board. Y'all make my brain hurt. Literally at this point, I just bide my time until the primaries. However, you can't sit here and constantly and consistently vote against publication, which, by the way, affects Democrat children and Republican children alike, and then sit up there throwing your hands up and saying, oh no, funding has been cut. Nothing we could do about it. Like, you didn't and don't play a part. That's just transparent and super evident now, and I don't care what your party affiliation is, it's unacceptable. ICE violence, hate violence, already hourly on your children's, on school children's phones, on their TikToks, on their TVs. And now they'll consciously or subconsciously be fearing it'll be in their schools. It's psychological warfare on them being perpetrated by their very own protectors. And nobody should have to beg a school board to have humanity, so I bide my time. MLK Jr. said we need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. And I think we will see just that happen. Shame on you, school board chair. Wore a hood today in some of your honor, and that's validated.
Thank you. Dean Davidson and Ann LeBlue.
Good morning. My name is Dean Davidson. I am a Sarasota taxpayer. I am a Sarasota graduate. I am also a college student in Sarasota. To push to bring ICE into Sarasota schools is not about safety or the law. It is a political play designed to excite an extremist base, and Bridget is the architect of it. There is no evidence that students in our classrooms pose any threat requiring federal immigration enforcement. There is no crisis in Sarasota schools that demand this step. What exists is a manufactured culture war, and she has chosen to use children as the ammunition. Experts in education and child psychology have warned that ICE cooperation on campuses drives attendance down, increases dropout rates, and pushes families into hiding. Those are facts documented in districts across the country. Bridget knew this and moved forward anyway, because the goal was never student well-being. The goal was headlines, applause from hardline activists, and a platform for higher political ambitions. Teachers told the board that students were already asking if their parents would be taken away at pickup. Counselors report spikes in anxiety among immigrant and mixed status recognized schools as sensitive locations for a reason. Bridget ignored all of that to score points with the loudest and most extreme faction of her supporters. That is not leadership. It is political theater performed on the backs of kids. This agenda did not come from parents or educators. It came from partisan operatives who see fear of immigrants as a useful tool. Bridget adopted their language word for word, turning Sarasota classrooms into props in a national ideological fight. She wrapped it in phrases about law and order, but the intent was obvious: the signal allegiance to an extremist base that demands cruelty as proof of loyalty. Public records show there was no requirement for the district to invite ICE cooperation. Other Florida's counties refused to keep their students safe without consequence. Bridget chose the most aggressive path because moderation does not win her attention she craves. She has treated the school board like a campaign stage instead of a responsibility to protect children. The result is measurable harm. Parents are afraid to attend conferences, students hesitate to participate in activities, trust built over decades is being shredded so one politician can posture as a tough on immigration. So she can posture on tough on immigration. That is a disgraceful trade. This community will not reward it. We will be voting out Marinelli and Bridget, and we will be voting out Rose for a second time. Sarasota deserves board members who reject extremist games and put children first. Bridget has proven that she serves a radical audience, not our students, and voters will end this reckless experiment at the ballot box. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann LeBlue and Sandra Perkins.
Well, my name is Ann Labine. Thank you very much. My children attend Sarasota Public Schools. If any of wacky political theater was supposed to address the real concerns of this community, rather than drafting performative, self-grandizing proclamations, you would address the recent funding cuts, staffing cuts, and the nationwide threat of gun violence. Why? What do you mean Sarasota schools will cooperate with ICE? ICE is already legally authorized to conduct civil immigration enforcement. What is the practical application of this proposal today? Are you proposing that ICE be at the school car line and in the lunchroom? Tell me, what should a child bring to school to prove citizenship? Would it give you a thrill to see children ripped out of the car at the line or in the lunchroom? Why are you doing this now, when tensions are so high and people are afraid? The demented nonsense you have been posting on social media, sharing tabloid news articles sensationalizing crime, and this proposal demonstrates that you are not a responsible steward of this community. There were 3, as I wrote this, which was a few days ago, it could have changed, I don't know. There were 3 shootings this month by woefully unvetted, undertrained ICE officers who shot and killed American citizens. We do not trust these thugs around our children. To anybody on this board who is not possessed by this ghoulish spirit of cruelty, I implore you to reject this proposal. We are at an inflection point, a moment that will define our humanity and our place in history. I would like to quote the Bible today. Verily, I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. Matthew 25:45. Jesus also said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, not the powerful, not the loud, and not the ones with cruel political ambitions." Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Perkins, Antoinette Peters. I'll go one more time. Sandra Perkins, Antoinette Peters. Put them aside. All right, I'll move on. I'll put them aside for a moment. Jamie Barrett, Ayana Velasquez. Oh, okay, thank you. So just real quick, we have Sandra Perkins. I don't see Antoinette Peters. All right, come on up. And then after that, Jamie Barrett. I see you, Jamie. You can stand there. You're fine. And then Ayana Velasquez, excuse me. That's okay.
Limited. I'm Antoinette Peters. I'm a Sarasota resident, taxpayer, and voter. I'm also an educational psychologist. As an educational psychologist, I would remind you that anxiety inhibits learning. Every speaker today has reiterated and supported this idea. It's also strongly supported by psychological research. As an American citizen, I would remind you that historically, free public education was organized to create an informed populace. Therefore, I can only conclude that anyone who would create fear and anxiety for all children, both native and immigrant, is hoping to create an ignorant and malleable populace. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Barrett, Ayana Velasquez.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Barrett, and I have lived in Sarasota when the only thing on Fruitville Road was fruit. This is my home. I'm speaking on agenda item 11.1. We trust you, our community leaders, to take care of our schools and protect our children. Number one priority is keeping our children safe. Number two is teaching them. By exposing them to armed men with automatic weapons doesn't seem like a great idea. Shouldn't our goal be keeping guns out of schools, not bringing guns into our schools? Why traumatize our children? This is an emotional disaster just waiting to happen for all our children. Undocumented children are not criminals, and they shouldn't be treated that way. This is a civil issue. The long-term effects of this policy are destructive to all children's emotional well-being. Do you really want this for our children? I can't imagine. I'm also concerned with the unnecessary creative fear that parents keep their children home. If this happens, then when the children are counted for funding in February, we can fall short on much needed funds for our public schools. And then this opens the doors for schools of hope to invade our schools. This seems like the start of an attempt of dismantling our public schools. This is political theater. This is for your own political gain. And it has nothing to do with what's best for all our children. Your resolution is total trash. The board chair is creating chaos, fear, and distraction from the real issues. We're trying to educate our children, not traumatize them. You have no compassion and are motivated only by your selfishness and need for attention. How you got voted into office is a mystery. How you stayed in office is more of a mystery. You are part of the problem, not the solution. You should be ashamed of yourself creating this unnecessary chaos. get back to work, keeping our children safe and educating them. I'm asking everyone on this board to stand up for our children and our public schools. After all, that's what you were elected to do. Do what's right and vote no.
Thank you. Ayana Velasquez and Sandra Otis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayana Geddes Velasquez, and I am a proud student of Sarasota High School in the ACE and MAS programs. I stand here today, not behind a school desk, an environment meant to expand my education, but before this board to speak about not only the morality of what is being proposed today, but the intentions behind it. Agenda item 11.1, proposed by Chair of the Sarasota School Board, Bridget Ziegler, is not something new. Let us be clear about the reality. Schools must comply with federal law to an extent, including ICE. However, this proposal was an act made to spite and intimidate. ICE cannot enter classrooms, nor can they perform a raid within that premises. ICE can nevertheless perform acts of brutality on students once they leave those vulnerable areas. This is what Sarasota County Schools and the entirety of the county has made clear to prevent for decades, to shield students from that fear, or that is what we have inferred. The right to education is a responsibility from the local government made to ensure that all students, regardless of background, skin color, gender, status, or any circumstance, can enter a school for the purpose of learning and growing. And Bridget Ziegler, you have failed to do that. Quote, every child deserves access to a world-class education and to graduate high school well prepared for success. Does this sound familiar? Those are not my words, but the words she has said to advocate. Not only have your efforts to promote this slogan been unavailing, they utterly contradict this. Education is not built on intimidation. It is built on trust and on the belief that all students belong to be here as much as anyone else. Because how can a student be prepared for success when they are instead prepared for fear, or when their biggest concern is the day their family is torn apart? So I urge you today to look beyond this speech and see the faces of the students this will affect. Your decisions will either protect them or prove that their fear was never a concern to you at all.
Thank you. Sandra Otis, Courtney Wilson.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Otis, and I am a proud student of Sarasota High School, and I am also an immigrant. However, I am not the primary target of ICE because ICE aims to disproportionately target and reduce Black and brown residents to a singular word, criminal. I stand before you today to represent those in my community in opposition of Agenda Item 11.1. All existing news regarding ICE has made it abundantly clear that federal legislation in collaboration with ICE holds zero regard for harboring a safe community for those residing in this country. What they have made clear is that they will take extraordinary lengths to inflict inconceivable levels of violence and terror upon vulnerable communities. Bridget Ziegler, your priority as the Sarasota School Board Chair is to shield our students from such terror, to create and maintain an accepting and secure community for learning. However, you have failed. You have failed to maintain an accepting and secure school environment. You have failed to prioritize and address legitimate issues that continue to affect our community. And your most egregious failure of all was compromising the safety and trust of your students to further your own political agenda. Those who belong to communities that are continuously victimized by ICE bear the incomprehensible weight of widespread brutality that sweeps throughout the nation, along with the possibility that they themselves could experience this violence. All children have the right to education in a safe and protected environment. But what this resolution aims to do is to pull the trust of our students from beneath their feet, all while spreading the dangerous and harmful rhetoric that this school board is complacent with an abusive organization that has already targeted children and families across America. We are hurt, exhausted, and angry at the lengths you are willing to take to elevate your own political career and to plague our schools with fear. Are you willing to uplift the very same organization that contradicts your promises of a safe school environment? Are you willing to demonstrate the fallible integrity of the Sarasota School Board? Are you willing to look your students in the eyes and enforce a resolution that actively tarnishes the learning experience with fear? Let it be known to all the students that you are loved, if not by the school board, then by our community. Schools are a place to foster and nurture the youth, not a place to torment their minds with trauma and terror. Bridget Ziegler, you do not care about the well-being of the students. This resolution holds zero regard for the improvement of our schools, staff, and students. This continuous pattern of leadership that prioritizes political ideologies. This is a continuous pattern of leadership that prioritizes political ideologies over student well-being. This resolution is a blatant and egregious abuse of power, and I urge you all to stand in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney Wilson and Andrew Light.
Much shorter than everybody else. Okay. Good morning. I want to be very clear about why I'm angry today, because this resolution is not about safety, and it is not about law. It is about pettiness, and our children are being placed in the crosshairs because of it. This resolution did not arise from a crisis in our school. It did not follow a documented problem. It did not come from educators, parents, or school safety experts. It was drafted only after a board member exercised his First Amendment right on their own time to attend a protest. That is not governance. That is retaliation. And when retaliation is written into school policy, children pay the price. Let me say this plainly. Our kids come to school to learn math, reading, and science, not to become collateral damage in political grudges. This resolution does nothing but inject fear into families and instability into classrooms, all to make a point. Schools are not symbolic battlegrounds. They are not message boards. They are not places to send signals. They are places where trust matters. And once trust is broken, it does not come back easily. I am especially angry because this resolution creates risk where none existed. If federal agents have a lawful warrant, the law already applies. This board does not need to posture or grandstand. By doing so, you invite confusion, overreach, and harm, particularly for children who may already feel vulnerable. And let's be honest, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has a documented history of reckless behavior, wrongful arrests, unconstitutional detentions, and actions later ruled illegal by courts. When those mistakes happen, they don't affect policy authors. They affect families. They affect kids. I refuse to accept a school policy that makes our children less safe so adults can score political points. This board has an obligation to rise above personal grievances and ideological retaliation. Reject this resolution. Focus on education. Focus on stability. Focus on protecting our students, not punishing dissent. My anger today comes from one simple truth. Our children deserve better than this. Our children deserve better than you.
Thank you. Andrew Light and Hillary Espinosa.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Light. I'm a student of Sarasota High School and a proud representative of Sarasota County Schools on the national debate stage, where I bring prestige to our community because I'm proud of it. And yet, I have forgone my school day, my academic prowess, to oppose Agenda Item 11.1 on behalf of my peers. Now, I want to be clear. The reason why Board Member Bridget Ziegler submitted this policy is not to better our schools, but to fearmonger our students and promote her own political ambition. Because this resolution is not a new policy. It is already codified into federal law that law enforcement agencies at every level have to cooperate with ICE in all circumstances. But Bridget Ziegler knows that intimidation is more powerful than policy, because this resolution does not change the law nor make schools safer for our students. Instead, it sends a message that has injected politics into our classroom, capitalizing on a deregulated militant organization that kills our fellow citizens. You cannot educate a scared student. You cannot nurture a scared student. You cannot promise the American dream to a scared student and then threaten to deport them and their families at a place where they were promised would protect them, teach them, and hold them close when the rest of the world tunes them out. I have had the privilege of calling students whose families have immigrated here my friends. I've shared laughs with them. I've worked with them. I've learned from them and with them, all within the sanctity of our schools. Whether or not ICE ever sets foot on school campus, this resolution shatters that sanctity, making education less accessible. As a student, I know the classroom inside and out. As the son of a former teacher, I know the classroom inside out. You are too scared to step foot in our classrooms because you know that our students do not align with your goals. Because let's be clear, I should not be here. I should be at school. I should be learning with teachers, with peers. You've ripped me from my space because you cannot legislate. I have one question. Are you happy now, Mrs. Ziegler? Are you happy that a public school system you don't even trust to send your own children to has had to forfeit their school days to come here and protest your poor policy making? Today, I do not just speak to the board, but to every single student, teacher, and parent who could not be here because you scared their voice away. That's not your job. Your job is to protect them. Your job is to educate them. Your job is to be at the service of those who elected you. Thus, I encourage this board to break with the extremism of Chairwoman Ziegler, keep our education nonpartisan, negate this policy, and show your constituents that you serve them, not your political ambition. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, please, hey. You guys have been doing so well. I really don't want to go. Keep it quiet in the chambers and keep moving. Hillary Espinosa. Molly, I'm sorry, I cannot read this last name. Molly, we'll just start with Hillary Espinosa.
Good morning. My name is Hillary Espinosa, and today I am representing SRU Strong. As a trauma-informed organization, our vision for Sarasota is a community where everyone can thrive. For that to happen, individuals and communities must feel safe and connected. We would like to address the trauma the agenda item 11.1 has caused our community. Children are not criminals. They do not pose a threat to our schools or to us. As a parent of 2 Sarasota County schools, a kindergartner who just started his first year, and a second grader, I can say, well, they are sassy. They are not dangerous. They need patience, kindness, and compassion as they learn to read, write, and exist together in the world. Giving parents and the staff the impression that it is a legal obligation of the school board to invite armed forces and federal agents into our schools, space intentionally designed to foster empathy, service, and resilience, directly contradicts with the mission of the public education system. It instead causes families to lose trust in leadership. A symptom of trauma. These actions do not consider the long-term effects on our children's educational experiences. Sarasota works hard to build a resilient community. We hear that word all the time, right? Resilience means the ability to recover from trauma in healthy ways. Creating conditions that invite fear and trauma weakens our collective resilience. We should not find ourselves in the position where our youngest residents carry distrust in leadership, because when trust erodes, so does the fabric of our community. We know that this resolution has no legal standing, but we move through this uncertain time in history. But as we move through this uncertain time in history, I want you to always consider what we ask of our students and staff and how this rhetoric or future policy could contradict and inflict trauma on them. Asking students to practice kindness while worrying about their classmates or teachers being taken away does not build resilience. Asking educators to show up every day under constant fear and distraction does not allow them to be effective teachers. The long-term impacts of trauma manifest in the cost of healthcare and social services and ultimately increases our productivity. A truly trauma-informed, compassionate school board, one focused on student learning, would recognize its mistake and send its resolution out into the public. It would not even allude to the invitation of armed forces into classrooms. Make no mistakes, actions like this, resolutions like this, don't only hurt immigrant children, but all of our children in our school system and ripple out into our larger community. And SRQ Strong, and me as just a year-old mom, firmly stands against this resolution. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm going to see, I think it's Molly Radice. Next, Manny Lopez.
Good morning. My name is Molly Radosi. I'm a student at Sarasota High School and a member of the Sarasota County Schools. This is in reference to the Agenda 11.1. For the past year, I've seen and witnessed the terror that the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has spread throughout my school. The buildings that students enter every day have now become a constant reminder to many students and families of how divided and eroded that same environment has grown into. The fact is, people are scared. Being compliant with ICE isn't going to solve any of the problems that we currently face. You can say that this will provide a safe, secure, focused environment for student learning and academic achievement, but in reality, you are fostering an environment full of fear and division. This proposal is continuously trying to present the idea that by allowing this agency to step foot on campus, they will prevent disruptions to education. But I would like to ask you this. Is an immigrant child being present on campus more disruptive, or is the fear that has been instilled into these same children that cause them to hide in their homes and undermine their sense of belonging? The possibility of ICE being present is not just a threat to our immigrant community, but to those who are worried of being accused of one. Recent studies indicate that increased ICE activity has caused a significant decline in academic achievements and an increase in absenteeism for students. This is the real threat to our education, to our environment, and to most of all, our students. You need to learn that this publicity stunt of yours that is being pulled has life-altering consequences for an innumerable amount of students throughout our district. And as you sit behind your desk today, I hope you put your political ideologies aside and reflect upon the students that you serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Manny Lopez and Alice Blueglass.
Thank you. I'm Manny Lopez. I'm speaking as a former teacher and school board member. Learning the greatest responsibility of a school board member is to protect the student's physical and mental safety. Allowing ICE into schools will cause serious mental trauma to many students, violating that responsibility. Many former ICE and DHS officials have said that the tactics used today by most ICE and DHS agents violates many civil rights, other laws, and instigates confrontation. While Sarasota has not yet seen ICE actions inside our schools, other communities have. Across the country, ICE agents have detained parents, staff, and community members at or near campus during morning drop-offs, dismissal, and school events. Children have witnessed adults being chased, handcuffed, and taken away. These events have led to documented fear, anxiety, and increased absenteeism among students. Expecting ICE in Sarasota to be the only ICE group that fully respects laws and civil rights is unrealistic. Their actions are frequently brutal, inhumane, escalate the situation, and provoke confrontation. While not every ICE agent act the same, the overwhelming pattern of behavior is harmful. Introducing that risk to our schools creates unnecessary danger and fear. This community does not want ICE in its schools. Their presence damages trust, creates instability, and reflects poorly on the institution that allows it. There are documented cases of ICE entering schools to remove people. And when students witness these events, especially when ICE is aggressive or violent, it causes lasting psychological harm. Let me make it clear. If ICE is brought into the schools, the resultant trauma will not be caused by the protesters or concerned families. It will be caused directly by the school board members who vote to allow it. That responsibility cannot be shifted. Allowing ICE into schools means knowingly putting students at risk of mental trauma and emotional harm. Your vote to allow ICE on campus as a public servant is unacceptable. I urge you to vote no on the resolution. Protect the students from emotional harm and fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Alice Blueglass, Sandy Armstrong.
what I really want to say first is I am so impressed with the people who have spoken before that I'm not even going to try to say again what they've said so beautifully and so passionately. What I will say is that last week, a friend of mine told me that her granddaughter came home from school, from a high school nearby here, and she said that there were going to be ICE agents in the school. This is a high school student, and she was so concerned and so worried for no particular reason in terms of ethnicity, she couldn't sleep all night. That's one example of somebody who heard that they were going to be ICE and who has no real particular worries with regard to her background. It is your mission, and I know you know your mission, but it is your mission to make sure that our students have productive lives. My family is, we call it, education is our family business. My husband was a superintendent. All of my children and grandchildren are teachers or principals, and I was as well. The reason I say that is because one of our mottos, you might say, is from the starfish story that some of you may know, and starfish that I wear every day of my life, that you are to make a positive difference in the lives of other children. And because there have been so many wonderful speakers, I'm really not going to speak very long, but I do have a little gift. I'm going to give someone to give this to every one of the board members. It is a starfish pin, and I hope it will help you remember and help you to remind yourselves that you need to make a positive difference in the lives of others. And the others, in this particular case, are children in our school system.
Thank you very much. If we could get the gentleman, can you grab that from, to bring it to Mrs. Tompkins? Thank you so much. Next is Paulina Martinez, Jacqueline Roller, I think.
Good morning. My name is Paulina Martinez, and I am speaking on behalf of a teacher. I am a public high school teacher in Sarasota County. I am unable to be there today because, like all district teachers, during this 10 a.m. meeting time, I am in a classroom doing the work this board only discusses in theory. I will begin with the obvious. This proposed resolution does not alter policy, it alters atmosphere. It introduces fear where trust should exist and suspicion where safety is required. Its impact, not administrative, it is emotional, and emotions shape classrooms long before rules ever do. While this board meets, I will teach roughly 120 students. 75 have documented accommodations. Most class periods, I will do this alone. Paraprofessional turnover is high. There is no behavior coach. That position was eliminated due to budget cuts. While this meeting proceeds, I will hear students whispering to one another about ICE, not because policy has changed, but because fear has been introduced to them. I will avoid answering questions about the walkout because none of us really know our rights anymore. By 11 a.m., I will have quietly given out at least 5 cups of ramen noodles to students whose lunch accounts are negative because it's too cold for a cheese sandwich today. While heartless and hateful words are spoken from the dais, I will carefully choose words with a student who is intelligent and friendly, but reactive because his parent is incarcerated for homicide. He is usually fine until the days he isn't, and I can tell what kind of day it is within seconds of seeing his face. While the meeting agenda stretches on and you begin to check your watches, I will check in with a student who wakes before sunrise to drive his parents to work and his siblings to school before arriving on time himself. While you sit here and pretend to know anything about what students need, I will teach one of my favorite students, a kid who earned D's and F's until I noticed how carefully he took his notes when given colored pens. I bought him his own. He earned an A the following quarter. Sometimes he comes to school tired, and if you observed him with his head down, you might think he's disengaged. You might roll your eyes and wonder if he's undocumented. He is in my ESOL class after all, but what you would not know is that he is always exhausted on Tuesdays and Thursdays because his mother works nights 3 days a week, and he can cannot sleep until she knows he is home safely. These are not abstract problems. These are daily realities. I understand that issues like poverty and trauma and instability are complex. I do not expect easy solutions, but I do ask this. Please do not add more fear, do not add more trauma, and please do not introduce division into spaces that rely on trust to function at all. Students do not need symbolic resolutions designed to provoke reaction. They need adults who understand how fragile stability can be and how easily fear disrupts learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline Roller, Sophia Crawford. And after that is Lucas Carpento. I think. Did I miss it? Paulina Martinez? Jen Roller? Is Jacqueline Roller in the room? Okay, we're going to move on to Sophia Crawford and Lucas Carpenter. Oh, Sandy Armstrong, I'm sorry. If we called you, you can proceed after this. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Crawford, and I have been a student of Sarasota County School for 12 years. And what I'm saying today is short and needs explanation. I am here speaking on behalf of my peers, my teachers, and my friends. ICE has imposed fear into the daily lives of all the people I've listed above. This school board has a duty to protect, cherish, and fight for the well-being of our students across our county. This vote will determine the trajectory of what makes up our future as a society and of an influential group of Americans. We have all seen the media and the stories and the innocent people who have lost their lives to ICE agents. They are undertrained and lack the de-escalation skills to keep an environment calm and safe. This decision was never about safety, nor will it benefit the students. This is no longer an issue of political difference. It is the parents, teachers, and students versus the board members who are pushing us. Bridget, look me in the eye and look at the students sitting here and tell them that you still want ICE in our schools. This is from a scared student to the board. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sandy Armstrong. And then we will return to Lucas Carpenter.
Is that on? The last time I was here was about a year ago, and I was having a very large brain tumor removed, and I didn't know if I'd be able to talk or walk. Well, I'm back. That was frightening, but I don't think it was nearly as frightening as some of these students we've heard and their parents. They're just frightened with the thought of ICE agents coming into the school. And as a citizen, I am too. Now, I understand, if I'm correct, that already with a warrant, ICE agents can come into the school. So the part that I'm concerned about is two things. One, the fear that this has brought up, yet by bringing it up, look at all these wonderful students who are speaking about what's happening with their families and their friends. So if there's good that could come out of something I think is bad, I guess that's it. My understanding is ICE agents can come into the school with a warrant already. So the concern that I have is, why are you bringing up being able to fire somebody like a great school board member like Tom Edwards, or it says in the thing, the superintendent or teachers who are working so hard and have already gone through all kinds of stuff about books and what's on their desk and all of that thing. And so I don't understand why you would want to threaten, any of you on the board, threaten hardworking teachers, superintendent of schools, other school board members who speak to act, who speak and to act to protect our students. I don't want any of these people fired. Your political I'm having trouble talking, I shouldn't be. Aggrandizement once again seems to be front and center, Mrs. Ziegler. I hope that all of you will reconsider voting for this and vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lewis Carpenter, Reverend Lil Rock, and then Avery Cole.
Hello,
My name is Lucas Carpenter, and I'm a senior at Suncoast Polytechnical High School, and I'm speaking on agenda item 11.1. After standing outside in the cold waiting to speak, I'd like to request students and Sarasota County staff be prioritized to enter the boardroom. I would also like to say sorry, Ms. Ferris and Ms. Davis, for missing my AP Government and English class today. I was hoping that the school board's New Year's resolution would be to foster safety, growth, and inclusion in Sarasota schools, but the recent resolution proposed by the board chair does not meet my expectations. I'm fully aware that resolutions have no teeth, but that doesn't mean they're barked and heard by my community. My first thoughts are why. Why would my school chair want to issue a statement that in the current political climate holds so much gravity? The only answer is this resolution is a political whistle. It's honestly bewildering to me to see the board chair say every student every day and then turn around and knowingly instill fear in the community they were elected to serve. Fear that keeps kids out of classrooms. On January 14th, 6 days ago, ICE agents put 16-year-old Arnaldo in a suffocating chokehold, stole his phone that was used to record the interaction, and pawned it off. He screamed he was a citizen and a minor, and they did not stop assaulting him. It disturbs me that your board chair wants to discuss ICE in the same breath as Sarasota County students, which are schools full of smart, talented, and unique kids. To suggest these kids are criminal when, first of all, most immigration cases are civil, and secondly, are kids, is insulting. The Sarasota County School Board should be focusing on budget deficits and real problems instead of wasting time, money, and attention on absurd political affairs. I want politics out of the boardroom and for this room to only discuss the well-being of my friends, peers, and staff who increasingly watch everything the board does. If you vote yes to pass this resolution, you do not deserve to sit on that dais. Sarasota County deserves better.
Thank you very much. Reverend Lily Brock, Avery Call, Nicole Wikinski.
My name is Nicole. I'm a junior at Booker High School, and I'm here to speak on agenda item 11.1. I had heard the phrase thrown around, New Year, New Me. I guess this board isn't following that. This resolution is not necessary at all. I'm all for following the law. In fact, we're already following the law. Booker High School, my high school, has a plan in case ICE were to come and ask administration for a student. We were proactive, and now this board is being reactive. And when I say board, I don't mean all of you. This resolution has no teeth, no bite, no actual power. This resolution stands for the purpose to drive fear. It has done its job. When I first heard about this resolution a week from today, the first thing I did was check my email to see if there's any email from the superintendent or any board member about this resolution even being considered. My parents checked emails, I checked my email, my brother checked my email, nothing had come. The school board nor the superintendent reached out to no one, no student or no parent about this resolution. I think we've all seen what fear has done in this district over a week. I, for one, do not think we should be promoting fear in this district. I did not come into our public schools in second grade to be afraid. I came here to learn. I came here to have friends. I came here to better myself. I didn't come here for a resolution like this. I did not come here for my school board members to want to take away my friends, my classmates, my teachers. I ask that this resolution either be removed from today's agenda or to be voted no on by this board. And if we still feel the need to clarify this resolution or bring more attention to it, then I urge you to take it off this agenda and to host an insight community meeting or a town hall at an optimal time for everyone. I don't think that attendance to an event like this would be minimal. We see the packed house today full of students. We know of all the people outside who are sign waving, who are rallying, who are here to speak to you. I think we would see droves of people coming to these meetings and coming to get clarity around this. I'm here today missing my classes, my friends, other classmates are here missing their classes, there are teachers missing their jobs, there are parents who are missing their workday. I urge you to do the right thing for everyone in this district and vote no on this resolution, to move it to an insight meeting or a town hall to stop the fear in this district. Students deserve the right to go to school without fear. I think you would all want to agree with that statement.
Thank you. Nicole Walkowitz, I think I did that right. say it again?
Roller.
Yes. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Roller. My career spans for 18 years as a secondary mathematics teacher and 22 years as a clinical psychologist here in Sarasota. I recall in graduate school learning the term loco parentis. It was then that I was enamored by the trust parents place in school boards, administrators, and teachers each morning when they bid goodbye to their children. In loco parentis means in place of the parents. Sarasota County Schools live by the motto, students first, which means we are accepting an extraordinary challenge of not only the academic development of these students, but their safety as well. That safety goes beyond the physical and extends to our students' emotional well-being. When I first read the resolution about full cooperation and coordination with legal agencies, including ICE, I was filled with fear and standing beside two Sarasota County high schoolers. It is clear that nothing has changed. The law is being followed. Judicial warrants are still needed. Our schools are safe, physically safe. I am convinced that the acronym, which I have on this little chalkboard, for fear, false evidence appearing real, will best serve our parents, teachers, and schools. This resolution implies our schools are safety harbors for criminals without any factual evidence of that. Our concern must be the emotional well-being of the students, which is crucial to any learning environment. In addition, student attendance is of paramount importance at this time as we are moving into the budget in February, where attendance is crucial if we are to get the money we need to give the great education Sarasota County is known for. We must continue to dispel false evidence in order to ensure the emotional safety in loco parentis. Any good parent would do that. I ask the board to promote emotional safety for our students by reining in your chair and voting no to this resolution.
Thank you. I see Reverend Lily Brock. And then after that, we'll go back to, again, Nicole Walkiewicz, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Is this on? Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Reverend Lily Brock, and I'm the pastor of a progressive Christian church here in Sarasota. I want to first acknowledge that this resolution doesn't really change anything, which begs the question, why is the board chair putting this forward with such vitriol? I'm left then to think about the fear and intimidation born in the wake of this proposed action. Not the resolution itself, but the ways gaslighting this creates fear. Maybe the board chair doesn't really care about that, but having children feel afraid and unsafe seems cruel to me. As we speak today, right now in this moment, there are a group of Buddhist monks from Fort Worth, Texas, who are walking mile after mile for peace, and they do so without manipulation, without threats, without force. Their bodies become the message. Peace is practiced, not proclaimed. Each step says there is another way, and that peace is possible. At the same moment, right here, the Sarasota County Board Chair wants to sign a resolution committing schools to cooperate with ICE, which they already do. Schools, places meant to be sanctuaries of learning, safety, and trust, are being pulled into the systems of fear and surveillance. Children are asked to carry the weight of adult politics on their small shoulders. The contrast to me, at least, is stark. One path walks toward peace by slowing down, listening, and refusing to dehumanize. Its path is one that is proclaimed by the monks as one of peace, loving kindness, and compassion. And it also says that some lives are sometimes more protected than others, and that shouldn't be the case. I would like to ask that we at least consider another path, a path that does protect children, that all children should be able to go to school and not feel afraid. When this resolution changes nothing, I would like to ask you err on the side of compassion, loving kindness, and peace, and vote against this resolution. There is another way. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey Huang. Sorry, Nicole Walkowitz, Audrey Wang. Is Nicole in here? And then Audrey, you're next.
It's been a little while. Good afternoon, actually, board. My name is Nicole Volkevich, and I am the daughter of 2 immigrants, one a naturalized citizen, and the other a green card holder after marriage. I come before you here today not to ask you to get ICE out of our schools, but to instead ask that we keep ICE out of our schools. Since 2026 started, 6 people have died in ICE custody. American citizens like Renee Nicole Good and Keith Porter have been killed by both on and off-duty ICE agents in situations that could have easily been de-escalated, but were not. Why would this board even consider cooperating with these armed individuals who have little to no training and ways to hold them accountable? Why would we risk subjecting Sarasota County schools, students, and families to further stress? Who does this even help? On a more personal note, my mother spent a good chunk of her youth after immigrating to the United States attending Broward County schools. In those Broward County schools, she would come to know many undocumented children who were shielded by Supreme Court cases that allowed them to attend public schools regardless of their legal status. This was in 1990, 36 years ago. And those children were protected by the Supreme Court case Plyler versus Doe, which it was decided in 1982, or 44 years ago. To put that into perspective, ICE was created in 2003, 23 years ago. I think it's ridiculous that we want to create a problem that has yet to exist in Sarasota. We don't need to cooperate with ICE. If they have a warrant, then they can handle things themselves. Thanks to the Trump administration's big, beautiful bill, ICE already gets $170 billion. So I'm sure they've got this. Why introduce this? We deserve better than fear tactics being weaponized against students. Sarasota County deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey Huang, Stanislav Kostroman. I'm not going to do that.
Morning. My name is Audrey Huang, a proud resident of Sarasota County and a student at Pine View School. One of my greatest academic achievements is being able to bring my school in this county to the national debate stage, proudly championing Pine View's name when I go to tournaments at Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. And it's easy for me to fly to these tournaments and spend my own parents' money because I know that the students that I am talking to are receptive to the words that I am saying. But it is more difficult for me to speak to you all today because I know that no matter how many students show up, no matter what we say, some of you will still continue to vote in the way that you want to, even though you were elected to represent us. So I'm asking you today to please look to any news station, do 5 minutes of research, and you will learn about the atrocities that ICE is committing all across our nation. And then we'll ask you, do you still want to allow for ICE to have unwarranted access to our schools? Resolution 11.1 wants to give ICE the ability to come into our schools, and it prevents our teachers and our administrators from stepping in and protecting the students that go to school in order to learn. I'm asking you, as an elected official, is that really what safety looks like? Earlier last year, you wanted Sarasota County schools to implement metal detectors in order to protect the students that were going in. You make us get our binders, our computers, and any other thing that has metal in it before we go to school. But now, you want to let in masked men with arms in with no warrant. I genuinely don't understand your advocacy. And I want to make it very, very clear. In Minnesota, ICE has killed Renee Good in cold blood. They have also shot a student protester in the eye 3 feet away from him, simply because he was using his American rights to protest. And I want to say, they laughed as blood dripped down his face. ICE has a list of people that they have killed. So I don't know why you are so eager to let them into our schools and why you are so sure that they will protect us. Safety is always our main priority. I'm not sure why you're letting ICE officials into our schools without any warranted access. Please, protect the students of Sarasota County, because ultimately, we have all skipped out on school. Teachers have skipped out on teaching, and parents have skipped out on work in order to speak to you here today. So please, listen to us and vote no for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, no clap. Ladies, all right. We have, I have to clear the chambers if we get to this level. I want to keep rolling. We want to respect everyone's ability to speak. Please, no clapping. Let's just keep moving. Stanislav Kastroman, and I'm sorry, this is very difficult handwriting to read. Omi Pazel is the best I can guess, and then Tom Desane.
Hello, Chair and board members. My name is Stanislav Kastroman, and I'm a taxpayer from Sarasota County. Last year's meeting, I spoke to you on the importance of building a mutual relationship with the youth as a figure of authority. I spoke on this because as a student of juvenile justice, I know that discipline and order is impossible to achieve without respect or a relationship. Without these key parts, there can be no discipline, only punishment, which creates a dilemma where, simply put, no one is happy because no one wants to listen. The figure of authority wants to continue to enforce its rules. The youth wants to continue to fight the punishment. But the fact of the matter is, the youth has no real choice or say in this situation except with reaction. You, the figures of authority, are only ones who are in charge of building the environment around the youth of America to shape them into the kind of people you want them to be. School is supposed to be a place of assimilation and rehabilitation. When a child has no place at home, don't you want that child to be able to have a space, such as a school, where they can go to and enter an environment of safety and certainty, where they can use that environment to safely study and assimilate to this world? Despite what they may go through at home, should not have a space that can redirect them on the right path of life, autonomous life, so they can make decisions and contribute to society as adults, because they would be educated, and education sets you up for success. When school becomes militant and fear-based, it loses all chance of being rehabilitative. I urge this board to reject fear-based rhetoric and to continue to center and prioritize education over all else when it comes to our schools and our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy Patel. I'm sorry, I can't read your writing. And then Tom Desane, John Coleman.
My name is Omi Patel, and I'm proudly here as a member of the junior class of Pineview School. I drove 42 miles to come here and express my opinion, and I skipped school to voice my opinion on this resolution because of how ludicrous it is. As an individual elected to represent a constituent and an individual representing Pineview Civic Engagement Club, I urge you, Ms. Ziegler, to understand the implications of this resolution. I'm speaking today on behalf of my peers, students who will feel the effects of this decision every single day in our schools. This proposal does not improve student safety, and it does not change district policy. What it does do is bring one of the most polarizing national issues into a place where it does not belong. I'm speaking today not just as a student, but as a child of immigrants. For my family, school was the one place where effort was rewarded. And as a first-generation immigrant, I learned that education defines opportunity. I am standing here on the basis of education. And it is exactly why this resolution puts it at risk. This story especially impacts me. My parents are hardworking and have worked hard to reach the American dream here in Florida. This rhetoric we are pushing on immigrants is not only hateful, but harmful to the student body. America was built on immigrants seeking refuge from persecution. America was built, and immigrants were the backbone of this economy. Love one another and love everybody. Politics should not be incorporated into the classroom. It never should be. I am a student exercising my right to speak and participating in civic engagement. Turning schools into stages for political messaging is not. Even the idea of schools being associated with enforcement creates fear and trauma for students. We are the future of America, and we are being hindered constantly by your policies and by your irrationality. We, the students, we who are skipping school to advocate for the future, and we standing up for our brothers, sisters, and the future generations of America to be given an education. So we have more benefactors in our society: doctors, lawyers, businessmen, businesswomen, and all of the above. So Bridget Ziegler, on behalf of my peers and many people in this room who oppose this resolution, I urge you to stop incorporating political agendas and theatrics into our schools and focus on what actually matters, our students, the people that you promise to protect, cherish, and prioritize. After all, isn't that the American dream? And for any students who are out there, and for anyone who wants to speak their mind, speak now. Advocacy is the strongest tool that we can use to hinder and resent these type of policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Desane. Okay, we're gonna. I'm gonna. That's my final warning. I think there's a handful back there. I'll start literally identifying and moving forward. It has to be able. So we have to keep moving. We have 150 people to comment. Otherwise, we're gonna suspend the rules and bring it down to 1 minute. So it's up to you guys, but we're gonna keep rolling. But if this consistently gets disrupted, we're gonna have to change the rules. Tom Desane, John Coughlin, Jenna Holmes. Thank you. Okay, so. Jenna Holmes. Couldn't get in. Amanda Langworthy. Anise Joseph. Jenna Holmes?
Worthy.
Go ahead.
My name is Amanda Langworthy. I'm with Voices of Florida Fund, and I oppose resolution of agenda item 11.1. No fear, no hate, no ICE in my state. So I will come to put you on trial. I will be the quick to testify against sorcerers, adulterers, perjurers, against those who defraud laborers of their wages, who oppress the widows and the fatherless, and deprive the foreigners among you of justice. Malachi 3:5. I'm Sarasota born and raised. I graduated from Riverview in 2010, and research shows ICE doesn't reduce crime rates. Not that ICE is really going after crime anyway, since most detainees have not even committed any crime. Guns in schools already are a problem, so let's just add more with men in masks at that. I thought masks in the school were such a problem during COVID, but now fine. ICE hasn't properly vetted or run background checks on their agents. That's normally required for entering our schools. What about the ICE agents who pepper sprayed students leaving their school last week? Your hypocritical political showboating has no place here or in our schools. Aggressive enforcement just near schools transforms safe learning spaces into sites of trauma and fear, undermining the educational mission and harming the mental and physical well-being of all of our students now and in their future, especially those from immigrant and BIPOC backgrounds. The goals of our country's growing authoritarian regime is to defund our public education. So let's be real and just say it. That's what you actually want. Some schools are already beginning talks of shutting down because of downed attendance, staffing issues, or lack of funding. Earlier, you said you wanted 100% graduation rates. This is counterintuitive to your goal. You're teaching children to live in fear and under constant threat of a violent authority. That's not normal, that's fascism. Are we asking our teachers and our students to turn each other in? Is that how this resolution will be applied? Because that's how schools in Nazi Germany operated. Good luck at supporting white supremacy.
Thank you. Anise Joseph, and then Lisa, sure, I have another card, so I'm putting you aside since you've already spoken. Michelle Posey and Bowie MJ Lee.
Good afternoon, members of the school board. My name is Anisi Joseph, and I'm a resident of Sarasota County. I'm a senior at Venice High School, and I'm here to speak in opposition of agenda items 11.1, the resolution supporting cooperation with ICE. Schools are meant to be a place of safety, trust, and learning. Students should walk into a campus feeling protected, not threatened. While resolution claims to prioritize student safety, it does the opposite. It doesn't, in fact, protect students, but endangers them. It endangers us. For many students, especially those from myself, those from immigrant families, including myself, cooperation with ICE creates for fear of attending school and fear of speaking. This resolution is not truly about students, it represents an expansion of authority and using schools to assert power rather than actually serving schools. Federal authority enforcement is not for aiding education or safety, and immigrant status is a civil matter, not a criminal one. Threatening schools as enforcement zones will send a message that some students are less worthy of safety than others. I should be in school right now learning, but instead I have to tell you guys to focus on your day jobs. Thank you.
Michelle Posey, Bowie MJ Lee, Elizabeth Ramirez. Sorry, I can't read the middle name. Yes, you are. I have you right here. Go ahead. State your name.
Jenna Holmes.
Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Connor. My name is Jenna Holmes, and I'm a second-generation alum of the Sarasota County School System, and now a parent with children enrolled here. I'm a proud American citizen and proud immigrant. I'm here today because strong schools are built on trust between families, and they build the foundations of our community. Trust between families and educators is essential to our students' success, and when that trust is broken, students pay the price. This resolution is rooted in fear, not education. It does nothing to improve the safety or academic outcomes. Instead, it will increase absenteeism, harm student achievement, and create chaos where stability is needed. Sarasota schools already fully comply with the law, so introducing this resolution during a national moment of crisis surrounding federal immigration enforcement is performative politics at best, but more importantly, damaging and harmful to our students and community. It prioritizes fear and chaos over education and shared values. Our staff and educators do not deserve to be threatened for protecting our students either, as they are the backbones of our community. They are not law enforcement. They are professionals entrusted with educating and protecting students. Threatening them for doing their jobs undermines the very foundation of our school system. Immigration status is a civil matter. This resolution deliberately blurs that line, criminalizing families through implication and intimidation, regardless of the facts. When did a student every day quietly become only when they're not afraid to show up? How can I, as an immigrant, American citizen, and parent, trust my children's school system with my most precious beings when the fear and threat of ICE is being brought onto our campuses? Reject this unnecessary, discriminative, and fear-based resolution and get back to doing the job you were elected to do while you still have it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to Michelle Posey, Bowie, MJ Lee, Elizabeth, I'm sorry, I cannot read the handwriting. It's Elizabeth Ramirez.
Michelle Posey, if nobody wants to be here, we wouldn't have to be here if Tom Edwards didn't speak out the side of his mouth about something that's not even happening in our school district. That's why we have a resolution in the first place. Tom Edwards this is not about feelings. This is not about responsibility. This is all about responsibility.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to have the officers to help me out because I can't see and we have, again, 150. So if there are any of you that cannot control yourself as you have outbursts because you don't agree with the speaker, because so far you guys have done well, but it's just because you don't agree with the speaker, bless your heart, my friend. Okay, so moving on, it's the final warning. We're going to 1 minute after this. I'll make a motion and I'm sure many of you have prepared speeches. I'm trying to be respectful, but if you can't demonstrate your respect, then we have to alter the rules. So your time is reserved. Back, Mrs. Posey.
Can I get my time back, please?
Yes, you may.
Tom Edwards, this is not about feelings, this is about responsibility. We are not all going to agree on immigration. That's just reality, even though facts matter, like the fact that Democratic President Barack Hussein Obama deported over 3 million illegal aliens, double what Donald Trump ever did. Facts seem to die hard these days. So let's just set that debate aside. Agreement is not required for accountability here. I want to make 3 points. First, common sense, law and order. No one here wants to see a life lost prematurely. No one. But we are a school district that educates new drivers every single day. So let me ask this basic question. When is the last time any of us thought it was responsible or reasonable to ignore police bans, point a car towards law enforcement, and hit the gas pedal? Is there a single driver's ed class in this district that teaches students to accelerate towards an officer standing in front of them? Of course not. We're a nation of laws, and obstructing law enforcement, federal, state, or local, never ends well. That simple truth was completely absent from your anti-ICE rant, Mr. Edwards. This leads me to my second point, your oath and the lives you choose to ignore. After watching you use your platform to sow distrust toward federal law enforcement, something became clear to me. There's a lot you never speak about. You never condemn open border policies that created this crisis. You never speak about the nearly 500,000 unaccompanied minors lost to human trafficking, forced labor, or even worse. Those children never seem to make it to your soapbox. You don't speak about the names Laken Riley, Molly Tilbitz, or Jocelyn Nungary, young women brutally murdered by criminal illegal aliens. I've never seen you hold a rally for them. And I've never heard you defend the most helpless lives of all, the hundreds of thousands of children killed in the womb each year. So I have to ask you, whose lives really matter to you, or is the platform that you care about? Because what I see is someone who selectively chooses which lives folks deserve outrage based on politics, not principle. And that puts this district at risk, Mr. Edwards. Our law enforcement feels unsupported, and our schools right back in the national spotlight for all the wrong reasons. That brings me to my third point today, accountability. I'm grateful that there will be an on-the-record vote today. Item 3 in this resolution is clear. Any board member who interferes with ICE will be subject to termination. Stop pretending that this resolution has no teeth, some of you. That is a misrepresentation. I want every board member on record today, and let me just say this. You say you want enrollment up. You say you want this district to be competitive in school choice. Do you think your stunt makes that any easier? Mr. Edwards, you are a marketing catastrophe for this district, but you are also a political goldmine for conservatives running in 2026. As a mother, a citizen, and yes, a candidate, I promise you this, we are watching and we will remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Bowie, MJ, Lee. Elizabeth Ramirez. I know.
Hello. Good evening, members of the Sarasota County School Board, Superintendent, and members of the public. My name is Bowie Lee, and I am a senior at Pineview School in Osprey. I'm originally from Massachusetts, and I currently live in Sarasota County. I want to begin by acknowledging something very important. This resolution, item 11.1, is so vague that on paper it may not create a direct change in school policy. But that is exactly why it is so dangerous. It rewrites the message that this board, every single one of you, are sending to our students and our families. It contributes to a culture of fear that is already suffocating our community. Do you want enrollment up? Florida's Office for Economic and Demographic Research reduced the state's K-12 enrollment estimate for 2026 by almost 50,000 students recently, attributing this decline directly to the effects of immigration policies. Families do not enroll, attend, or participate in school life when they believe that school could be a point of contact with immigration enforcement. A national survey reported school leaders observing a culture of fear, absences, and declines in student performance directly linked to immigration crackdowns. If you pass this resolution, you are not reassuring families. You are sending a message that you are not safe here, regardless of anyone's immigration status. Chair Ziegler claims that this is about protecting our schools from criminals, but I have to ask, what exactly is your definition of a criminal? Is it a fully legal Hispanic father trying to get his kids to school on time? Is it a student who speaks Spanish at home and worries that their accent could possibly make them a target? Is it a citizen trying to back away from a scene and getting fatally shot by ICE? Or maybe it's the estimated 170 U.S. citizens who were detained over the past year by ICE, often held for over a day without being able to contact family or a lawyer. This is not targeted enforcement. This is a problematic system that suffers no consequences and treats our basic rights as optional. Why would we ever invite them closer to our kids? We have to stop perpetuating this idea that most immigrants are criminals, because that lie is the fuel that keeps hate alive. I beg you all to look at the evidence. Immigrants are not the source of crime in this country. The strongest research we have shows that immigrants have lower incarceration rates than U.S.-born people, and that gap has widened over time. Economist Rand Abramsky's work and research by Princeton and Stanford scholars finds that immigrants are about 60% less likely to be incarcerated than U.S.-born men. A National Institute of Justice analysis found that undocumented immigrants have the lowest offending rates overall compared to documented immigrants and native-born citizens. Please, I implore you, look at the facts. Nothing about opposing this resolution means that schools often need to access someone. There are mechanisms already in place, like court orders. What this resolution is really pushing is the idea of broader, freer access that puts kids in direct harm.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth Ramirez. Thank you. Elizabeth Ramirez, Kalina Puccio, Jean Jones.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Ramirez, and I live in Sarasota. I've lived here 28 years since I moved from New York City, and I've loved it here. I loved going to every single community and serving every single community. And I'm raising my 8-year-old daughter, who is now 37, here in public schools in Sarasota. And I also am bilingual. And I'm very, very proud of speaking Spanish and speaking Spanish in public. And my daughter is also bilingual. And can you imagine how I feel that I can be targeted when I'm speaking Spanish in public, as can a lot of the people in this community. This community has become a lot more diverse. And I think it's wonderful for Sarasota. And it's wonderful that those people have children in our schools, and that in our schools, and that they're learning to speak English and sometimes learning to speak Spanish as well. Can you imagine being targeted because you speak another language, because you're brown or you're black? And that is the history of ICE. That's the history. Mrs. Siegler wants to make Sarasota compliant, a model of compliance. Compliance for terrorism and compliance for fascism. That is what is being proposed. And the most important part of doing that is terrorizing and making our children compliant. That's a strategy. It's a fascist strategy of making our children compliant. It's also a way to destroy our public schools, because in February, those frightened people, all you have to say is ICE, and kids will not come to school. And then the schools will have less people in the seats, and then the goal is to destroy public education and public schools in Sarasota. And I say no. I say no to terrorism, even the idea of terrorism and the idea of fascism. Thank you.
Kalina Puccio, Jean Jones, Kenny DeCamp.
Good morning. My name is Kalina Puccio. I'm a Sarasota resident, and I have feelings that I feel inclined to share regarding Agenda Item 11.1. As of lately, I have had to learn to live with the fear that members of my family or my closest friends who were born here may be wrongfully detained over something as simple as their appearance or foreign-sounding name, or that the youth I interact with at family gatherings, volunteer work, my job, may have to learn to cope with the horrors of their classmates being forced to leave the country merely because their parents came to America in hopes of a better life. Children and teenagers are not criminals for simply daring to exist in the reality they were born into. It's so harrowing trying to grow up and navigate the world when my friends' families and classmates are being violently taken from them. It's sickening enough being a bystander, and I can't even imagine the pain they themselves have gone through. It's already scary enough for citizens, whether they're immigrants or not, legal or not, to have to constantly look over their shoulder to see if law enforcement is going to suddenly show up and decide they can't be here anymore. School is meant to be safe, as outlined in the proposal, so ICE has no place there. I don't know if you're aware of how bad things are in Orlando right now, but I have friends there who are scared to death to just be at school. You would be setting a precedent to allow law enforcement to spread this terror into our own schools and communities, and I already have family friends in nearby counties saying they will pull their children from public school if similar rules are passed there. Children deserve to play on the school playground without the threat of never being able to see it again. Teenagers should be able to study for finals without the looming anxiety that they'll never even get to take the test. And parents should be able to send their kids to school and know they'll still come home for dinner. Students will not show up or feel safe at school with the knowledge that a place where they are supposed to be safe can be legally stormed and they can be taken away. Say you want to minimize educational disruptions, but there's no bigger disruption for students than seeing their teachers, janitors, or faculty get dragged away during the school day. There are fewer horrors bigger for a child than a classmate, a friend who you sit with at lunch, suddenly being gone, not knowing what's happening to them or their family. Even worse, having to see them get taken away just in the middle of a tough lesson. Or possibly being the one who's getting pulled out, knowing there's absolutely nothing you can do, nothing the staff, the teachers, the people who are supposed to protect you can do to spare your trauma. That will disrupt classrooms.
Thank you. G. Jones, Kennedy DeCamp, Andrea Buscemi.
Good afternoon. My name is Gene Jones. I'm a resident of Sarasota County. I'm also an Air Force veteran, and as a young man, I had experience in law enforcement. I'm here to speak on Agenda 11.1. In my experience, I've never seen a law enforcement outfit as unprofessional and incompetent as ICE. Instead of operating like a professional law enforcement agency, it behaves like the agents are playing Army. Did you see the picture of the ICE officers rappelling onto an apartment building in Chicago? They were wearing camouflage and masks and carrying assault weapons. Then they proceeded to beat down doors and drag people out of that building in violation of a court order, I might add. What would our founders say about that? The irony of that lawlessness is that they only managed to arrest a couple of criminals or others with gang connections. If they had used routine law enforcement methods, they would have arrested much more people. If they're asking criminals, they would behave like professional law enforcement officers. Their operations are no way that an American law enforcement agency should operate. They're more like an authoritarian regime. But how does ICE relate to this proposed resolution? The resolution is unnecessary. It's a waste of everybody's valuable time to have it on the agenda. The resolution's implication is the school board, its members, and staff will not obey the law. There's no justification for this belief. In Sarasota, we're proud of our school system, and we're confident that our staff will be professional and law-abiding. The responsibility of the school board is to ensure a safe and orderly learning environment, not to stir up controversy. This resolution could be read to mean that staff would have to cooperate with ICE craziness and lawlessness. This resolution has the potential for much harm. If ICE shows up at our schools dressed in camouflage, wearing masks, and carrying assault weapons, rest assured, disruption, chaos, and traumatized children will be the result. And it could be worse. Here's one example. A few days ago, some parents were driving with their 6 children from a basketball game, and they happened to go by an ICE operation. Some people were protesting the ICE operation. What the ICE agents did were throw flashbang grenades at the car.
Thank you. Kenny DeCamp, Andrea Buscemi.
Boing. Hello, my name is Kenny DeCamp. I'm a resident of Sarasota and a member of the Florida Veterans for Common Sense. And we're trying to understand more common sense today, aren't we? I am a Vietnam veteran. I am the first physician's assistant to practice neurosurgery. I created a program called Human Growth Education. I've lectured in over 120 schools in 7 countries. And I'm here today because my oath to defend the nation compels me to speak against policies that weaken social unity and divert attention from the urgent needs of our children. A school must be a sanctuary for learning. Even the suggestion of coordination with law enforcement, whether symbolic or not, it undermines that sanctuary. A child who is anxious about their family safety cannot fully engage in learning. As a veteran, I believe my duty is to remove barriers to education, not to create them. The resolution creates a fundamental breakdown of trust between families and schools. Whether trust erodes, parents are less likely to attend conferences, report emergencies, or engage with teachers and administration. The lack of engagement makes schools less safe, not more, and it weakens the partnership that effective education depends on. The resolution does not improve school security or student outcomes. Instead, it isolates schools from the communities they serve and that makes it harder for the educators to do their jobs. At the same time, the proposal distracts from real, pressing challenges facing our schools: reliable transportation, student nutrition, disability services, and the access to counseling and mental health support. These are the issues that directly affect everyone's attendance, behavior, and academic success. A symbolic resolution that consumes time and creates fear does not help students learn. Practical solutions do. I urge the board to refocus its time and energy on the real work of educating our children. Please vote no.
Thank you. Adrian Buscemi, John Coughlin, Hilda Keynes Gardino, excuse me.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Buscemi, and I am a U.S. Air Force veteran and a mother to 2 children in Sarasota County Public Schools. I am here today to speak on Agenda Item 11.1. I stand before you not to debate politics, but to advocate for the fundamental safety and focus our students deserve. Serving alongside diverse comrades showed me our strength was in our shared mission. Seeing this resolution tells me we're forgetting that lesson here at home. As individuals in positions of power in this community, it is your duty to model understanding and trust, not ignorance and fear. There are other important priorities for the Sarasota School Board, and I believe that cultivating a culture of fear should not be one of them. Sarasota students need stable schools that are not facing closure threats, consistent teachers who are paid well for their public service, classrooms protected from charter disruption, and reliable transportation, nutrition, disability, and counseling services, despite funding shortfalls. I am advocating for the school board to publicly recommit to priorities and policies that make all students feel safe, welcome, and able to focus on their education. Your job is to educate and protect all students, not participate in political theater. I ask you to take this resolution off the table and replace it with a real plan to address the actual crises our school system is facing. Our children's future is too important for anything less. Thank you for taking my comments today.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. John Coughlin, Hilda Keynes Gardino, Kennedy Cole, you've already spoken. I'm going to move you off. Oh, forgive me. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Thank you. So Kennedy Cole, that's 3 up. Is John Coughlin here? Hilda Gardino, and then Kennedy.
Hello, my name is Hilda Keynes Gardino. I'm an immigrant, a U.S. citizen, a product and graduate at Sarasota Public Schools, a mother of students in Sarasota Public Schools, and a voter and a follower of a guy you may have heard of named Jesus, who commanded us to love our neighbor as ourselves. I make this introduction because some of you seem to not know your constituents very well. Some of you prefer to kowtow to a deeply ignorant man in Washington, D.C., who's in a state of profound cognitive decline, instead of listening to your folks here at home. I support law enforcement, but this resolution isn't about local law enforcement. We all know that law enforcement and ICE have different jurisdictions and focuses. It is unconscionable to unhurl a welcome mat for ICE when it has proven itself to be an unlawful organization that is brazenly violating people's civil and constitutional rights. If any harm befalls a student, an educator, a staff, it will not end well for our community, and the voters will hold you to account. So I ask that you vote no on this resolution. And lastly, lest there be any doubt, I am not a paid protester. I hate tyranny for free.
Thank you. Thank you. Kennedy Cole, Mackenzie Valera, I can't read her handwriting, I don't think it's right. Casanova Doherty.
Good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Cole, and I'm a proud junior at Booker High School. I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 11.1, a resolution ensuring full cooperation with ICE. Simply, this resolution is wrong. You've heard it called many things today, from dozens of concerned students and community members, but at its core, it's just plain wrong. It's useless because it changes absolutely no policy concerning law enforcement. It's confounding because it confuses teachers and staff and puts them in a position of complying with this resolution or complying with legal guidelines. And it's dangerous because it creates a sense of fear for thousands of students and families across this district. Add those three together, and you get something that's just plain wrong. There are 3 former school counselors and staff members on this board. When casting your vote on this resolution later today, I ask you all to consider how this makes students think and feel. Have you ever had a student cry in front of you out of worry of being deported despite them being an American citizen? Have you ever had a student stay home because of rumored ICE raids in the nearby community? Have you ever received a frantic text from a student asking them for a ride to school because their immigrant parents are too scared to drop them off in the morning? All of these situations are realities at my school, Booker. With more than half of the student body being Hispanic, we are a school on edge. In this room and outside right now, there are over 50 Booker students here, in addition to the dozens of other public school students, begging you to just simply listen and trust us when we tell you that this resolution will hurt our friends and classmates. I know what you all will say when you can respond. You'll talk about how this resolution doesn't change any actual policy. Well, save your breath because we know. Yet this resolution absolutely severely damages our schools. It takes attention away from real issues and takes us students away from our studies, so we have to come here and ask for a simple, basic request. Stop playing politics with our education. You all have a choice to dive headfirst into a national political battle, polarizing neighbors where nobody wins, all over a toothless, useless resolution. Or you can simply say no. Saying no affirms what we know, which is that this resolution is absolutely unnecessary. Saying no tells every single student in Sarasota that you actually support us for once. It's simple. Make the right choice because the eyes and the vote of every student, teacher, and parent in Sarasota are you.
Thank you. Mackenzie Valera, I'm sorry, I cannot read your handwriting, but it's something close to Valera. After that, Casanova Doherty and Tim Covert.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie Valenza. I'm a Riverview High School senior. I have not spoken to this board since the lift on the mask mandate. Unfortunately, it's not exactly good to be back. I do come to speak on behalf of my close friends and my peers, the people who are legitimately impacted by the notion of ICE agents in our very own Sarasota County. While I am fortunate enough to not be one of those people, I do feel compelled to speak on the concept of endangering our students, staff, and parents within the Sarasota County school system. I would like to start by listing some of the cases where ICE agents have violated the law as well as wrongfully deported citizens. ICE has deported 2 families, including U.S. citizen children, one a 4-year-old boy with cancer, to Honduras in August of 2025, without due process or proper legal procedures. In Brown v. Ramsey in 2025, a federal court ruled that Peter Sean Brown, a U.S. citizen, was illegally detained on an ICE detainer that was based on incorrect information about his immigration status. ICE lacked probable cause to issue it. On January 19th, 2026, Chong Lee Scott Thao, 56 years old, ICE agents broke into his home without a warning, dragged him outside in the freezing weather, only in his underwear and Crocs. He is a naturalized U.S. citizen, later released without any explanation. Arnaldo Bazan, 16 years old, choked unconscious in his place of work. He is a U.S. citizen, a minor, someone who goes to high school. How can you say protect every student every day as a supporting factor to bring in ICE agents when all reported cases are unlawful abuses of power? July 16th, 2025. ICE agents smashed a car window and arrested a father during a preschool drop-off while his child was inside the car. A 15-year-old U.S. citizen with disabilities was wrongfully detained. In November 5th of 2025, ICE agents arrested a preschool staff member during a morning drop-off. Children and parents were present. While these are small fractions of the reported cases, I implore you to take into consideration the legitimate danger that you put every student in, legal students, not to mention the trauma induced by watching these events take place. Every student every day means every student, not the ones that you believe deserve basic human rights. From the most rudimentary level of schooling, we are taught to treat others with kindness, with respect. The residency of ICE officers within our school violates these basic principles, not to mention the violations of the law, violations of the Fourth Amendment, violations of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Allowing unlawful searches and seizures of legal citizens as a result of ICE involvement throws away the legitimacy of this board to properly govern and protect students. I beg of you to listen to your own citizens, the students that you govern, and what they are asking of you.
Thank you. Casanova Doherty, and then Tim Cassert. I'm sorry, I said that incorrectly. And then Riley Hickson.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Casanova Doherty. I'm a recent Sarasota graduate, and I'm here to speak on 11.1. I've come to the conclusion that the majority of this board wants our students to be afraid. I heard the other day that in the schools, from a friend that goes to Booker, there was a rumor that ICE was coming into our schools today, January 20th. I heard my friends speak with fear in their voice for their friends and peers, all completely scared out of their minds that one of the supposedly safest places they could be was going to be raided by a group that is currently known in the cultural zeitgeist for breaking into people's homes, tying people up afraid at gunpoint, and brutalizing innocent protesters with gas and worse. That is because of this resolution, because the people have no idea what a school board resolution actually does policy-wise. The board chair herself has stated before that these resolutions have no teeth. They cannot move funds, they cannot change the way the board or its schools function on their own, therefore signaling values and intent. This resolution is not intended to do anything more than make people afraid and generate press. It is a desperate attempt for relevancy in the face of a political climate that is speeding away from this board and to generate fear and buzz and clicks and headlines and spotlights as you fight for relevance in the minds of your voter base building up to the 2026 elections. It is virtue signaling and complete utter time wasting as our district faces destructive major threats incoming, such as schools of hope and our waning budget. My question is why your political careers matter more than the students in your schools. Creating this much fear is completely backwards and detrimental to your student body, even if the resolution can't do anything itself to our policy. Students can't learn when they're scared they or their classmates might be taken away by violent masked men with guns in their classrooms. Students that are part of targeted minorities may start staying home for their safety, afraid of being profiled and detained for having done nothing wrong, no matter the actual threat posed. For any district, especially one as diverse as ours, this is catastrophic. We need every single student possible unafraid and sitting in a seat, learning and making this county proud. This resolution is likely going to pass and signal that the intentions of this board and its chair lie in their own political gain rather than the wellness and education of its students. So I hope that it was worth it. I hope that you're happy. I really hope that the temporary news wave that comes out of this is worth the fear and panic in your mind, because as your voting base, it's present in ours just as much. We can see the vanity of this stunt for what it is and make our own educated decisions and conclusions based on it. The 2026 elections are closer than y'all think. Good day.
Thank you. Tim Cassert, I believe, Riley Hickson, and Dayanara Gonzalez.
Before I begin, I ask all of you...
Please state your name for the record, just...
Riley Hickson.
Thank you.
Before I begin, I ask all of you to open your eyes, ears, and hearts to my message. You may have already have your minds made, but just for this moment, listen to my words with an open mind. Why do children come to school? A simple question, sure, but one with many answers. To learn, yes, because the law says they must, maybe. But even those who hate school, who fail every test, still smile at school for one simple reason: community. To see the same faces every day, teachers and students and friends. A school is a delicate ecosystem full of children with all sorts of home lives and problems who deserve to have a space where their biggest worry is passing Friday's math test. Let's name one of these children. Arnaldo Bazan is a 10th grader who was choked by an ICE agent during his father's arrest. Arnaldo pleaded, saying over and over, "I'm a citizen, I was going to school." Arnaldo ended up in Texas Children's Hospital due to ICE's violence. Let's name a child's mother. Renee Good's last words to the ICE agent that murdered her were, "It's okay, dude, I'm not mad at you." After he shot her 3 times in the face, he called her an effing B-word, but the real word. Let's name another U.S. citizen. Patty O'Keefe was in her car with a friend in Minneapolis when ICE broke her windows and pepper sprayed in the air vents. She and her friend were dragged out of the car and violently arrested. One of the ICE agents told Patty, "You have to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian B-word is dead," referring to the brutal murder of Renee Good. Later, Patty O'Keefe witnessed ICE illegally bribing detainees, offering personal protection and money in exchange for any information that might lead to finding undocumented migrants.
Some more facts. A 6-month-old baby was revived with CPR after ICE tear gassed her family's SUV. Those detained and brought to Alcatraz live with no AC in the boiling Florida sun with no clean water. David Corville, a Louisiana ICE agent, pled guilty to sexually assaulting a woman in custody for months. You may have said before that schools should not impede criminal investigations, but let me remind you that being undocumented is not a criminal offense. It is a civil one akin to a traffic citation. There is no world in which masked men hired through a 6-minute interview with no background check, according to independent journalist Laura Jadid, should be permitted to violently arrest children they think might be undocumented, tear gas them, choke them, assault them in custody, and shoot them 3 times in the face. ICE are not judge, jury, and executioner. I pray you look deep.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do, I think it's Diane Gonzalez. You'll have to correct me. I can't read the writing. After that, Casey Cruz, and then Paul. Sure.
It's Diane Gonzalez.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ziegler, Ms. Rose, Ms. Marinelli. I shouldn't have to stand here in front of a board of adults, taking time out of my education, which you're supposed to be prioritizing, to prove that I belong. But here I am. My name is Diane Gonzalez, and I'm a student of Sarasota High School. I'm not here to be political. I'm here because I am scared and tired of being told item 11 is about safety when my lived experience tells me otherwise. I was born in the United States. This is my home. Yet, as a Latina student, I'm being asked to accept a future where people who look like me are more easily questioned, suspected, and treated as problems instead of people. With everything happening right now, this fear isn't hypothetical. It's reality. And I carry it every single day I walk onto campus. You say this bill is about safety, so why didn't safety matter sooner? Last year, 9 staff members, which you hired, were arrested for sex crimes against children, including at my school in my own band program. Real victims, real crimes, real trauma. Students take their lives every single day, and you don't bat an eye. My school has received multiple bomb threats that have shut down, terrified students, and left us sitting in football fields for hours, fields that aren't any safer than the buildings that we evacuate. We walk through metal detectors every day. SRO officers stand with guns on campus. We practice lockdowns, not as drills, but because danger has already infiltrated our schools. Are we in Nazi Germany? When students are being harmed, where were you? This wasn't emergency policies moving fast. There was no overnight urgency to protect us. So let me be clear. If there were truly anything about safety, you would have acted with this urgency when real crimes were happening to students. You failed. That proves this bill is not about safety. It's an illusional one to fulfill your political agenda. Safety should not mean fear or profiling. It should not mean Hispanic, Latin, and immigrant families feeling like they're under suspicion for existing. Real safety means accountability, prevention, and listening to students instead of speaking over us. Real safety means stopping and realizing the real problems rather than creating them. I'm asking you to think about who this bill actually protects and who it makes afraid. Because I was born here, I belong here, and I should not have to beg grown adults to see me as a student worth protecting. Listen to us. We are the ones living with the consequences. And Bridget, grow up.
Thank you. Casey Cruz. Paul, I believe it's Sure, forgive me if it's not, Cynthia Smith.
My name's Casey Cruz. I'm a student at Riverview High School. I like to talk about on the agenda 11.1. I like to say that honestly, cooperating with ICE is so dumb, to be honest. Why are you gonna allow little masked men, mind you, go in our school and go through classrooms and go look for students just by their color, their accent, maybe how they're dressed and all that. And it's like disappointing to hear that you can't even be safe at school anymore. When outside in the real world, it isn't even safe in the first place. We have to worry about so many things, and it keeps adding on and on. As an immigrant, as a child of immigrant parents, it hurts me honestly how I genuinely have to worry about if anything's gonna happen to them or my siblings or even me. This world is supposed to be full of peace, where everybody is united, not against each other. Without immigrants, honestly, because immigrants have done so much more than Americans have done so far. And I'm not saying this in any rude, disrespectful way, but I'm just being honest. Doesn't make sense how honestly y'all want to allow this. And for the teachers that even try to do anything about it, they're putting their job at risk too, because they're suspended from their job, or even fired, which is there's teachers who do care about their students. They see them as their kids. We're all supposed to be there for each other instead of turning on against each other. And I have friends and every day who worry they're probably not even going to be here anymore due to deportation. One of my friends are already living in fear because they already have a deportation order and they don't want to leave. But allowing ICE, it makes it so much worse. Because you could be sitting at lunch, eating with your friends. All of a sudden, masked men come in and start going at people. Their color, their tone, anything of that sort. You're allowing men with masks in. But please consider not.
Thank you. Why are you smiling? Why did you laugh? That's your warning. You'll be removed next. Paul Schur, I think is how it's explained. Cynthia Smith. Manolo Lai. Are any of these individuals here? Go ahead. Come on up and just state your name for the record since I'm moving out of order here.
Yes, Smith.
Thank you so much.
My name is Cynthia Smith, and I've had kids in Sarasota County Schools since 2006. I live here, wasn't paid to be here, and took time off from work to be here today. I'm also here to express my disgust at this proposed resolution that was drafted not for our kids, but as a direct response to another board member exercising their freedom of speech in their spare time. This resolution is nothing but a whistle of fear. Fear that our schools are harboring criminals, fear that immigrants are criminals, fear that some of our students or staff are criminals. All children, based on federal law, are entitled to a public school education. Article 9, Section 1 of the Florida Constitution reinforces that the education of children is a fundamental value. Our school resource officers keep our schools amongst the safest in the state. I want them to continue to follow the established policies and procedures already in place, which ensure our students' safety. I want to make sure my kids and your kids are not unnecessarily traumatized for someone's agenda. We know what lawful actions consist of, judicial warrants, and due process. Those of us who pay attention to what's going on outside the bubble of Sarasota County, Florida, know this isn't always the case. People across the world see the cruelty and dehumanization of humans. We don't want armed and masked men in our communities and using our schools as surveillance. We don't want to invite federal officers with unchecked powers into our schools. We want to know the rights of all students will be protected. Please table this garbage resolution or vote no at the very least. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And it's Manolo, it's either C or Lai, and then I have Ellie C. Are they here?
Namono C.
Okay, thank you.
I am here as a Booker High School junior, taking time out of my day to ask you to vote no on the
Agenda item 11.1. I am missing nearly all of my ACE classes and most of my VPA classes for this. It is very important.
Thank you. LEC? Victoria Sweeney? Did I call?
All right. Hello, my name is Ely C. I am here to dedicate my time to acknowledging this resolution and understanding what it truly means for our schools. I wish for everybody to remain safe and secure within our schools. Guns have never made me feel safe. Guns are loud noises. I was present at a football game 2 years ago at Booker High School where shots were fired a block away, causing people to run off the field. Guns did not make me feel safe. I don't care who's firing the guns. I don't care who's holding the guns. I don't want guns on my campus. I don't want guns around me. I want everybody to feel safe. I want immigrants to feel safe. My father came here in 1978 to escape anti-Jewish persecution from the Soviet Union. Why is he, a white man, afforded those privileges? Because he came here, he learned English, he speaks it without an accent? Why is he afforded the privilege to exist peacefully, without being questioned, without being brutalized? Why are we turning to our community, a community that builds houses, a community that works in our schools, in our communities, in our hospitals, in every situation to benefit us? Why are we doing this? Why choose brutality over cooperation and peace with each other, not with people who choose to brutalize our citizens and our community? I don't care who's illegal. I understand that there are necessary procedures. Putting people in schools will not let this happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Victoria Sweeney, Brittany Stevenson, Ava Donahue.
Good afternoon. I'm a Sarasota County resident, and I'm here to oppose the proposed Sarasota County School Board Resolution, Agenda Item 11.1.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My apologies, Victoria Sweeney.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Which not only violates Plyer versus Doe and the 14th Amendment, but also contravenes the principles articulated in Brown versus the Board of Education. Finally, this proposal violates Florida Constitution, Article 9, Section 1, which states that education is a paramount duty of the state to provide a safe, secure, and high-quality system of free public schools for all children. Schools are for learning. They are not for deporting. Children cannot learn when they are in fear. If you allow ICE into our schools, our children will live with masked agents stalking their halls and, considering ICE's recent atrocities of killing U.S. citizens, probably worse. Ms. Ziegler, as chair of the board, your job is to know how Plyer versus Doe, along with Brown versus the Board of Education, guarantees the right of education to all children, including immigrants. Inviting ICE into our schools breaks federal law. Inviting non-federal and non-governmental agents to illegally rip our children away traumatizes them and our community and destroys the purpose of our schools. Schools are not immigration enforcement. They exist to prepare and equip our next generation who hold our future. Ms. Ziegler, you have publicly announced on your Facebook page that you introduced this resolution as a revenge tactic to a fairly elected board member. Using children to punish your coworkers is not only an indictment of you personally, but also an indictment on your leadership. Our children are not your pawns. Bridget wants to terrorize our children by putting ICE into our schools, all for her political agenda. Your jobs as Sarasota County School Board members is to protect our places of learning and keep our children safe while doing so. Ms. Ziegler, our schools are not the place for you to practice your politics. Keep politics out of schools. Do your jobs to keep our schools safe. Keep ICE out, because schools are for learning, not deporting.
Thank you. Brittany Stevenson, Ava Donahue, Lieutenant Duff Smiley. Lieutenant Colonel, excuse me. Is Brittany Stevenson here? All right, moving on to Ava Donahue. Thank you. And then Lieutenant Colonel Duff Smiley. After that, Barbara Vaughn.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members, and Superintendent. My name is Ava Donahue. I'm a sophomore at Booker High School, and I'm speaking on behalf of Resolution 11.1. Not as a lawyer or as a politician, although I hope my future still provides those opportunities for me, but simply as a student whose education is shaped by the decisions made in this room. As a student, I am constantly told that my actions have consequences. We are expected to follow codes of conduct, act with integrity, and represent our schools responsibly, both on and off campus. It is not unreasonable for students to expect the same principles from those who govern our education. Many students in this district come from immigrant families. They sit next to us in class. They work on group projects with us. They play in our teams. And they plan futures just like everybody else. When policies suggest that increased cooperation with ICE should be happening, it sends a message that students may not be fully safe or welcome in schools. And that is not a message that a school board should be sending. Schools work best when students feel secure enough to focus on learning. If students are worried about their families, their attendance drops. Their grades suffer. Their mental health suffers. And then what? Teachers and counselors cannot do their jobs effectively when trust is broken. This resolution does not improve education. It does not raise test scores. It does not help with teacher shortages, school safety, or student mental health, principles of which you all allegedly stand for. Instead, it risks turning schools into places associated with surveillance and fear rather than support and opportunity. I understand that immigration is a complicated national issue, but schools are not the place to enforce immigration policy. I'm asking you to think about the real impact that Resolution 11.1 has on my peers. Please consider whether this policy helps students learn, feel safe, and succeed, or whether it creates harm and division. Please consider us, the voices of students. Vote no on Resolution 11.1. Thank you.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Duff Smiley, Barbara Vaughn, Jimmy Glover.
Good morning, I'm Duff Smiley, and I'm here to speak in strong support of the ICE resolution forming full cooperation with law enforcement and ICE when required by law, and holding school officials responsible if they ignore the law. And I know challenges of law enforcement firsthand. I was an Air Force police officer in the Philippines commanding 200. It's a dangerous job. You make split-second decisions. Your life and other people's life is, well, 1 second decision in some cases. Now let's cut through the noise by the activists about this resolution. What it does affirm is that we should never be controversial. Sarasota County Schools will follow the law, period. Any staff member or teacher who obstructs or ignores the law will be held responsible. One board member is trying to turn a basic statement of legal compliance into a political crisis, like in Minnesota. This is irresponsible, misleading, and spreads fear that has been talked about much today, and it undermines the trust in our legal system. This board member suggests that this resolution creates fear in students. What actually creates fear is the campaign being pushed by him and others, misrepresenting what this resolution does. That is what creates the fear. The truth is simple. When any law enforcement agency, whether it's the Sheriff's Office, SBI, or ICE, presents a lawful warrant, the district must comply. This has always been the case. The resolution simply states and clearly clarifies that no employee, volunteer, board member can create their own exceptions, and they will be held accountable if they do. This resolution protects the districts from exactly the kind of chaos we see in Minnesota, where their leadership is openly inciting riots. It ensures that Sarasota County schools operate under the rule of law, not under the pressure from political groups who want schools to selectively ignore federal authority. We cannot allow our district to become a place where lawful cooperation is treated as dangerous, or where employees feel empowered to obstruct law enforcement because of personal politics. That is how you create fear and confusion. Today, I urge the whole board to support this resolution. It is responsible, reasonable, legally sound, and prevents the lawlessness and mobs we see in Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Vaughn, Jimmy Glover, Laura Nelson. I don't see Mrs. Vaughn. Okay. Jimmy Glover, Laura Nelson, Donna Jones. And I'm going to keep moving. Lydia Miller. Corrine Prochnow. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing that right. Sebastian Martinez. And if you could please just, since I listed off quite a few names, cite your name when you come up to the microphone so I can recognize you appropriately. Thank you.
Hi, Lydia Miller, resident of Sarasota, Florida. Coming here to address the ICE. The lowest bar has again been set by the school board chair promoting to align with ICE. The same school board chair stated that these resolutions have no teeth, yet the school board chair's support of ICE may not change the laws which support student safety in public schools, but the psychological damage imposed by such association is real. Your maligning of other elected school board members for supporting continued safety in school reveals your ill regard for students. One would expect that those seated on the school board are supportive of public schools. Our board chair supports private for-profit schools run by billionaires and enrolls their children in private schools paid for by our tax dollars, which were allocated for public school budgets. Taxpayers have no covenant with private schools, and neither should school board members. As a result of our tax dollars going to private schools, public schools are suffering multi-million-dollar shortfalls. Our school board chair is acting on apparent allegiance to billionaire corporations that promote Christian nationalism, which is aligned with ICE and continues to promote racism and sexism. Public schools are unified by separation of church and state. Families teach religions to their children, often based on heritage. Public schools are not the place to show support for one belief over another. The practice is divisive and not supported by most taxpayers. The strength of public schools is teaching the facts. And critical thinking to support new knowledge. Religions are personal and often fostered by families. Students are not here to be your sheep. They're individuals who need to function in a diverse society, not to create chaos. It is unethical to govern what we eat, who we love, or how we pray or show love. Public schools are a place for inclusivity to be fostered, a place where people learn civility and the knowledge that all are entitled to their beliefs. America is a melting pot of culture, as we're all products of immigration. When we join the workforce, we support and hopefully respect diversity on a daily basis. And I think you're using your elected status to psychologically abuse students with your alignment and support for the brutality of the ICE regime. Please stop hate and divisiveness in our school communities. Students need a safe place, a public schools with clear, broad paths to greater knowledge.
Thank you. Next is Corrine Prochnow, thank you. And then following up is Sebastian Martinez, and then Lisa Bosco.
Hi, my name is Corinne Prochnow, and I'm here today as a retired Sarasota County special ed teacher who cares about student safety, learning, and trust in schools. Schools should be places of learning and not fear. The board chair's resolution does not need to actually shift or change policy to cause harm. This resolution creates fear and chaos without defining limits or safeguards and without defining student or staff protections. As a special education teacher for over 25 years, I always believed that my number one priority was to keep my students safe. I strived every day to provide a secure and stable environment so that they could actually focus and engage in learning activities. This resolution threatens that. The research shows that fear alone can increase anxiety, stress, and put a strain on mental health. And that in turn affects classroom engagement, which can have a negative impact on academic performance. The research also shows that fear, anxiety, and mental health strain increases absenteeism. Plain and simple, fear keeps kids out of the classroom. So I don't understand why now the board chair would put forth this resolution, especially after so much time has already been spent at workshops and school board meetings and town halls about the importance of students being in attendance every hour, every minute of the school day. Why promote an ideology that has a known direct negative impact on attendance? This resolution distracts from the real educational needs facing our Sarasota County schools. Our schools and school leadership should be about reducing stress and uncertainty. I request the school board reject this resolution, reject enforcement-oriented language that creates fear. I request the board to keep schools focused on education, trust, and student and staff well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian Martinez, Lisa Bosco, Clayton Taylor.
Good morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Sebastian Martinez, and I'm a proud graduate of Booker High School and president of Booker's Student Advisory Committee. I'm here to ask the board to reject this resolution under agenda item 11.1. This resolution does nothing to change any actual policy or district procedures, but what it does do is create a culture of fear, distrust, and chaos in our schools. It sends a message to our migrant community that they aren't welcome here, that they're criminals and shouldn't find safe harbor in our schools. It erodes trust between the community and the board and was only introduced in a desperate attempt for the board chair to cling on to any type of political relevancy. She was seen on a Convicted Criminals podcast putting out a national call to action for board members to adopt resolutions like this by contacting her. This resolution has nothing to do with Sarasota, nothing to do with Tom Edwards, and everything to do with the board chair trying to stay relevant by scapegoating yet another group of minorities. Let's run through a thought exercise. If we go back to December of 2023, when Ms. Ziegler's internationally covered scandal rocked this board, and if you don't know what that is, just search Bridget Ziegler scandal. Ms. Rose brought forward a resolution calling for the resignation of Ms. Ziegler. Ms. Rose said, quote, "For the good of our students, teachers, staff, and community, I will be calling on Ms. Ziegler to step down from her position on the school board." That resolution stated, quote, "It is believed that the continued service by Bridget Ziegler would cause an irreparably harmful distraction to the school board's ability to fulfill its critical constitutional mission of operating, controlling, and supervising the various Sarasota County public schools." That resolution passed 4-1. That's a resolution I fully supported. But as we all saw, that chair refused to step down because what? Resolutions have no teeth. Ms. Rose, in interviews around that time, you mentioned that your primary commitment was to Sarasota County Public Schools. I'm asking that you honor that commitment today. Ms. Marinelli, as a former school psychologist and cutting away from the political nature of this resolution, I'm asking you to consider and recognize the psychological harm this resolution has had and will continue to have on our students and the relationships SCS parents have with the district. And we need to be clear that we're talking about students. You're talking about a 7-year-old girl discovering her passion for STEM or that's really excited to participate in the district science fair. You're talking about a middle school student discovering their love for performing arts. You're talking about a high school student who's about to become the first in their family to receive a higher education and fulfill their American dream. And finally, you're talking about parents who work 2 to 3 different jobs during driving their kids around, making sure that they finish their homework or are in extracurriculars just so that they can stay off the streets. Fear and instability, which this resolution will bring, will only further issues our district is facing. It'll further decline enrollment because families won't trust this district to send their children here, increasing our budget shortfalls and opening more seats to be targeted by schools of hope. Stop the political opportunism, the political posturing, and focus on your mission of genuinely serving every student every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Bosco, Clayton Taylor, Elizabeth Bullinger.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Bosco, and I am a parent in this county. I'm here because I believe that our schools can only function properly when we actually enclose it with trust and safety. And this is a very fragile item. Trust requires support. Trust requires care. And this resolution 11.1 absolutely goes against those things. Nationally, we understand that immigration is very much under pressure. This is a hot topic. I understand that. But enforcement has absolutely expanded. Rhetoric and actions have increased. And that creates fear. And there's no need for that in this county. We don't have a need for this. This is just rhetoric again in a political posturing moment. What I want is all children to feel safe. I want all children to feel supported. And I want them to learn in their school, not to worry about fear or who's going to be pulled from a classroom or if their teacher is going to be punished for some action. What I want to start here with is some statistics. 1 in 4 students in our county is identified as Hispanic. That is 23% of our population. They deserve to feel safe and not worry about their day-to-day in their classroom. Also worth noting is that our county population has a meaningful number of immigrants with foreign-born status. There is about 11 to 12% of our community who are born in another country. These are families that are community helpers. They are working with us. They are friends. They are our neighbors. They deserve to feel safe. And this message absolutely pulls safety from the school. What I want to have happen is for us to pull fear away from the school, focus on academics, focus on that safety. Fear alone is enough to damage trust, and that's all this resolution does. I understand it doesn't change any actual rules. We've all heard that. We've said that numerous times today. But it is your responsibility as a board to focus on education, safety, and student success. And this resolution does none of that. In fact, it's unnecessary completely. So I'm asking you to focus back on your responsibilities. Every student, every day, safety, support, and learning. Please vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Clayton Taylor, Elizabeth Bullinger, Lisa Norman.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Board, for having this open session for this resolution.
I'm sorry, can you state your name for the record?
My name is Clayton Taylor, resident and taxpayer, District 4, Nokomis, Florida. And I'm not here on behalf of any other private or public board seats that I sit on. I stand here representing myself and my family in support of law and order. I think the existing laws are in place. This amendment 11.1 makes perfect common sense to reiterate the existing laws on the books for our country. Our school police force, administration, teachers, and school board members, I would hope they would cooperate with enforcement. I'm really disappointed in Tom Edwards' conduct. The conduct of board members, administration, teachers should be reflective and supported of the lawful conduct of our citizens, unemancipated minors, and legal non-citizens. The power and influence siphoned away in support of unlawful conduct distracts from the brand and reputation of our school system and the motivation of the staff of Sarasota County Schools. As a taxpayer, I do not want to pay for the expense of illegal alien children or subsidize their parents, guardians, nor daycare, healthcare, taxi rides, or interpreters from my tax dollars. I do not want this fraud. I do not want it. It's not, the Florida Constitution may say one thing, but as a taxpayer, I don't want it. This happened criminally and nationally due to our elective choice and certification of Joe Biden and Mayorkas in the Homeland Security. So they overrun our borders with the cooperation of the UN and the NGOs and those wanting to crush the sovereignty of the United States with uncountable amounts of public service and tax dollars that are borrowed. Nor do I want to pay the paycheck of school board members who want to fund and support violation of law, corruption, fraud, perversion, diversity, equity, inclusion, or other fractional de minimis movements or tactics of the communists and socialists spelled out by Representative Herlong in the January 10th, 1963 statement in the congressional record of the 45 objectives of the Communist Party and using Sal Alinsky methodologies, rules for radicals, or Cloward Piven's attacks on our country, we, the majority of taxpayers, have had a belly full of this. And again, I stand here in support of this resolution. There's been over 4 million non-citizens enter Florida since 2020, and over 40,000 in Sarasota County received driver's license and IDs. So I asked the school system to restore our statutory laws in our schools and keep them there. And you could actually...
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Bullinger. And for the audience who's not in here, I'm just trying to take a moment because there's some ruckus in the chambers and we're just trying to remain orderly, right? Okay, Elizabeth Bullinger, Lisa Norman, and then I have Katie, but I don't have a last name, so I do need a last name if you're going to be coming up. If not, after that, Brandon Kinkle. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Bollinger. I am a resident of Sarasota County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to oppose Agenda 11.1. I am strongly against allowing immigration enforcement into our schools. Schools are supposed to be places of refuge. Children cannot learn while bracing for harm. Bringing immigration enforcement into schools does not create safety. It injects fear directly into the classroom. The fear does not stay neatly contained. Children do not know exactly who is at risk, so anxiety will spread, poisoning the learning environment for everyone involved. I work with a Native American woman who has 3 children. These children are terrified to go to school because people look at them and decide they must be Spanish. They are not undocumented children. They are not doing anything wrong. They are children being taught by adult policy decisions that their faces make them suspect for no other reason. Teachers and school staff are meant to be safe adults. They are not enforcers. When children start wondering whether school is a place of care or a place where families can be exposed, trust will collapse. Kids will go quiet. They will stop asking for help. They will stop reporting harm. Silence will become self-defense, and that is dangerous. We are told that this policy would be limited, that reassurance does not protect children. Once enforcement is allowed into schools, that boundary is erased. What begins as an exception will become routine. What becomes routine will become impossible to roll back. And the damage to children's sense of safety cannot be undone. The trauma is not hypothetical. Seeing questioning or detentions in school will leave real scars: anxiety, fear of authority, withdrawal from learning. Families will respond by keeping their children home. Attendance will drop, classrooms will destabilize, and education will suffer for everyone. There are lawful ways to handle immigration enforcement without turning schools into fear zones. Schools should never be places where children scan the hallway in a panic or worry that today might be the day that their family is torn apart. No child should fear school because of how they look. We've seen the chaos in the news around the country related to ICE. What is going to happen if an elementary school student gets scared and runs? Are they going to shoot him in front of their friends, taser an 8-year-old, pepper spray a middle schooler? I urge this board to protect children and reject policies that bring fear into the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Katie M., but I just need you to state your name for the record. And Brandon Kirkle.
Lisa Norman.
Oh, thank you. Lisa Norman. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Norman. I have been a resident of Sarasota County for over 43 years. I grew up on Siesta Key. My brother, my sister-in-law, my children, and their children have all attended or currently attend Sarasota County schools. My brother and I are both Riverview High School graduates. I am here today to oppose any policy that allows ICE into our schools or involves cooperation with ICE at the school level. Allowing ICE into our schools puts children, parents, teachers, and staff at risk. We have all seen what happens when ICE conducts aggressive enforcement actions in community spaces. These actions show little regard for the trauma inflicted on ordinary families. If ICE is given access to our schools, it will affect our friends, our families, and our neighbors. That is not the Sarasota I know. That is not the Sarasota I love. As school board members, you have a moral and legal duty to protect the students and staff in every public school in this county. Allowing ICE into our schools will cause irreparable trauma to children, school employees, and staff. Innocent children should never be exposed to that kind of fear and disruption in what is supposed to be a safe learning environment. I have also spoken at length to a lot of my attorney friends, and their offices are literally gearing up to handle any lawsuits that result from this action. That means Sarasota County residents and taxpayers will be left holding the financial burden for a crisis that could have been averted. I understand this may be about funding and pressure from Tallahassee or Washington, but threats to funding do not erase your responsibility to this community. Federal and state leaders can threaten, but Congress controls the appropriations. The funds that have already been allocated are not easily revoked. No amount of political pressure justifies sacrificing the safety and well-being of our students and staff and our community as a whole. The far-reaching effects of allowing ICE into our schools will leave no home, no family untouched. As a parent, as an aunt to 2 current students, and as a lifelong Sarasota County resident, I urge this board to say no. If you care about the children and staff in our schools, and if you care about the community you serve, you must make it clear that ICE has no place on our campuses. Our schools are not battlegrounds, and our children must never be used as collateral in immigration enforcement. If you vote to allow ICE into our schools, you will own the consequences, legal, financial, and moral. The choice before you is simple: stand with your community or stand with ICE. When this is over, it will be your neighbors, your students, and their families that you will have to face. This is more than about compliance. It is about whether you put the safety and dignity of the community you serve above outside political pressure.
Thank you. Katie, again, I only have Katie, so if you can please state your last name, and then Brandon Kirkle.
My name is Catherine Martin. I've lived in Sarasota since 2009. My son goes to Suncoast Polytech. He is autistic, and proudly so. I've debated about how to come up here because I don't feel that this board actually cares at all. A lot of us don't, because at the end of the day, we're pretty sure you're just gonna do what you wanna do. You don't wanna hear from students. You don't wanna hear from teachers. If you did, this wouldn't start at 10 in the morning. But that was the ploy, right? For all of you, most of you, right? Just move it to 10 a.m. We'll just sneak kids out of school. It's okay to kidnap them as long as they're not legal. My coworker has 4 or 5 Native American grandchildren that are afraid to attend your schools. They're afraid. They're Native American. They're more American than any of us. And they are afraid. But you all sit there and you're going to smirk and, smile at us and pretend that you care. Show us. Don't let ICE into the schools. You've heard from teachers, you've heard from students that skip school to be here. This is important. It matters. You're harming children. You are already distracting students from learning with this ploy to get into the light again. It's shameful. Separation of church and state, y'all pretend to be Christian. Some of you we know aren't. But hey, do what you want to do. But don't sit there and make dress codes and say it's going to distract the boys to see a girl's shoulder while expecting them to stay focused on their math class and solve for X while the student next to them is cuffed and dragged out. When the student grades start to plummet, that's on you all. If you pass this and they start to plummet, look in the mirror. Have the day you deserve.
Thank you. Brandon, Kirkle, Alexandria Rogers, Craig Obrecht. Any of them here? Okay. I'll say it again. Alexandria. Oh, go ahead. Can you just state your name so we know which one? Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Alrighty. So, I'm a former student of SPHS and brother to 4 other siblings that still go to this school in the Sarasota County. So are we really okay with letting modern day SS officers in school to look for quote unquote the worst of the worst, where there are only kids trying to learn in a supposed safe and learning environment? How dare you bow down to a fascist after exactly a year after he was put into office? What's happening to this country right now is gonna happen everywhere, like everywhere. This country, oh, look at you smiling, right? Yeah, smile, smile. Keep on smiling. But yeah, today it will be only immigrant children. Tomorrow it's children of color. And the next day will be against anyone who's against Trump. But that's how it is, right? Isn't that how it always is? But nah. But it will never happen, right? Right? Just like what happened in Minneapolis, LA, Chicago, didn't happen, right? America's going down a very dark path. And I can't believe we're following his footsteps. This fascist footsteps. Kids go to school to learn and have fun with friends, not be afraid they'll be put in the back of a van and never see their families ever again. That's just a pretend reality, right? That will never happen, but it's already happening around the country multiple times. LA has been LA has been protesting all over the city ever since, every day, not stopping at all. But that's fine. It's pretend. It's not happening, right? Kids will stop going to school. People will live in fear now. But what's the worst case scenario? It's all pretend, right? No, Nazis, Nazis.us. Search it up. It will lead directly to DHS. So it's not like we're not like Nazis, right? I've heard a lot of people talk about temporary fear, right? Which is valid. Because I've had it not ever in my stomach ever since I've heard ISIS got involved against kids in the country. Well, what about ICE going against the worst of the worst? They're not no worst of the worst in this school. I'm a former student of SPHS, and I used to live with fear for half the remaining of my senior year last year, just because that man was into office and I heard ICE was all over the country, and now it's coming here. It will come here. It will not stop. We will turn into 1930s fascist regime. But yeah, that's just pretend reality. It will never happen. But thank you, though.
Thank you. Craig, I'm sorry, Obrecht, you'll have to click me on that. Pat Rounds, Teresa DeWitt. Sorry if I did not pronounce your last name correctly.
It's good. My name is Craig Obrecht. This is my first time speaking at a school board meeting, but I feel compelled to speak out against Ms. Ziegler's resolution supporting ICE in our schools. I've been a Sarasota resident for over 45 years, and my daughter graduated from Sarasota High. My ties to Sarasota go much further back to when I was a baby and visited my aunt and uncle, Preston Knapp Jr., who was born and raised in Florida and graduated from Sarasota High in the early 40s. He was a decorated war hero, a pilot who flew over 100 missions in World War II. Subsequently, he was active in the civil rights movement with the NAACP and worked with Reverend Jerome Dupree, a civil rights leader and leader in Sarasota. A history reminder, Sarasota first began desegregating their schools in the early 1960s. They started busing black students to the white schools. In order to avoid sending white students to Newtown Booker schools, the school board decided to close those schools. In 1969, this resulted in a school boycott by over 2,000 black students. The school superintendent threatened to jail the parents who participated in the boycott. Eventually, the school board relented and reached an agreement to keep Booker schools open. Flash forward to today, and the new target of discrimination, hate, and fear-mongering is our migrant community. These people are our caregivers, our construction workers, farm workers, etc., and other productive members of our community. Whether the intent of Ms. Ziegler's resolution is to terrorize our migrant children and their parents is purposeful or not, fear and terror will be the result. All children see masked agents in full military gear committing violence every day on the news. The idea that an open invitation to ICE coming into our schools should terrify everyone. Ms. Ziegler's resolution is nothing but political theater that changes nothing and will only make children and parents feel less safe. Lastly, I support Ms. Ziegler scouring the internet and prolifically posting any perceived threat of some migrant somewhere that could possibly do harm in a school. That is her right, even though the purpose is to sow fear and hate of migrants. Similarly, I fully support Mr. Edwards' right peacefully protest. I know that the Republican Party recently wrote to the governor that Mr. Edwards should be illegally removed from office for exercising his First Amendment rights. Is this a lesson we want for our children? It is perfectly okay to demonize a class of people, but if you peacefully protest against the government action you disagree with, we will come after you. I vehemently urge the school board to vote against this resolution that accomplishes nothing but makes our students feel unsafe and fearful. Look around, look how many thousands of hours.
Thank you. Pat Rounds, Teresa DeWitt, Michael Burns. Pat Rounds, Teresa DeWitt. And then next up is Michael Burns.
To start at my time? Sorry.
There you go.
So this district continues to get headlines for all the wrong reasons. I wanted to start by reading a Bible verse out of Ecclesiastes 3:8. There is a time for love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. Tom, what time is it? You continue to attempt to set the tone for this district. What is a traditional Democrat? What is a liberal progressive? What is a conservative Republican? What is a rhino or establishment Republican? What is a grassroots Republican? What is a domestic terrorist? These labels in politics have to stop. Do you guys know what these are? These are dog tags. I was issued these by the United States Air Force. What is written on these is my name, my social, my blood type, and my faith. That's it. No D, no R. I swore to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and American citizens from foreign and domestic threats. This country and county are guided by law and order. Let's take a look at the Bill of Rights. Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law prohibiting the free exercise or abridging the freedom of speech or the right of the people peaceably to assemble. Tom, you and any other elected official have the right to stand on a corner and express your views. And when you repeat a conversation with the superintendent, but state that our policies regarding entrance to our schools may not be good enough, you are inferring our students may not be safe. I would like to also set the record straight. I would like to take us down memory lane for a moment. Tom, remember when the Zim candidates took office and parents wanted to walk their 5-year-olds to class? And you began from the dais to state it may not be safe. You exposed the safety protocols of where my 5-year-olds were gathered in the mornings. Tom, this is a pattern that your freedom of speech to question and expose the safety of our children to meet the narrative of the moment. Law and order will also meet the moment. Ms. Ziegler, I support this resolution, but I don't think it goes quite far enough. I would like for a motion to be made for all school board members to have background checks and fingerprints. Why do board members not have to go through safety protocols? We have people moving to this district, having no children, and presenting manufactured support through manufactured narratives, filing to represent our smallest citizens. Ms. Ziegler, I would also ask to discuss invoking the stakeholder and residency clause. I feel this puts additional teeth in the resolution to dilute the traveling narrative. I believe our students are being negatively influenced by some of our guests. There is a group of people who continue to hijack the mission of this board in respect to conducting business. I would also like to respectfully invite Jack Brill and the chair of the Democratic Party to be at our next board meeting to present a united front. Our country was built on law and order, and whether you like it or not, law and order will be maintained. So I ask you again, Tom, do you choose peace or war with this community? Because I choose peace.
Thank you. Michael Burns. I'm going to have to help out with that one. Miranda Manetto Caruso, JT Pryor. Any of them here? Okay, so, good to state your name?
Moretta.
Perfect, thank you so much.
My name is Miranda Moretta, and I am a high school student at Riverview High School. I'm speaking today regarding the agenda item concerning the proposed resolution affirming full cooperation with the law enforcement agencies, including U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I want to be very clear. Policies like this do not make our schools safer. They risk endangering our children and our future by placing fear into the hearts of families who are doing everything they can to protect and support their kids. Schools are meant to be places of safety, stability, and learning. When a resolution emphasizes immigration enforcement on school campuses without clear limits or protections, it sends a chilling message to students and families. For many, this does not feel like reassurance. It feels like a threat. It tells children that the place they go to learn could also be the place that puts their family at risk. It tells parents that doing their best for their children may come at the cost of their freedom. And it tells students that fear, not trust, is the foundation to their education. Upwards of 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE in 2025. This sets the precedent for fear amongst all families, not just those with immigrant or mixed status backgrounds. Fear does not stop at legal definitions. It spreads through classrooms, through attendance numbers, through student mental health, and through a child's ability to focus and succeed. Federal law already governs when and how law enforcement may access school campuses, going beyond what is required and using language that frames schools as potential safe harbors for criminals, risks conflating families and students with criminality. That undermines trust and damages the very community relationships that keep schools safe. Student safety is not only physical, it is emotional, it is psychological, and it is the freedom to walk into school without wondering whether your education could cost someone you love their freedom. I urge this board, before taking action on this agenda item, to reconsider the language and intent of this resolution to ensure that the compliance with the law does not come at the expense of student and family trust, family stability, and the core mission of public education. Our schools should protect our children, not endanger them. They should secure their future, not frighten them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have Lilia Nova Chacon, JT Pryor, Sarah Workman.
On January 7th in
Can you reset the time? Can you just state your name for the record?
Oh yes, my name is Lily.
Thank you so much.
On January 7th in Minneapolis, a group of ICE agents entered a school during dismissal and began tackling people, handcuffed 2 staff members, and released chemical weapons on bystanders. I repeat, bystanders. If you think this will only affect immigrants, you're wrong. If they are releasing chemical weapons on bystanders, that means that no matter who your child is, no matter what choices they make, if they are at school, they may be tear gassed. Please take that knowledge home with you. ICE is a violent militant organization that deports first and defends their actions later. It is a state-backed gang that pulls people off the streets into unmarked cars and sends them to work camps with no legal recourse. There, they are made to work for pennies on the hour despite never having been convicted of any crime, with no attempts made to verify their citizenship or visa, while families are unable to contact them. Just recently, a third of the detainees held here in Florida suddenly disappeared from public records with no explanation. We have no idea where these people are going. Just recently, 17-year-old Oregon-born Christian Jimenez was dragged through the broken-in window of his car into custody on his high school lunch break. Reportedly, Christian told ICE he was a U.S. citizen, to which they replied, and I quote, "I don't care." According to ProPublica, during the first 9 months of Trump's administration, we found more than 170 cases where citizens were detained. More than 20 citizens have reported being held for over a day without being able to contact their loved ones or a lawyer. In some cases, their families couldn't find them. Agents have arrested about 130 Americans, including a dozen elected officials, on flimsy charges of interfering with or assaulting officers before dropping the charges as soon as they are investigated. Americans have been dragged, tackled, beaten, tased, and shot by immigration agents. They've had their necks kneeled on. They've been held outside in the rain while in their underwear. At least 3 citizens were pregnant when agents detained them. Among the citizens detained are nearly 20 children, including 2 with cancer. Among the wrongful detentions, masked agents pointed a gun at, pepper sprayed, and punched a young man who had filmed them searching for his relative. In another, agents knocked over and then tackled a 79-year-old, pressing their knees into his neck and back. His lawyer said that he was held for 12 hours and wasn't given medical attention, despite having broken ribs in the incident and having recently had heart surgery. ICE racially profiles the people they detain, which has already led to increasing absenteeism as students of color, mainly Latino, are too afraid to go to school. It turns out even if we have nothing to hide, we have plenty to fear, and that fact is impacting our most vulnerable students the most. This policy proposal is a vaguely worded attempt to scare school employees and students into complying with ICE's unlawful actions for fear of being prosecuted. And as we've seen, when ICE can do whatever they want, they release tear gas underneath a car with a 6-month-old baby inside, leaving the child hospitalized. Is this what you want for our community? Every year during routine active shooter drills, I imagine texting my mother, "I love you," for the last time as bullets fly through the door. And now you want to put shooters in our classrooms with bulletproof vests and federally backed immunity, regardless of how many people they hurt. Please know that for every student injured in Florida.
Thank you. JT Pryor.
Good afternoon. I'm JT Pryor. I'm a progressive Christian minister serving a congregation and community in Sarasota County. I am here today, like many, to speak on the proposed resolution on item 11.1. And I am here because my faith does not allow me to remain silent while this resolution leaves students and families fearful to get an education. I wrote in an email to this board that I was discouraged to see this resolution in a board meeting agenda. In a moment when families are living in fear, communities hope for leaders that will reduce that stress and reduce that fear. This resolution, however, fuels the very flames of fear. Our community looks to leaders for reassurance when there is so much unrest and divisiveness, especially around ICE and immigration in this country. Yet, the board chair has chosen a resolution rooted in ideology instead of rooted in student education. This resolution is not effective in that it makes no real change to school policy since Sarasota schools are already in compliance with law enforcement. It is not effective because there's no documented evidence of any criminal activity in our schools, though this resolution does seem to point to civil offenses around immigration as criminal activity. Where I fear this resolution might be effective, though, is in eroding the trust of students and families. It will be effective in encouraging families to keep their students at home. It will be effective in creating an environment of fear in our public schools, and it will be effective in distracting the public and the board on actual pressing education concerns that are facing our school system. Students can't learn, educators can't teach, and administrators cannot lead when politics are central to this school board dais. I urge you to reject the board chair's proposed resolution and focus on education instead of fear and division. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Workman.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Workman. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and a licensed attorney and a former employee of Sarasota County Schools in Student Services, whose position was eliminated last year due to budget cuts. I am also a mother of 4, 3 of whom attend Sarasota County Schools and 1 graduate. I want to begin by taking a moment for shared moral value. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus tells us that whatever we do to the least of these, we do to him. For me, that means how we treat children, especially those who are most vulnerable, matters deeply. I had a bunch of things written, but everyone's already said it better. You all know that children can't learn if they're scared. That's not new. And I was going to say that when we're balancing constitutional rights, we need to use least restrictive means. You must know that too. When children are taken into care by the state because of concerns of safety, it must be done by the least restrictive means. This is not the least restrictive means. As I sat listening to these brilliant statements by my fellow Sarasota County citizens and our wonderful students, I thought, what else can I add? It's been so well said. But I just want to take a moment to talk about vulnerability. You all have power. You have power. You sit in positions of power where people listen to you. Do you know what it's like to feel like you don't matter? Having kids come into my room, afraid of what's going to happen to them, because who are there? They're nobody. Their parents, nobody. Who's going to fight for them? If you think of a time that you felt vulnerable, maybe you were ill or in a rough relationship and you felt that you were not being listened to. I know so many came today with their hearts closed, just trying to get through this. But if even one person can think of how it felt to be this vulnerable, what we do to the least of these, we do to him. And how we choose to protect children in our schools says everything about who we are. They are our most vulnerable citizens. And I encourage everyone to take a look at 1 Corinthians 13, 1 and 2. Because we may have power now.
Thank you. Deborah Fry.
Hello, my name is Deborah Fry. I taught math for 31 years. I'm a mathematician. So let's just suppose that we've listened to 120 speeches of your constituents. And by my count, it's 116 to 4. Before this proposal came, here was the situation. If an ICE agent came to a school without a judicial warrant, that agent could not step on the property. We're not talking blind cooperation here. We're talking about if they follow the law. If they have a judicial warrant and it names a name, and it's signed by a judge, then fine. But just blindly cooperating is absolutely wrong. We still have laws in this country, even though our current administration doesn't think so. And Ms. Ziegler, you just got to play for Mr. Trump's playbook. And you're out for vengeance. Shame on you.
Thank you. This is Diane Marcello, Susan Greer, Cassie Jewell. And if you guys can, if you are here and I called your name, please stand and line up so we can keep moving. So I'll say it again, Diane Marcello, Susan Greer, Cassie Jewell. Seeing none of the above, Nancy Harris. Wonderful, come on up. Thank you, that's okay. I'm just gonna list out the other, Nancy Harris, Christopher Wise, Marcia Quattlebaum. Go ahead. And if you again state your name for the record, thank you.
Sure, Cassie Jewell, good afternoon. I wanna ask a simple question no one seems to have answered yet. If our schools already comply with the law, what's the purpose of this resolution? Because schools already comply with judicial warrants and court orders with local law enforcement on criminal matters. They follow FERPA, they don't track immigration status, and don't obstruct lawful arrests. The resolution doesn't fix a gap, it doesn't change procedures, it doesn't grant new authority, and it doesn't improve safety, which means its purpose is not operational. So what does it do? School board policy is not your rebuttal tool. It's not a disciplinary mechanism for your political disagreements, and it should never be used to answer speech with state power. ICE is named in this resolution for one reason only: to respond to a fellow board member's protected speech at a public rally. And no one seriously disputes that, and that's exactly the problem. It doesn't matter if you agree with that speech. Disagreement is allowed, censure is allowed. What's not acceptable is using vague and punitive policy language to reframe dissent as danger, and then embed that framing into official district action. That is where this institution crosses the line into blatant intimidation tactics. Ideological signaling is when policy is written to perform politically rather than function legally, and ICE named explicitly in this gray D-word vomit of a resolution, not because it has a routine role in schools, but because invoking ICE is politically useful to Bridget and Christian Siegler. Unless Terry or your attorney tell me otherwise, ICE does not patrol Sarasota campuses. It doesn't run school safety, and it doesn't have standing access to students. It can only act with proper legal authority, like any other law enforcement agency. So clearly, naming ICE here is symbolic, not functional. Terms like safe harbor, interfere, and no additional barriers are undefined and overbroad. You're attempting to create leverage through vagueness here. They don't change policy, they change behavior. They signal to staff not to ask questions, not to slow things down, and not to raise legal concerns. This isn't law enforcement cooperation, it is chilling oversight. So I am formally calling for the following amendments before any vote. 1, clearly distinguish civil immigration matters from criminal activity. 2, explicitly affirm FERPA and limits on student record disclosure. 3, define interference narrowly as unlawful obstruction of a valid judicial warrant only. 4, affirm on the record that no child's access to public education is conditioned on immigration status. If this resolution truly reflects existing law, there should be no objection to including those protections clearly and explicitly. If the board refuses to amend this line.
Thank you. Christopher Wise, Marshall Quadenbaum, Scott Profit. And just a reminder, just because we're listing off names, if you could just state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Harris. I'm a citizen of Sarasota. I'm also a retired assistant superintendent of, I'm not going to tell you how many years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board this afternoon. And since there have been so many articulate and heartfelt people who have spoken against amendment or agenda item 11.1, I would like to review with you the mission statement, the values and principles statements of the Sarasota County Board of Education, since it appears as though it is at the heart of the discussion itself. That statement, which I believe you are required to review on an annual basis, make any changes or what have you on an annual basis, is, I'm sure, part of your driving force for all decisions that are made on behalf of the educational system in Sarasota. And so I'll just read some selections of that, which starts with engaging, empowering, and elevating every student every day. Fostering student striving, guided by values of student well-being as paramount. Fostering diverse, inclusive learning environment. And your guiding values and principles require that all actions be student-centered, promoting diverse viewpoints without bias and avoiding political indoctrination, and quality education for all students. Somehow or other, in these discussions, this core belief of the Sarasota County Board of Education seems to be getting lost. And I would hope that as you discuss and prepare to vote on this oddly worded resolution, be considered thinking about your mission, your values, your guiding principles, and the key commitments to promoting secure, welcoming environments for all Sarasota students. So I just have to ask you, as this resolution was put forward for a vote, have you all?
Thank you. Christopher Wise, Marcia Quattlebaum, Scott Profit, Rich Scissors.
My name's Christopher Wise.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of Sarasota County in Venice, a son of 2 Air Force service members, a lifelong United Methodist. I have 2 elementary age kids in the Sarasota County school system, and I'll address agenda item 11.1. I'm troubled by the resolution put forward today by the board chair. I'm in trouble for many reasons. First, for the time and energy that will be wasted by this board today to understand or ignore the fact that this resolution does not represent the will of our community, the parents or students of Sarasota County. I'm troubled that this chair would introduce a resolution that they know does not materially change Sarasota County school policy. The only thing it does is introduce fear and confusion for families, students, and staff. A competent public school board member would recognize that this fear echoes out beyond the footprint of our schools. So I'm led to believe that the fear and confusion is intentional. But this community will not allow it. Where you sow fear, this community uproots it and plants joy. We will protect those who have targeted. Where you plan and schemes in hopes to waste our time, this community collaborates to keep Sarasota County schools as one of the best in the state and keeps private corporations from stealing our schools. As Reverend Lily Brock said, you have an opportunity to choose another way. You can choose the way of peace and loving kindness, or you can choose this resolution of fear. Second, I'm troubled that this board that wants to protect every student every day would put the target on the back of any students, labeling them as criminals. This is just not irresponsible or unacceptable, but disregards our students and families' physical safety, mental well-being, and ultimately basic humanity. As nearly every speaker has demonstrated effectively how ambiguous, ineffective, and immoral this resolution is, I won't belabor the point. What I ask is that this board unanimously vote no. Anything less is choosing fear, confusion, and material harm for our community over peace and loving kindness. Last, I'm troubled as a parent. I had hoped to bring my 2 elementary students here today to learn about and practice civic engagement, but honestly and factually describing the actions of this chair and the implications that this resolution in our wider community instills fear in my kids. I'm exhausted having to explain why there's another adult, another public leader, and another authority figure that they can't trust. But make no mistake, they easily understand that your actions are wrong. Vote no to this resolution. Show that you're listening and want to work with this community. Choose a peace that works through love and not one that wields words of fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Quattlebaum, Scott Profit, Rich Scissors, and Kim.
Good afternoon. My name is Rich Scissors. I've been a Sarasota County resident since 2017. I am here to speak against passage of the agenda item 11.1 concerning the law enforcement and ICE policy. I have earned a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics education, a PhD in mathematics, and have taught at the K-12, community, college, and university levels. I'm a retired Department of Defense senior executive with a 2-year stint in security. During my 37-year career, I took an oath multiple times to uphold the laws of the United States and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. That oath did not expire when I retired. Because it is Sarasota County Schools policy and standard operating procedure to cooperate with law enforcement, the proposed resolution is superfluous. It has the potential to cause great harm to students and staff. There is no need to threaten anyone with disciplinary action. Having armed, masked, and nameless ICE agents remove students and staff from school grounds will create a climate of fear that could traumatize students, staff, and parents, and the wider community. A primary responsibility of the school board is to create a safe and fear-free learning environment. This resolution does the exact opposite. I urge you to vote this unnecessary and hopeful resolution down and focus on more important issues like adequate funding for accommodation of students and staff with disabilities, counseling services, and transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Kim, Justin Carnuccia. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alan Kim. I'm speaking as a concerned graduate student who lives in Sarasota and the child of immigrants. This proposed resolution is an absurd and harmful political move that does not further the school board's purported job to improve education. This resolution is based on a gross mischaracterization of immigrants. It is already widely known that immigrants commit crime at lower rates than citizens, so it is dishonest to say that the mere presence of undocumented people disrupts the safety or learning environment of our schools, as you claim in your resolution. It is also widely known that ICE officers are acting violently without any accountability whatsoever. The recent murders of Nicole Good and Keith Porter and the so-called Department of Justice's refusal to investigate the officers involved are some of the most striking examples. But let's not forget that in 2025, at least 32 people have died in ICE detention centers. That's a 20-year high. And so far this year, already 5 people have died in custody this year. To that, I say shame. ICE also has a policy, which they do enact quite often, that seeks to make collateral arrests. That is where they detain people other than the people who they have a warrant out for, based off of the suspicion that they may be an undocumented immigrant, which we all know amounts to racial profiling. These are all facts. There's no disputing all of this data and what we have seen with our own eyes. If you are going to talk about politics, I'm talking about science here. And this violent system is what your resolution supports. If you vote for this, you are telling students that the school board is prioritizing scoring political points over students' education. What do you think will disrupt a school more? An immigrant student or a school board that tells its students that politics is more important than their safety? If you are really concerned about educational outcomes, you should think about the $45 million that is being used for school voucher programs in this county. You should be thinking about providing free school lunches. These are things that are, again, scientifically proven to improve educational outcomes. As private citizens, you could talk about the cost of living here. Those are things that do distract students from their studies. One last consideration, only 12%.
Thank you. Justin Carnuccia, Linda Larson, Nancy Digroba, Marjorie Peters. I'm sorry if I...
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Justin Carnuccia. I'm a Sarasota County resident, and I'm a proud 17-year veteran teacher in a classroom. And I have to admit, I'm pretty new to Florida. And when I saw Resolution 11.1 come across my social media page, at first I thought it was one of those typical only in Florida memes that I've grown up laughing at because of how ridiculous it was. I'm appalled that it is actually being submitted here where I now pay taxes and regularly will be voting. I'm a data-driven individual, so I'm curious as to why this resolution was submitted. What problem is this solving? When specifically has a law enforcement agency with a signed judicial warrant been obstructed or hindered from doing their duties? When has a Sarasota County employee obstructed lawful law enforcement on campuses? Where is the data behind this resolution? If there isn't, then this isn't governance, this is political theater. This resolution is written to sound tough, full cooperation, no additional barriers, threats of termination for anyone who hinders or delays. But those phrases are vague, it seems like for a reason, because they create headlines. They create fear. Respectfully, this resolution feels like someone auditioning for a role in our current federal administration and not someone acting like a local school board member focused on every student every day. It's quite embarrassing. I'm disappointed that we're spending board time on this instead of real issues Sarasota schools are facing. Drops in enrollment, teacher retention, students' mental health, rising cost of adequately funding programs, and keeping our schools open. And on top of that, you should be spending this valuable time fighting off Schools of Hope, charter co-location efforts to use our public school space that is funded by public taxpayers. That is what deserves your time. Please stop using our schools, our talented teachers, and our brilliant students as a stage for your political aspirations. Vote down this absolutely embarrassing Resolution 11.1 and get back to the work that actually matters of keeping our kids safe and stop terrorizing them in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Larson, Nancy DeRoba, Marjorie Peter. And then after Marjorie Peter, I have Rochelle Morvant, Kelvin Womack.
Board Chair, board members, my name is Margie Peter, and I've been a county resident since '87. I returned 1 week ago from Minneapolis. I spent about 3.5 months there with my grandkids and saw the harm and nervousness being created unnecessarily. And then I saw this resolution. So I ask why you are choosing to emphasize wording already part of your policy. Why potentially discourage any student of any color from attending school? Because as it's been repeated, increased attendance leads to increased learning. So why use language that suggests intimidation or hesitation? But maybe this isn't totally 100% about Mr. Edwards. Is someone in Tallahassee upset because the Schools of Hope were rebuffed? So is there payback involved for other items that have come up before this board? To me, support for this resolution suggests a lack of leadership and caring that truly will be remembered by voters in August. There were so many people outside today, and that word will spread. But maybe safety is the motivation. So, if that's the case, I look forward to seeing many resolutions in future board meetings. Perhaps an unnecessary resolution to keep asbestos out of new construction. How about stopping the use of lead-based paint when covering the walls of elementary schools? So you have opportunity now to please stop the charade, be a leader, and reject this pointless resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rochelle Morvant, Kelvin Womack, Alex Beltran.
Good afternoon. My name's Kelvin Womack, and I'm a retired businessman and a 3-year resident of Sarasota. I'm also a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and a graduate of the United States Naval Academy. I share that with you as I begin my comments because I know what it really means to protect and defend. I want to say as a veteran, I know what it means to protect and defend. More importantly, as a U.S. citizen, I'm a proud parent of 2 beautiful young people who got a great education in this country. And I also believe that greatness for us as American citizens, and also, if I might add, as an American family, is an aspiration for us. It's not a destination, and it's certainly not something we look through the rearview mirror to find. My first question to you, and I've just heard it from several of the folks that have provided comments so eloquently this afternoon, is why do you need a resolution? Why do you need a resolution to cooperate with law enforcement? Isn't that a given? And haven't you always done that? Hasn't Sarasota County Schools always done that? We've heard those comments earlier. I think it's because you know that the fear of ICE by so many citizens exceeds our trust. We don't trust ICE. We trust law enforcement. We don't trust ICE. And they've earned that trust. You can see that ICE today is behaving as a lawless band of poorly trained, hate-filled thugs. When they show up, so does fear and danger. You know that. We all see it. We all know it. So many today have reminded you of your responsibility for the safety and education of Sarasota's children. Don't you see what we see? We know that ICE's aggressiveness and lawless tactics are not constrained to those they say are criminal. They're attacking and kidnapping our fellow citizens, taking children from schools and homes, violating civil rights, injuring, and most recently murdering U.S. citizens. And you need a resolution. Cooperate with that? Do it. So many today have used their voices to convince you that you should use your power as agents of public trust to act on behalf of our citizens and our people. I propose that you set a national example of ban ICE from showing up at schools. You can't predict their actions, and you have plenty of evidence that reveals their thuggery and lawlessness. But if you can or will not do that, for God's sake, do not create an open door for them. One thing's for sure, all of Sarasotans, particularly our young, will learn from your example.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Alex Beltran, Kristen Bilib, Jason White.
Good afternoon, Alex Beltran, and I'm a parent. I have a student in this county, and I'm an immigrant, and yeah, I'm gonna surprise you, I'm an American citizen. And there are so many words I can direct you today, but I think everything has been said, everything has been spoken, and more than anything is I'm here for my kid, for my community, and I'm just gonna say that before this meeting, I've been in so many meetings, not here in Sarasota, but in communities, but now here I am. And everything looks so gloom, so dark before coming here today. And I have spent so many nights thinking, what we should do. And today, it is a great day. It is a great day to see so many students. And I can proudly say that the future is bright. And we got a country with a great future, putting all these brilliant students, my son, my community, we had each other. And we know we're gonna go past this and be more resilient, and knowing that at the end of the day, we're gonna put our difference apart, work together, and make this country better than where we are right now. It's a shame for my generations, for my people, for my age, see where we are, but I'm so proud who's coming behind and who is gonna lead this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Kristen Bilib, Jason White, Jill Lewis-Spector. Susan Scott. I think this is Renee Drew or Danae Drew, sorry. Julian King. Or any of those names that I called. Just to clarify, there are no people outside in the gallery? And just state your name just so I make sure I mark you off.
My name is Julian King.
Thank you so much.
Members of the board, I speak today on behalf of all of my classmates, and I come to you with deep sadness that there needs to be discussion about whether we all belong in school, or if some of us, due to our country of origin, do not deserve an education. This resolution seems to be founded upon the idea that there is some enemy in our school that needs to be removed. This is not the case. Rather, to allow ICE agents into our schools is to allow in a real foreign enemy. Foreign in the sense that its interests do not align with those of the people of Sarasota County, nor its law enforcement professionals. I would like to make abundantly clear that the students of Sarasota County do not support this resolution. To allow ICE into our city is one thing, but to allow masked and armed agents into our schools is a violation and a complete disregard for what schools stand for and what schools should be, places of safety, of inclusion, and of learning. A child cannot learn while afraid. A child cannot learn under the knowledge that they are in danger and that their board will do nothing to stop it. And legal immigrant children are afraid. Americans who have immigrant parents are afraid. Some of them cannot come to school. We have to choose. You, the Sarasota School Board, you have to choose. Is this about teaching American children? Or is this about endangering us so you don't have to deal with the hassle of standing in the way? Please, Sarasota School Board, do not pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Jarvis, Sarah Parker, Caitlin Gardner. I see Sarah, and then Virginia Alonso, Jacob Roble.
Well, my phone died. Sarah Parker. See, I'm exhausted. And unlike a lot of people, I actually do not want to be here. My name is Sarah Parker, and I want to come to you guys as a mother because I do have 2 children, one of which goes to one of the best schools in Sarasota County, and one of which will be enrolling into one of the best schools in Sarasota County. I am very proud of the school that my child goes to. There are nights that I stay up and I wonder why my kid can't wear light-up shoes because of a mass shooter. There are nights now, am I gonna wonder that my sweet baby boy that I have to tell not to hug cashiers, what am I going to explain to them if their best friend gets taken? Let's kill the talking points. Half of these people I've never met in my life. They were literally asking who I was and who Xander was and who everyone else is. This was not manufactured by us. You went viral. I give you credit for your statuses. You went viral. You caused and manufactured this. I did not. This is a huge problem because it is so vague. It's going to cause misinformation. So what I'm going to ask is, we need clarification. Not only do we need clarification by the superintendent and the lawyer, you need to have one-on-ones with the teachers. Not only do you need to do that, you need to make sure that you are documenting what happens to these students a year from now. I want to say what you guys should say. I've never cried up here. To the kids that are in this room, thank you. To the kids that are watching, and we have failed you, each and every one of you have failed them. And I don't like half of you on the board, even people that agree with me. We have to do better. The law is clear, we know it is. But the misinformation, some of these kids only eat at school. As someone that grew up poor, eating a school lunch was important. Please, for the love of God, look back at that resolution and come back to it. Make school boards boring again.
Thank you. Caitlin Gardner, Virginia Alonso, Jacob Roble. See, no. Jennifer Ortiz, Caitlin Roper.
Afternoon, everybody. I am Jennifer Ortiz, and I have a beautiful speech for you. All right, where are we at? Good afternoon, members of Sarasota Board and members of our community. I am here to speak on agenda item 11.1. First of all, Bridget, you are an embarrassment. I commented that on Facebook after somebody else just said you went viral, because that's how I found out who you were. I have a daughter in the school board. I never check who any of you are. I don't care about any of who you are, but you guys do represent the school board and our county. I see humans, I don't see humanity. God bless all of you always. Guess what? I'm not a resident. I'm not here on a green card. I was actually born in Sarasota Memorial Hospital, June 17, 1996. I'm here today because the presence of ICE in Sarasota County schools is not only unnecessary, it is wrong, as you've been heard. Schools are meant to be places of learning, growth, and safety. They are not law enforcement spaces. They are not courtrooms. If you want to be in a courtroom, go ahead, Bridget. And they should never feel like a place of fear. I came from immigrant grandparents who worked hard as hell to get where they want and to have everything that we have. Once again, that's not a rare story. I'm sure all of you know a Hispanic, an Arab, an Asian, Black American, whatever. Children do not understand immigration status. My daughter is 5. She goes to Southside Elementary. How is she gonna feel if ICE walks in there and arrests her best friend's parents, who maybe they did come here legally, maybe they did not? How would it feel if they arrested me? Because I don't have blue eyes and blonde hair. I'm a brunette, I'm a Latina, and it's very obvious. What do I do if ICE comes to me and tries to arrest me and I tell them I was born here? People on the Facebook status that I commented that you are an embarrassment for Sarasota County were attacking me. Go back to your country. Go back where you came from. I am from here. Make it make sense. Let me be clear. Enforcing the law has its place. I work in legal. That place is not inside school. There's no public safety justification for bringing immigration into our school.
Thank you. Caitlin Roper, Angelicia Anderson, and Meredith Karp.
Hello. Brief. I am from Sarasota. I'm an alum of Booker High School. I am a retired Montessori teacher from this community. Every child, every day. It says that right outside. As a member of this community, every child is my child. It's abhorrent today that this is even up for consideration. A threat to any child, any family, is a threat to every child, every family, your children, your family. It is that simple. ICE and fear-mongering have no place in our schools, our community. Spreading disinformation doesn't create safety. Complying with moral, if lawful, policies doesn't create safety. Destabilizing families doesn't create safety. And making decisions that won't affect your own children doesn't create safety. Bridget, when I worked to teach your daughters about peace, respect, and empathy for all people, for caring for community, I didn't know that you would be putting an asterisk on it. Shameful.
Okay, Angelicia, I don't know how to say her first name, Anderson, Meredith Karp, Bill Neese.
Hi, my name is Angelicia Anderson.
Thank you. So much better than what I said.
I appreciate your attempt. I'm here to talk about what everybody else is here to talk about. As a citizen of the United States and a lifelong Florida resident, it is disturbing and disheartening to witness the ignorance, hatred, and violence which has pervaded our culture. Despite printing "In God We Trust" on our paper bills, we have strayed far from principles. Matthew 22:37-40 describes the higher calling of those who put their trust in God, to love God and love His people. We cannot proclaim to be one nation under God and neglect His 2 greatest commandments. As an alum of Northport High School, I would like to remind the board of the Sarasota County School District's motto: engage, elevate, and empower every student every day. The staff who stood by their commitment to my and many other students' education equipped me with the skills to pursue higher education, so I may one day serve all people in need of care as a doctor. I would be remiss if I did not also remind the board of the policy implemented by the Florida Department of Education, which states, districts should ensure that undocumented children are provided free, equal, and unhindered access to appropriate public education. The resolution put forth by Mrs. Bridget Ziegler contradicts the mission of the Sarasota County School District and directly opposes the policies of the Florida Department of Education. This resolution demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of the Constitution, which extends rights such as due process, which is necessary in order to legally brand any person as a criminal, freedom of speech, and unreasonable search and seizure to all people on U.S. soil. Supporting, protecting, and defending the Constitution includes these basic rights for all people. America was built by immigrants. We are the public, and through proposing this resolution, you have already undermined our trust.
Thank you. Meredith Karp, Bill Neese, Sarah Owen.
I don't think Meredith is here, so I'm up. Bill Neese, resident of Sarasota County, have some grandkids in the school district. I've been here many times and addressed any issues. Has anybody ever heard of the Supremacy Clause? Yes, no, maybe. The Supremacy Clause is not an arbitrary law. It is a law that basically implies that states do not have the right to obstruct federal agencies or laws. In our current situation that we're facing within the United States, the supremacy law is supreme. States and cities that imply that it is not are in confusion about the law. Now, I've been in here many times, and there's been many speakers talking about many things, and most of it's hyperbole. It is over-exaggeration and never comes to fruition. It is statements and context for tactics constantly addressed to this board to imply that you are demanded to go against the law. Our state constitution is clear. It isn't arbitrary, it is clear. Your responsibilities are to protect and defend the laws of the Constitution in this state. And so you govern under that. Many people want you to go outside of that. And I know you know this. So this isn't a speech at you. It kind of has a reverberating effect in this room. So I've heard many things that said, oh, we're going to lose all this money because if we don't support this Title IX issue. That came and went and was a bunch of baloney. It was just words. And those words do not affect any real change in this district. The real work being done by this board and this superintendent and his great staff is to address many of these hard issues every day. This resolution will not change any of that. It will not affect it. It will only make a statement that says we're going to follow the law. We're cooperating because the federal law demands that we do. It isn't going to change anything. It just effectively makes a statement. So I encourage this board to not be intimidated by many words that do not have anything to do with the constitutional responsibilities you have to uphold the law and to make sure that students are safe. And with that, I close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Owen, Amelia Lombardi, Connie Bruni. Seeing no one. Jordana Osceola, Phillips McKee. Oh, sorry, Connie's there. Then so Connie, go ahead, and then after that is Jordana.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a short person. I've heard the word fear. Oh, my name's Connie Bruni, by the way. I've heard the word fear said many times here today. Who stoked this fear? Who? Board Member Edwards on January 10th. Stoked that fear when you bullhorn bragged about browbeating our superintendent regarding this issue. You did it. At an anti-law enforcement rally, no less. Today's resolution is quite simple. reiterate our district's policy to cooperate with law enforcement at all levels, period. Very simple. And there are consequences to choosing not to do so. It shouldn't be a no-brainer. It should really be a no-brainer. But it's not, unfortunately, as we have seen today. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that folks in our county have chosen to thumb their nose at the law. I was in this room in 2021 when Mr. Edwards and his cohorts decided to force mask out children, despite state law and the advice of their own attorney telling them not to do so. So there's a history here of thumbing the nose at the law. That cannot be tolerated. What message are you sending kids that you're supposed to be teaching if you're teaching them that they can pick and choose which laws they like? Not okay. I don't have that right. If I choose to break the law, I choose to have the consequence that comes with it. I'm anxious for you to give a very clear direction to our superintendent so that he can do his job and all of you can move on with your business. God bless you.
Thank you. Jordana Osceola, Phillips McKee, Jackson Liss.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jordana Osceola. Thank you. And I'm a proud parent of public school children. I'm also the mother of registered Native American children. I'm here today, not out of fear, but out of responsibility to my children and every child this board serves. Over the past several years, I have raised concerns about student safety and privacy, both in person and in writing. I contacted my school and the district directly and was repeatedly assured that this issue was a non-issue, that schools would remain safe spaces, and that student records would be protected, and that families could trust this district. Those assurances, they matter. They rebuilt trust. And today that trust is threatened. The amendment and clarification before you today are not necessarily the day-to-day operations of our schools. They do not improve education, safety, or student outcomes. Instead, they create confusion by blurring civil versus criminal authority and introducing fear into environments meant for learning. Federal protections already exist. FERPA protects student records and limits disclosure of personally identifiable information. Families were assured these protections would remain intact. The district is asking parents to complete surveys and increase engagement, but that participation requires trust. Parents cannot meaningfully participate. They are living in fear. A system built on fear does not put children first. Now, while this meeting has been focused heavily on one agenda item, we're sidelining real, solvable issues that directly affect students and families. Attendance policies. Right now, those are limiting parental choice. School avoidance, we already face this issue. And safety decisions like spraying chemicals near children with openly discussed, safer, child-centered alternatives. We already have interagency cooperation in place, and we need to know now that leadership prioritizes prevention and preparedness, like fire safety education, emergency readiness, and life-saving programs like Stop the Bleed. Fear does not strengthen schools, trust does. Sarasota County School Board's mission is to provide safe, supportive learning environments and to partner with families. When policy creates fear instead of safety and confusion instead of trust, it moves this district away from that mission. Every child.
Thank you. Phillips McKee, Jackson Willis, Janice Flowers, Justin Willis.
Good afternoon, members of the school board. My name is Jackson, and I'm a sophomore at Suncoast Polytechnical High School. I'm here this afternoon, missing school, to participate in standing up here and opposing the proposed resolution for full cooperation with ICE. And I'm asking you all to carefully rethink about how this could affect students. As most of us know, schools are supposed to be safe places. They're a place where students learn, ask for help, and trust adults around them. When schools are closely working with immigration enforcement, the sanctuary can disappear for many students. Even the fear of ICE involvement can be enough to keep students from coming to school, participating in classes, or even asking for help when they need it. This doesn't just affect the undocumented students, it affects their friends and entire school communities. When students are scared that their parents could be taken away because they went to school, learning becomes impossible. Fear does not create safety, it creates silence. I also would like to be clear, schools are not safe harbor for criminals. Schools are a safe harbor for children. Most immigration cases are civil, not criminal. To say there are criminals that ICE needs to keep out of our schools is a dangerous rope to walk. Your job as part of the district should be to educate and protect students, not secure students into not showing up for classes or to prevent parents from participating in their kids' education. Federal law requires schools to provide education to all students, regardless of immigration status. That principle exists because schools function best when students feel protected. If this resolution passes, it could damage trust between students and their administrators. Students would stop reporting bullying, abuse, or mental health struggles due to fear. Fear keeps kids out of classroom, which would make school less safe, not more. I'm asking, as a student, for you to consider this resolution and to put students first. We students know that this is not about us. We know this is a political whistle by the board chair. Please, members of the board, protect schools as space of learning, stability, and trust. Please do not adopt the resolution that could push students into fear and isolation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Janice Flowers, Justin Willis, and Cy Smith is after that.
My name is Justin Willis Chavez. I'm a father of 5 children in Sarasota County, children who are directly affected by the decisions made by this board every single day, unlike most of you. I believe there's only one of you that has children in actual public schools. The rest of you are in private schools still, right, Bridget? Anyway, they feel the consequences of the decisions that you guys are making. Today, we are witnessing an attempt at a political redemption by a disgraced board member, and another one who was voted already off the board, but somehow managed to come back whenever it was convenient for her. At the same time, we have another board member who campaigned on putting children first. Yes, Robin, that's what you told me whenever you were running, so I'm asking you to do that today. Hold true to your word. This is a disgrace to the district. Our children deserve leadership focused on education, not personal rehabilitation tours or ideological theater. No amount of performative outrage or manufactured controversy will make the community forget the public scandals and ethical controversies that already cost trust and credibility. This isn't accountability, it's distraction. And let's be clear about the cost of this distraction. Today I had to postpone my wedding this morning because my children believed that this meeting was more important. They believed standing up for what was right mattered more than celebrating a milestone in our family. That should tell you everything about how deeply your decisions are affecting our children. Luckily, there were enough students here to speak. We were able to leave, get married, and come back. Hopefully you'll listen to them. I am incredibly proud of the students who showed up today, proud of their courage, proud of their clarity, proud that they understand justice, fairness, and civil responsibility better than many adults in positions of power. Unfortunately, experience tells us that that voice will likely fall on deaf ears, as it so often does within this boardroom. This board has increasingly become an orchestrated effort to dismantle the purpose of public education, to serve all children, to foster safety, trust, and learning, not fear, division, or political messages. Unfortunately, that's not what this board stands for anymore. But remember this, every action has a reaction. You may ignore these students again today, as you have many times before, but know that they're watching, they're learning, they're speaking up, and unfortunately, this has become an extreme distraction inside of our schools. We went from hearing about sexual scandals of one board member, the ousting of another board member, listening around our kitchen tables to what the kids are hearing and talking about in their schools. Others who are using it as a political tool for personal and political agendas. But to the students here, you matter. Your voices matter, and regardless of what happens in this room today, you all did the right thing by showing up. We're proud of you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Cy Smith, Jorney Smith, and Katie Smith.
Congratulations. Hi, everybody. I'm Zyde Smith. Listen, I am here today because so far I have heard people talk about the politics of immigration. I've heard the politics of religion. I have heard the politics of communism for some reason. I don't want to talk about politics. That's because this is a school board meeting. This is a school board meeting. Why are any of us in a position that we feel like we have to argue politics with any of y'all? I don't care what your politics are. Believe me, we all know what your politics are. That is irrelevant in this space. This is about the safety and education of our kids. At the end of the day, I am here as a parent of 4 kids. Now, I don't understand what problem we're trying to fix with this resolution. And I have not heard anybody give an answer to that question other than invoking fear in the students that are going to these classes. I do not understand why we are even discussing this today. And honestly, there was a gentleman that came up here that said that he recently moved here and he was already embarrassed. He shouldn't be embarrassed. Y'all should be embarrassed. This is embarrassing. We already have procedures in place. We have them. And anybody on this board that has a child in public school, which unfortunately is only one person, which is another red flag that we should discuss, but anybody that has kids in public school understand that there are procedures in place because they have gotten those lockdown warnings on their phone. They have been alerted because when police are actively pursuing criminals in the area, schools go on lockdown. Why do you think that is? Why do you think law enforcement decided that was a good idea? Because kids are supposed to be kept away from those procedures, because they lock the entire perimeter of the school to keep our children safe. This has been how it's been for years. If you're trying to say now that by allowing these processes to come inside our schools, in the walls of our schools with our children, some as young as 5 years old, if you're trying to say that that is about respecting law enforcement, what have y'all been doing so far? At the end of the day, I grew up and I have raised my children to believe that if there is a masked man that you don't know that comes and is to get you into a car, you fight like hell. Is that not what we're teaching our kids anymore? Because you're the same people that got upset when people were gonna wear face masks because of a literal disease, but now you're okay with strange men coming in, wearing masks, not identifying themselves to a bunch of young children, and they're supposed to know how to act in that situation. Does that seem realistic to you? And what happens if they don't? What are the repercussions?
Thank you. Journey Smith, Katie Smith, Lil Smith.
Hi, this is my little sister. She goes to a public elementary school. Are suggesting that when armed and masked men go into her school, she should be expected to know how to behave in order to not get shot? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that was Katie or Lola Smith, but. That was Journey, the first person that you called. Okay, thank you. So then I have Katie Smith, Lola Smith. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be tough. My name's Katie Smith. First of all, I just want to give all of the love and accolades to Sarasota County for showing up, to the community, to the surrounding communities, to the people in here that are standing up and showing that fascist activity is not welcome here. Secondly, history has shown us that there are 2 types of people in situations like these. I know who I am, and I know I'm in very good company this morning. And despite the fact it's been about 4.5 hours and this room is no longer completely full, we see y'all and we know who y'all are. As a parent of 4, I am deeply proud to say and reiterate that none of my children would sit idly by while masked men drag their friends, their classmates, or their teachers out of school. None of them. ICE is not trained. We saw what happens. We see what happens. There was a 6-month-old that needed to be, this gets me very Parents, I feel like parents understand the upset, you know? They understand what they're feeling right now. Y'all, I'm not sure. But that's neither here nor. Finally, just keep it short. Congratulations to Bridget, Robin, and Karen for getting all the smoke that you wanted with this resolution. Congratulations on effectively radicalizing Sarasota youth. And if they aren't radicalized yet, then they will be when they see their friends, their classmates, and or their teachers dragged out of school by masked men. So it's gonna be a fun midterm.
Thank you. Lola Smith, Hector Muniz.
Hi, my name is Lola Smith. I'm 14 years old and I am a student. You heard that right, a student. A student who should be in environmental science class right now. But instead, I'm here to plead that you don't allow masked men with guns to come into school and take away teachers, my friends, and their parents. School is supposed to be a safe haven, a place where students feel protected, a place where students need to learn. Not a place where students are afraid to attend, not a place where young people are traumatized. Legally, all children, regardless of immigration status, have the right to a public education. This is completely jeopardized by allowing ICE into schools. The choice to open schools to armed ICE agents jeopardizes the safety of every student who attends. Every day at the beginning of class, I recite, "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." For all. I believe that. Why don't you, Bridget? Thank you.
Thank you. Hector Muniz, Ruth Beltran, Seneca Bristol, Sierra Beeson. Any of them still here? Were you one of the speakers I called? Yeah, come on up. If you could just state your name so I can mark it correctly. And
Yes, hi, my name is Ruth Beltran. I am a community organizer with the Tampa Bay Immigrant Solidarity Network. At a time when violent ICE agents have been unleashed on communities like an invading force, what is it, Bridget, that attracted you to it and to form this resolution? Was it the fact that over 6 people have died on ICE custody in 2026? Is it the brutal force that agents use when encountering people? Is it the beating that they are inflicting on innocent men, women, and children? Or is it the black eyes, the cracked ribs, or the way that ICE chokes people with immunity from the federal government? Maybe it was the pepper spray or the rubber bullets being used on civilians, including children. Maybe it is the endless rapes and sexual assault women and children are enduring under ICE custody, while private prisons wash their hands while saying that they are not responsible for sexual assaults. Or maybe it was a 6-year-old that was left yesterday in the streets of New Jersey after ICE took her father. Or is it the number of U.S. citizens that have been violently picked up by ICE, tortured, and then dropped off miles from their houses? Or is it the wrongful arrest, the abolishment of due process? What is it that attracted you to this resolution? Was it the state-sponsored murder of Renee Nicole Good? Do you want ICE agents to come into Sarasota schools and murder our children too? Which aspect of ICE are you trying to bring to Sarasota schools? What it is that you are trying to bring to schools, if it's nothing but violence that we are witnessing all over social media from ICE agents? When corporations profit from caging innocent people, will you partner with them and get kickbacks for your service? Let's reflect on that motive and what that motive truly is. Are you prioritizing your bigotry over the safety of students? I keep trying to come up with any logical reason as to why you are doing this, and I can't understand it outside of you just hate our children. You hate the children of Sarasota because every child, undocumented or not, deserves an education. And for those that mention that we have to follow unjust orders, we have to defy unjust law orders.
To the board, please.
We need to defy unjust orders whenever they come up. You can ask any German about that. They'll be able to tell you about the Holocaust, which will not be happening here because people here will be prepared for this government. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 2 more, Sierra Beeson and Seneca Bristol. If either of them are here, then that will conclude public comment. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll... I apologize. Come on up. Everyone can relax. Just say your name, I'm sorry.
I'm Seneca Bristol. I'm from Manatee County, and I'll be speaking on opposition of Agenda 11.1. If ICE takes me, don't forget about me. I'll be in El Salvador. You're my best friend, the brother I never had. I cry every night thinking that that ICE will come for me at school. Teacher, I say goodbye to you because as a migrant, I cannot keep coming to school due to the fear that ICE or immigration will catch us. I thank you for the times that you helped me and understood me when I did not know how to speak English. You were a very good friend to me. Teacher, my mother says that we will return to Mexico. It hurts me not to have this opportunity to continue studying here and have a better future. I love you much. I love you very much, and tell my classmates that I will miss them. These are letters that were written by children no older than 6 years old to their teachers. If this does not bring immediate sadness and rage, you should not be sitting there. This is blatant racism that cannot be ignored. There are students here who should be in class right now, but instead they have to decide to walk out and show up for their neighbors, classmates, and strangers who cannot be here. And barely any of y'all are even looking. That's crazy. You have an absolute duty to protect students, and I want you to look around. Genuinely, look around. Do you feel like you have done that? Do you feel satisfied that students and parents across your county are coming here to speak to you because they are disappointed? They are angry and they are tired of your constant unconstitutional and anti-Christian value hypocrisy. It's clear what ICE's intentions are, and with that, it's clear to see what your intentions are. But I want you to know that even if this passes, even if you do allow this, we will grow in numbers. Students and teachers and parents will band together to protect the students that you betrayed. You may make schools unsafe, but the people will bring the unity, the peace, and the unconditional love for all. We, the people, will not be silenced. You cannot fearmonger us. And we will stand together because the people united will not be defeated. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment. We will take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 3:22. 1 minute. Everyone, we have 1 minute until we reconvene. So please take your seats. Okay, if everyone can please take your seats, we'll get back to the agenda. We are now, just to get ourselves all assessed, we're at item number 6.1 on the agenda, which is the approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
I have a motion by Mrs. Rose. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second by Mrs. Marinelli. Are there any comments? Seeing none, please vote. And if you have any. Anyone have it up? Okay, good. And the motion to approve the minutes passes unanimously. Moving on to the next item on 7.1, approval of the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
Move for approval of the consent agenda.
I have a motion by Mrs. Rose. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mrs. Mrs. Marinelli for the to approve this consent agenda. Are there any comments? Seeing none, if you please vote. And the motion to approve the consent agenda passes 5-0. Moving on to the next agenda item is 9.1. Mr. Connor, can you please present this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is for the school board to approve the selection of our financial literacy and money management instructional material as recommended. I want to acknowledge the hard work of our own Sarasota County instructional leaders who developed these materials internally. Their expertise ensured that the lessons and the assessments are rigorous, relevant, and tailored to the needs of our students. And because they were created in-house, there will be no financial impact to the district, which is a great thing for us. Approving these materials will allow us to continue delivering consistent standards-aligned instruction to support our strategic plan, and I bring this forward for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Is there a motion?
I move for approval of the recommended high school financial literacy and money management instructional materials for 2027 through 32.
Thank you, Mrs. Rose. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mrs. Marinelli. Are there any comments? Seeing none, please vote on the motion in front of you. And the vote passes unanimously for the approval of the recommended high school financial literacy and money management instructional materials. Moving on to the next item, Mr. Connor, can you please put item number 9.2?
Yes, I'm bringing forth for approval is the revised policy 5.40, student attendance. We did have a discussion in coordination with district staff and legal counsels. We reviewed these with the school board on December 2nd at a workshop. We approved the advertisement on December 16th, and we are now bringing this forth for final approval.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Is there a motion for item 9.2?
I move for approval of the revised school board chapter 5 policy 5.40 student attendance.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Are there any comments by the board? Mrs. Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I want to acknowledge the hard work of our staff on this. This policy absolutely is an improvement upon our previous policy. It does a good job of standardizing across our school district and our school policies. It does a good job improving clarity, but I still have two concerns as one board member. The first concern is that it does not in my opinion, adequately account for parental rights in terms of determining an excused versus an unexcused absence. And my second concern is that it leaves our teachers vulnerable to people who are not supportive of whatever their decision is regarding a student's makeup work for an unexcused absence. I fully support teacher autonomy, and I think that is an important piece of the puzzle. But the really sad truth is that the majority of this board does not. And when I went to speak to my friends who are teachers, they said, yes, Liz, of course I want autonomy in my grading. But I'm really worried that this board isn't going to back me up. They're not going to have my back. And frankly, I don't blame them. Recently, I heard Mrs. Ziegler state concerns about what teachers choose to wear in their classrooms. I heard Mrs. Marinelli state concerns about perhaps political agendas being in school and being noticeable when you walk in the door. And I have heard repeated claims about indoctrinating and rhetoric, and even to the point of now where we have had concerns by teachers about what they are and are not allowed to say, even outside of the classroom. And that has bled into looking at and questioning elected officials' First Amendment rights. And so, given the situation that we are in, which I don't believe is a normal situation to be in, I can't support this very normal policy that would work great maybe 10 years ago, but right now teachers do not believe that we have their backs. And so I can't support this item.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
So I too want to compliment all the work that went into this policy, and I do think it's a step in the right direction in terms of clarity and getting uniformity across all the schools for what is a good attendance policy for both excused and unexcused. I also don't want to take up a lot of time because I have been very clear of where my position on this policy from the get-go, and we've had discussion and we've been in workshops and we voted on advertising it, so I don't need to rehash. There's been a lot of unnecessary oxygen sucked out of the room when we could be so much more productive as a school board. So for all the reasons of the unexcused with parental a notice or excuse or what's the word I'm looking for, with parental consent, and then still it's challenged, and not because I don't support teachers. And because of that, I will not be supporting this policy.
Thank you. Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I don't even know if I have the words to say that another board member would bring up that don't support teachers. I am an educator. I've done nothing but support teachers. I understand the attendance policy. This is not anything new. It always pretty much outlined what was an excused absence and an unexcused absence. And when I brought up about I would like to be able to know that there is not any politics going on in our school, we heard that today, that almost everybody doesn't want politics into our schools. So, but based on some of the discussions today, I'm not sure that that is happening. But that is not reflective of a teacher, or I support them or not, because I 100% support teachers. I want them to have autonomy. They need to have autonomy to do, as long as we all follow the legislation and what our district expects. So I find that it's really kind of offensive that would even be brought up. So I am going to approve this attendance because I think it's needed. I used to have the attendance policy when I was still working. This even makes it more refined because the more we can make it to where there's no question, the better off everybody is. Parents, students, and any board member that is up here. And our superintendent can enforce, and all of his staff. And with that, I do want to thank staff for all the hard work that went into this. And I appreciate it very much. And I do want it on the record because I don't want anybody to put words in my mouth. I support teachers 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Marinelli. Mrs. Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to remind as we go forward my colleagues of best practices deeply rooted in the research of once the consensus of the board goes forward, the whole board is expected to support that. In addition, I too was a teacher in this district, and I am compelled to be very honest with my observations in the things that I hear in a pattern in the community, and parents are starting to speak up about it. And that is that we do have pockets of politics, and I think it was reflective here today. And I also know that the attendance policy is being pushed not in the name of parental rights, it's being pushed in the name of students being lured to the school board room and out of academia. And I am going to say it like I see it. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will be supporting this policy. Actually, I believe it had a really great debate between all five of us. It's regrettable kind of where I'm hearing the tones fall. Of course, we can disagree, but I believe that, at the crux of it was that balance of ensuring some flexibility, but also ensuring that we maintain not only the autonomy, but that the highest opportunity and situation that will allow for academic success, which is our mission. I disagree with the parental rights component. I think that certainly parents have that right, but the board also has the responsibility of trying to navigate the best situation to support a academic excellence. And I will also say that I believe that the autonomy piece that our superintendent highlighted during I think a very healthy debate that brought up some good points, makes a lot of sense and does allow for us to strike that balance. So I'm happy where it landed. I will say that regardless of any of these policies, I think professional practices and standards are expected, and that would be the expectation in any working environment. I don't seek to dilute it, but I also don't want it to be distorted in certain comments. So with that, if there are no additional comments, board members, please vote on the motion before you. And the motion passes 3-2 to approve the student attendance policy 5.40. Moving on to the next item, Mr. Connor, can you please present item 9.3?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a memorandum of understanding entered in by the school district and the sheriff's office on behalf of the school police department for the purposes of outlining the duties and responsibilities of our law enforcement agencies and to appoint our own chief of police and deputy chief of police as deputy sheriffs, given the powers through Florida statute that the sheriff would appoint these two individuals as deputy sheriffs, and they would be given the same powers, duties, and obligations as the sheriff and outlined in Chapter 30 of the Florida statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. May I have a motion?
I move for approval of the memorandum of understanding by and between the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office and the School Board of Sarasota County on behalf of the Sarasota County Schools Police Department for the appointment of deputy sheriffs.
I have a motion by Mrs. Rose. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mrs. Marinelli. Are there any comments on the motion? Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I wholeheartedly support this, and any partnership between our Sarasota County Police and the Sheriff's Department gives this district the highest possible quality that could exist in safety, and I thank our sheriff for this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rose. Mr. Edwards.
going to take a few minutes because I think this may be where part of the discussion where 5.5 hours of public comment might have started. 2 weeks ago today, I was sitting in this room. Mrs. Marinelli was on one side of me. Mrs. Barker was on the other, and I witnessed the swearing in, I witnessed the swearing in of our chief and assistant chief as sheriffs, deputy sheriffs. And I, as a constitutional officer with fiduciary responsibility and governance responsibility, thought to myself, that's a governance issue. That should be something that should be discussed with the board before it's enacted. And that was on Tuesday. And we went to a workshop. And the point of why I'm making this a long story long for a moment is I'm being accused of catastrophication and inciting violence. That on Tuesday, I didn't say anything, disrupt the swearing in. I didn't bring it up at the workshop. I didn't even call the superintendent because I have a meeting with the superintendent every Tuesday. And so I thought I'll just bring it up next week and discuss my displeasure with what I perceive to be a governance issue with the superintendent at that time. I'm also aware that the governor has worked with 67 sheriff's departments in our state that are ICE authorized agents. And yet I still didn't catastrophize it. I didn't bring it up. I didn't even bring it up at the rally because I don't want to alarm people. I don't want to create fear where fear should not exist, because even though, as I said in the rally, I don't trust ICE, I trust our law enforcement, I trust our SROs, I trust our sheriff, that if a warrant were delivered, that it would be handled in the most professional way. That is how I've always been, and there is no disruption of if everything is, but what I did say, which I will reconfirm, I don't trust ICE. So, in order for us to get through the balance of the day, because I will reserve my comments for the balance of the resolution when we get to the voting of the resolution, but I did speak to the superintendent to find out why that had happened, and I spoke to one of our attorneys to find out why that had happened. And Mr. Connor assured me that there's nothing to be alarmed. It makes it better for us if there were an active shooter, all of that. And so he waylaid my fears, but I didn't get the answer back from the attorney, who also, by the way, said my first look at it is, you're okay, don't panic, everything's fine. But I didn't get the final answer until Monday. And yet, I didn't say anything at the rally like that at all. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, I will say I'm very grateful for the partnership. We have, I would argue, one of the best sheriffs in the state, if not the country. He's been a longtime partner of the school district, and any way we can continue to collaborate them. And I know our chief of police also has a long-standing relationship with them as well, but anytime that we can collaborate with our local law enforcement is a great opportunity for us to, again, elevate and ensure the safety of our campuses, our students, and our staff. So I will be supporting this, and if there are no additional comments, please vote on the motion before you. Then the motion passes unanimously. That concludes any items for discussion on the agenda at this moment. We'll move now to part 2 of the hearing of citizens. Again, we do 2 minutes for each speaker will state their name and county of residence for the record and have up to 2 minutes. A timer will signal when 1 minute remains. Please conclude promptly when the timer ends. Respect again for divergent opinions shall be recognized for all speakers. Audience members are requested to listen and quietly and respectfully. Outbursts, applause, or any other interruptions disrupt the meeting will not be tolerated. Any person that interferes with the expeditious or orderly process of this meeting after first being warned that such continued interference will result in removal will be removed. There are speakers in the room behind me that will allow board members to hear public comments when stepping away from the dais. When your name is called, please approach the podium. If you choose to pass, you will forfeit your time to address the board. As a reminder, a recording cannot be played during your 2 minutes of public comment, and we appreciate your cooperation. So let's begin. I will say, I'll do 3 time, and if you guys can just come up, we'll keep things moving. I have Robin Williams, Paulina Testerman, and Deb Hayes.
I'd like the board to recall the time not that long ago when there was a 4-1 vote calling for Ms. Ziegler to step down from the board. The only one voting against that was Ms. Ziegler herself. I hope this is another time when the board will demonstrate independence for the good of our students and community and decisively vote down the Ziegler resolution. Madam Chair, have you brought your resolution to your children's private school? Why or why not? On another matter, and I'll take that answer if no, you won't. As of yesterday, there were 558 confirmed cases of measles in South Carolina. Transmission from South Carolina to the state of Washington has now occurred. It's expected that this month the U.S. may lose its measles-free status, which it's had since 2000. The number of cases in the last 2 weeks in South Carolina have been rising quickly. Spartanburg County, South Carolina, the epicenter of the measles outbreak, has a 91.2% vaccination rate. Sarasota County has a 79.9% vaccination rate. It'll be very lucky if we don't see an outbreak here soon. Measles can be deadly and it can have a high hospitalization rate. One infected child can infect up to 9 out of 10 unimmunized people. It's one of the most contagious diseases which can be spread through the air by droplets from cold sneezes, can stay active for hours. It can be spread 4 days before getting the rash until 4 days after. A 2-dose regimen of the MMR shot is 97% effective against measles. Measles can lead to severe complications, mostly in young children. Before the measles vaccine, major epidemics caused 2.6 million deaths yearly. The World Health Organization in 2023 said there were 107,600 deaths from measles globally. We need to quickly boost a dangerously low vaccination rate. Please alert parents, provide.
Thank you. Paulina Testerman, Deb Hayes, Lisa Scher.
As usual, Ms. Rose steps away from the dais. I take that as a compliment. Mrs. Marinelli, I think you need to understand that there is a world of difference between, quote, I support teachers and teachers feel supported by me. That is a huge difference, and you seem to not understand that. You can sit here and talk about that until the cows come home, but I assure you, teachers do not feel supported by you. I have children in our public schools. I assure you that I have had many conversations. I recently went to a doctor's appointment where the woman says to me, I know you from somewhere. And I said, I don't know, I work in healthcare. We couldn't figure it out. And she says, you speak at the school board meetings. I said, I do. She said, oh, I'm so thankful for everything you do because the board majority is such a mess. These teachers, I don't know what circle you guys are running in, but I assure you they do not feel supported by you. And you can tell me you want to support them. And I would love to know that that is true, Mrs. Marinelli. I would love to know that you care what the teachers think, but if you want them to feel supported, then you actually have to support them and not just follow political ideology. As far as Mrs. Rose's comment that we are luring students away from the classroom, I have parental rights too. I can lure my child away from school all day long because it is my child. And that's the only child I lure away. I don't know what impact you think we have on the community. We can force children to leave their schools. That is a conversation they have with their children. I have talked to, I can't tell you how many kids, and one of the questions I asked was, how do your parents feel about you being here today? Oh, they're so glad they have to work today, so they couldn't make it. So we are not luring anybody. You give us far too much credit. I mean, I love it, but we are not that powerful. As far as solutions for whether teachers really feel supported, I encourage you guys to do a survey, some sort of anonymous survey where teachers can trust that they can provide you real input, because the teachers do not feel supported by you.
Thank you. Deb Hayes, Lisa Schur, and Judy Snyder.
Yes. Just a little bit about the comment that was just made about luring students here. Those students that are here and have been here all day are far smarter than me or any local organizer, and they don't take direction from anybody in terms of their comments. They are far smarter. So I just want to make sure that the board knows there's not some concerted effort to drain the schools of their students on board days. I also want to say I don't take direction from anyone when it comes to supporting public education. I will be going to Tallahassee over the next several weeks in support of public education. And unfortunately, I think I'm advocating for things that the board majority may not want. I really would love to see a repeal of the Schools of Hope legislation. I would really like to see accountability, fiscal accountability for the voucher program, and I'd like to see funding for public education in the districts. So I hope I have your blessing, but I think maybe I am representing an opposite side. Just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa Short, Judy Snyder, Lieutenant Colonel Duff Smythe.
As usual, Testerman has stolen my thunder. We're talking about the survey. I mistakenly bought a subscription to SurveyMonkey for $900. Don't ask. And I'd like to volunteer for Support Our Schools to send out a blind survey. Because guess what? Your teachers don't trust you. They don't trust your surveys. So maybe if it came from a third party, and if you all would like to with us to come up with the questions, we'd be thrilled beyond belief. In any case, I'll just finish what I had started to say previously. And this is addressed to you, Mrs. Rose and Ms. Marinelli. I address my plea to you as lifelong educators, because I do believe that you care about children. You can stop this needless resolution. You can say, no, I don't want these children to suffer any additional trauma on my watch. And if you want to know what that trauma looks like, give me a call, because I saw it firsthand, and it will break you. Please vote against passing this resolution. And even if let's put the kids aside for a minute. What do you want your legacy to be? Mrs. Ziegler has made it clear what her legacy is, and that is her and only her. You, Ms. Rose, you may not be elected to this board, but you're sitting on it. And you, Ms. Marinelli, what do you want your legacy to be? Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Snyder, Lieutenant Colonel Duff Smiley, Madison Smith. Are any of you here? Okay, moving forward is... I need my glasses. Don Davidson, Elizabeth Bornstein, Tracy Lipton. Anyone here? Okay. Con Nicholas, Sherry Langworthy, Jenna Holmes. All right, we'll keep roving. Avery Cole. Bowie Lee, Corrine I know she took Prochnow.
All right, I'll keep this short because I know a lot of us here got tired with today, but
I just want, before you guys pass the resolution, I want you all to think of all the students, teachers, and staff that came to you today with a very basic request to be safe in their schools, to not let armed members of, I don't want to say the public, but armed members onto their campuses, their friends, classmates, and students away from them. Yeah, I want you all to think on that. I want you all to think of every single person who spoke to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had it. Uh-oh, I got myself messed up here. Corrine? And I'm sorry, pronounce your last name again. Prochnow. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
First, I want to address a comment about the school board meeting times. It was mentioned a few times that when meeting times were in the evenings, very few, if any, teachers, students, or parents attended, and that is true. But things were very different a while back. Back then, agenda items, although important, were kind of dry and a little boring. And they didn't appear to have direct impact on classroom instruction and policy, at least from a teacher standpoint. Then came a shift, and now agenda items have a direct impact on classroom instruction and a direct impact on students and even parents. Now it's more important than ever for teachers, students, and parents to be heard and for their input to be a matter of public record, and that really should be an exciting thing. Next, I want to revisit a comment that I made at the last town hall. We had been discussing student behavior and the strategies and trainings that would be implemented. And I suggested that administration be included in the trainings. One of the biggest complaints teachers have is not being supported by administration, especially when a student has been removed only to return a short time later, usually with a bag of chips and a Capri Sun. And then suddenly the conversation went to feeding kids, which is really important. Administration needs to approach with understanding that the classroom teacher knows perfectly well which students are food insecure or when the behavior is due to being hangry. And trust that if it was a need for a snack, the teacher would have already provided it. Hopefully we can discuss it further at the next town hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sebastian Martinez, Teresa DeWitt, and India Miller.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Again, my name is Sebastian Martinez. I'm a graduate of Booker High School. My phone died, so what I prepared no longer have in my head. But I did want to just reiterate and ask the board to vote down this resolution. You heard hours of public comment on the impact that it'll have on students and on families in the school district. But I also wanted to use this time because I feel like I don't always get the opportunity to talk about the things that I would really like to talk about. For example, of how to engage more Hispanic families or non-English speaking families. I'm not sure what the process looks like from a board member standpoint. And it honestly would have been relevant for, I think, this conversation today, but implementing some sort of either having interpreter translation that maybe pops up on your screen so that people who speak other languages can actually engage in this boardroom, I think would be a great step into engaging a wider audience, especially in South County where you have a larger Russian, Ukrainian population, North County where you have a Spanish-speaking population, I think would be one of the things that would be great. So again, please vote down this resolution. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. India Miller, Cassie Jewell, Thomas. I'll get back to you. So only if they've already filled out a card. It's just our boss. Thank you very much. So go ahead.
So unfortunately, our students, I guess, only have the option to speak if they miss school. And this is not
Your
a setup.
time is-
This literally just happened.
Your time's outgoing right now.
Oh, it's not? Oh. Are we going now? Okay, good. So I guess the only way a student could speak to the school board is by missing school, because this is not a setup. This kid really just walked in and asked if he could speak, and you said no because he wasn't here at 10 o'clock or 9:30 this morning to sign up. So will we ever stop? Will it ever be enough disruption to our community? Will it ever be enough taxpayers' dollars? Will it ever be enough school police officers that are here instead of in their schools? Will it ever be enough to satisfy the insatiable political ambitions of our chairman. I just think that it's so unnecessary. I think that all of the students that were here today were lured by 3 people, the 3 of you. And I think that's a shame. But it's obvious that you don't care. I do agree with Lisa that I think Robin does care. I just don't understand sometimes what's going on, but I think the politics need to leave our school system desperately. I think that the cruelness of the way that the school board members are moving, the 3 that I'm talking about in particular, and we all know, is disheartening. Trauma should not be a part of our educational curriculum. Bringing agents into the school to apprehend their classmates and their students, that's only trauma. They will live with that forever. It will change their brains forever. Those of us in the LGBTQ community, primarily the trans community, we know that fear because you've induced it for quite a while. These are beautiful students. You should represent them all. Shame you.
Thank you. Thomas Colbreth, Cassie Jewell, Kirsten Evans.
Hello, Cassie Jewell. I'm speaking again because by the end of this meeting, one thing should be clear. There was never an operational problem to solve here. No one has identified a failure to comply with the law. No one has identified a safety gap. No one has shown that schools were obstructing lawful action. What we have seen is a lot of rhetoric. We've seen civil immigration matters repeatedly framed as criminal danger. We've seen extreme unrelated examples used to justify vague policy language on social media. No authority, no clarity, and no protection. Only pressure and fear for our children. That matters because language shapes behavior. When policy uses undefined terms like safe harbor and interference, it doesn't guide schools, it chills them. It tells staff not to ask questions, not to slow things down, and not to raise legal concerns. And that's not how lawful cooperation works. That is how mistakes happen. It also matters who gets targeted. When a board responds to a colleague's protest speech by naming a specific federal agency in policy, one that has no routine role in schools, when dissent, protest, or disagreement is repeatedly reframed as dangerous or suspect, this board sends a message about who is protected and who is expendable, not to mention how undereducated you are on our Constitution. To be 100% clear, this is retaliation in a dress and a dog mask, calling itself policy. And teachers have a hard enough job on their hands without you throwing cake everywhere being a mess. Public schools should be the most boring place for politics, governed with precision, restraint, and care because children pay the price when adults don't. Public schools should not be used as props in a national culture war. Yeah, here we are, so who am I kidding? Do not ever again accuse us, the public, of being the ones making the business of this board political. It is nothing but political, and yet we get yelled at in the gallery. We are admonished. You are disrespected.
Marjorie Peter, Dr. Jill Lewis-Spector, and Edna Goldstein. Any of you guys here? All right, I'll keep going. Bill Neese. Okay.
Bill Neese, resident of the Sarasota County. Today, I'm just going to talk about what a great job our school district is doing in so many ways. Recently, I was attending a presentation that Superintendent Connor gave outlining the many difficulties that we face in public education, and yet the stellar job that we're doing to address those issues. Many people do not either take the time or want to understand what is actually happening on a day-to-day basis. And these problems that we are facing are not local just to Sarasota County. These are nationwide. They have been coming about for numbers of years, the demographics issue, et cetera, they are rampant throughout the nation. So we can just say, oh, it's the problem of, vouchers or whatever. No. There are states with no vouchers. It's the same issue. So you, as a board, are having to juggle this, and I'm commending our administrative staff, our key leadership, and how they are addressing such difficult issues. And I want to add that positive element because you'd almost think that you're all out, destroy the thing. It's not true. It's just absolutely not true. And the elements that want to imply that do not listen to what is actually happening on a day-to-day basis in this district. The grade levels, the graduation, and I could go on and on. I don't have to. Look at the superintendent's report. We are on the right tracks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kinley Stearns, Jordana Osceola, Rachel Leonard.
Hello, my name is Kinley Stearns. I'm an 8th grader at Booker Middle School. I'm here missing school today because I should not be in our schools. People at our schools come to school for safety measures. Bringing ice is just going to torture these poor kids. My friends are going to get targeted because of the decisions you make. So please, make the right decisions because what you're making doesn't make sense. My friends shouldn't be scared. I have a best friend. She's from Honduras. She's not even from here. She's a sister to me. You're making her feel unsafe. And her mom is a mom to me and her dad. You're hurting the people I love and care about. And my friends at school, my teachers, everyone I care about, you're hurting. Make the right decision to not put ice in our schools. Use your brain. That's why we go to school.
Thank you. Jordana Osceola, Rachel Leonard, Leandra Yates.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna try and finish where I was. This board just approved a partnership with NAMI, signaling a commitment to student mental health and trauma-informed care and safe learning environments. That matters. Mental health professionals are clear. School must be a place of stability and trust, not fear. Policies that increase anxiety or school avoidance harm students' well-being. It's also important to be accurate. Immigration is a civil matter, not a criminal one. This district already has an active partnership with law enforcement to address criminal safety issues. This amendment is not necessary for school safety or student protections. When civil matters are framed as security threats in school, it creates fear without adding safety. That fear undermines learning, mental health, and family trust. Fear does not strengthen our schools. Trust does. Every child, without exception, deserves safety and privacy. Every family deserves to know that schools exist to educate and protect children, not frighten them. So my question is simple. How can the district ask for parental involvement while advancing policies that erode trust? And now that you've ensured partnering with NAMI, how will you ensure your decisions align with mental health principles that you just endorsed? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have two more. I'll say it again, Rachel Leonard and Leandra Yates. Are you here? Okay, seeing none, that concludes. Go. Yep. Okay, sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Leandra Yates. I'm a Sarasota County resident. I want you to understand the energy and positivity that you're creating when you propose a resolution that is vile and polarizing. Students from different high schools congregated and bonded. They rallied in protest and received unwavering support from people driving by in Tamiami for hours. Adults were empowering the voices of the youth and protecting them from predatory journalists. People discussed faith, religion, spirituality, politics, social justice, education, and how to move our district in the right direction. People were introducing their powerful, influential friends to other powerful, influential friends. Future board members met and listened to concerned community members. Your PR stunt literally created an opportunity for like-minded individuals to network and connect. Our students have done an exceptional job articulating how you've made them feel and how they're currently experiencing the world. And since I'm in the business of believing victims of abuse, I'll let their words sit with you. My observations of your poor law enforcement officers today, Sarasota County SROs, the Sheriff's Department, and the Sarasota police officers were all outside today. What a waste of resources. Given the number of active shooters in our nation, I'd say their time would be better spent in the schools and in our community protecting our students. I truly appreciate the board members saying that you support teachers 100% day. So in that same breath, your teachers are desperate for a voice. They need representation here. I'll tell you what I'm telling every teacher now and board member who will listen to me. Encouraging them all to get a real union. Let's take actionable steps and encourage our teachers to leave the union that isn't here rallying for them or the students. They need to join FEA so that they can get national support through NEA and finally have a union with a proven track record that will adequately support them and the students. Again, you've truly brought the community together. Your resolution was ugly. It's going to cause immense damage and negatively.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment for today. We'll move forward. The final items on the agenda are the resolution and then other additional comments. So since I added that item, I will start discussing it. And I know the question has come up quite a few times of what's the purpose of this resolution. I will start with it's essential to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to uphold the rule of law while prioritizing safety and education for our students. In an era where misinformation and divisive rhetoric can undermine trust in institutions, it clarifies our district's stance in cooperating with law enforcement agencies, including U.S. and Immigration and Customs Enforcement, to ensure campuses remain focused on learning. By adopting this, protect our community from potential disruptions and align with both federal and state law that safeguard our schools. I think it's really important to understand the harm, and I have great pain in my heart, and I applaud everyone for coming, even if I don't agree with you. And I know it takes a lot for anyone to do public speaking, but particularly our young students. But it personally hurts me when I hear how there is such a strong rhetoric that really is demonizing the work of our law enforcement officers, including ICE. There's significant harm caused by the rhetoric that demonizes brave men and women of ICE who put their lives on the line every single day to protect and enforce our nation's laws and protect our borders. Statements by my colleague while he headlined an anti-ICE rally, and I'm going to quote this because this is critical. Please know that just yesterday I consulted with our superintendent and our attorney regarding our rights. As ICE agents entering our schools, they must produce a warrant in order to enter our schools. But judging by ICE behaviors up to and including this week, Renee Good's murder, I am positive that cannot be trusted. I was not aware of this, and certainly as elected officials, we have First Amendment rights. I've attended my own rallies, etc., and say what I say, and I'm sure there's people in this room that don't support what I think. But when you bring in the school district and make that comment and create questions, which is how I became aware of it when people from the community reach out to me, and then I actually saw the video. It caused deep concern. The questions were, is your superintendent in supportive of law enforcement, of ICE? Are they anti-ICE? There's a lot of polarization right now. I understand that, but bringing us right into it is a big issue. Last year, when President Trump was inaugurated, there was a lot of conversation around this time last year about, oh no, there's going to be ICE raids at schools. And I remember saying, and I think actually someone quoted it, but I still stand by those statements, that creates first of all, that's not happening. I still stand by that statement. And it creates unnecessary fear, and it causes division, and it is obviously penetrating in the conversations inside of our schools. I feel compelled to ensure so that we can be crystal clear that that harmful narrative only disrespects the service, but it also endangers public safety by eroding trust. The trust was just mentioned. Trust is huge. But if you're going to talk about how important it is, then you have to hold accountable if someone's going to put forward in the public square who is a leadership position and questions the willingness or ability to trust the processes that we have in place, which I will reiterate. We are incredibly fortunate. Every interview that I've done, every time I've talked about this to anyone else, we are incredibly fortunate to have one of the best sheriffs in the state, if not the country, who has long actually led the country, I think, in ICE cooperation back in 2018. He understands it, he understands the law, and he is the lead law enforcement officer of our community. And we collaborate with them, even with an internal police department. And that's very, very important to note. So when you put that kind of narrative or rhetoric out there and sow that questions, that is harmful. What we do not need is, whether intentional or unintentional, this demonizing rhetoric sends a dangerous signal to our students, which I believe was heard loud and clear today, fostering a lack of trust in authority figures, including law enforcement. It can lead young minds to question the legitimacy to those who protect us, and potentially breeding cynicism or defiance that disrupts the learning environment. Our schools, I believe this with every bone in my body. Our schools should instill respect for the rule of law, not undermine it, ensuring students feel secure and supported by the systems designed to keep them safe. To me, this is very reminiscent and a troubling pattern nationwide, similar to the George Floyd defund the police movement, where anti-law enforcement sentiments had infiltrated classrooms and eroded public safety. These efforts led to increased crime in many areas and created a hostile environment for educators and students alike. In Sarasota County, we will not tolerate such ideologies seeping into our schools. This resolution draws a firm line rejecting any attempts to politicize our campuses and instead reinforcing partnerships that prioritize protection over protest. Importantly, this resolution in no way infers that our students, staff, or community should anticipate ICE raids in our schools. It does not invite or predict such actions, but rather establishes clear protocols that we have in place for any necessary cooperation, ensuring our campuses remain dedicated to education without fear-mongering or unfounded claims. Instead, this resolution reaffirms our continued commitment to working collaboratively with all law enforcement agencies, and if it does include ICE, to ensure the safety of our students, staff, and campuses. It holds accountable anyone who makes poor and dangerous decisions to impede or interfere with lawful actions, promoting a culture of compliance and responsibility. This does not mean our staff are required or even involved in ICE operations, such as notifying authorities about a student's immigration status or our role in education. Our role is in education, not enforcement. Teachers and staff must remain focused on providing high-quality education and leave law enforcement matters to the professionals trained for them. This resolution supports that division of responsibility, allowing educators to thrive in their mission without distraction of undue burden. We make it clear that Sarasota County Schools follows the law and preserves the valuable relationships that we have with our law enforcement partners. Notably, we enjoy a tremendous relationship, as I said, with our sheriff, who serves as the lead law enforcement officer in our county and would take the lead in any coordinated operations involved with ICE, including local oversight and community trust. Ultimately, our goal of this school district is the safety of our students so that they can learn and thrive in a secure environment. In the event of any coordination with any law enforcement agencies, it will be conducted according to law in a manner that ensures the safety of our students, staff, and minimizes any disruption to the learning environment. This resolution strengthens that foundation, putting education and protection first, and ends the lies that are polarizing and actually can create the dangerous environments that we are sadly seeing in states like Minnesota, California, and Illinois. I don't want to see that in Sarasota, and I want to stop it dead in its tracks to make crystal clear, because clearly there is some misunderstandings out there, and it is dangerous. So I put forward this resolution for adoption. I welcome any conversation. That you're warned. Sorry, one more outburst and you will be removed. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to reinforce that there are laws in place. There are privacy rights for students that needs to be said. A lot of the things that were brought forth as concerns today follow under that law. There are privacy laws in our school district that have been here for a long time, as well as it is the law that the school district, Sarasota County Schools, and public school districts in the state of Florida do not keep records on immigration, nor do they have the right to ask any family registering or any student their immigration status. That has been in place forever. So a lot of the fear that was posed here today is inaccurate as a point that needs to be made. I also want to talk about where this started. It was brought up in several speeches, and it started in the town square with a mic in board member Tom Edwards' hands. He operated as judge and jury by claiming the incident in Minnesota was murder, and that he...
Sorry. Okay, so I am going to say the second row there. I have to be explicit because then also people, so that our law enforcement that are overseeing here. So Mrs. Schur, Mrs. Testerman, I hear you. I believe that. So we'll start one more and you're out. So we have to be able to function. Sorry, we have to be able to function, and we have listened to you with respect. And then for you to continuously disrupt it prevents us from conducting the orderly business of this chambers. One more outburst and you will be escorted out. You may continue.
Board member Tom Edwards operated as judge and jury by claiming the incident in Minnesota was murder, and that he, Edwards, does not trust ICE in our schools. Edwards' agitators and disruptors strategically switched that blame to the board chair. What happened to academics being the priority and the mission? For 3 years, these agitators have pushed over and over again their well-funded, extreme ideology that has nothing to do with reading. If you would like proof of that, look at Sea Alliance's tax return and look at the money that flows through that organization. We clearly have pockets of indoctrination forming in our high schools. This will most likely, my statements will likely increase attacks on me by the union and agitators in this boardroom, but I won't look the other way. I am an educator. I have dedicated my life to academic success, and I'm not hearing anything about academic success for over 2 years in this boardroom. In my opinion, Tom Edwards is giving permission to not follow the law by openly defying federal laws and law enforcement, as well as promoting disruption in this boardroom and in our schools. Proof is here today. This isn't the governor, something I've heard over and over again for 2 years plus. This isn't the legislature. This is Tom Edwards, board member, and his well-funded and organized takeover of the narratives in this boardroom with the help of the media. Whoever is spreading the dangerous lies that this resolution invites being the key word, into schools is reckless. And you are the ones promoting the fear and the chaos. I will finish with, where is the movement that focuses on student academic success?
Thank you. Mr. Nielsen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot to say. There's so much to say. I've been sitting here, and we've all been sitting here for the last 5.5 hours, hearing over 150 people talk about this resolution. And, the point of our schools is we should create and maintain a safe learning environment. I think all of us can agree with that. A major part of creating and maintaining this learning environment is making sure that students feel that they are safe in that environment. We heard from dozens of students, and I've heard from dozens of students myself, that they don't feel safe. They don't feel safe. And a major part of that is what we've been seeing for the last 10 years with gun violence in our schools. And I think what we're talking about today just exacerbates the issue. Why would we allow, obviously if there's warrants, yes, that makes complete sense, right? And Ms. Ziegler, what you're saying is that there's not gonna be ICE raids. And truly, I hope so. Truly, I hope so. And I believe you're right. I don't think there will be ICE raids. But we have heard from so many politicians say the same thing that you're saying, that this is not going to happen, and then it happens. And that's what I'm hearing, and this crowd agrees, is that that's what happens. It's obviously what this resolution is not really saying much. It's just saying that we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. We're gonna stand with law enforcement, and that makes complete sense. But it's in the principle. We are saying that it's just in the principle. I don't even know how else to elaborate about it. Obviously, this is gonna pass 3-2, but I want, just so everyone knows here, that 3-2 does not reflect what people believe in Sarasota County Schools.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Connor, two things. Would you please address, if you're able to right now, would you review what you've sent out several times about the whole, what we're going to follow and what will not happen?
So I hearken back to actually this time last year, January 2025. This was an issue that was brought up. Obviously, it has major impacts for education. This was very much a very similar tenor that was happening just a year ago. And at that time, we sent out to our staff just to reassure that nothing changes for us in day-to-day operations. For us, the priority is student safety. Always has been, always will be. That will be number one. And that is even above academics. Because if a kid can't come to school safe, we don't even need to be focused on academics. So the first thing, we continue to provide a safe learning environment for all students, period. If you walk through our doors, you are registered as a student with us. We are going to teach you, we're going to keep you safe, we're going to feed you, and we're going to send you home safely. And that is what everyone in the building, and that's not just the responsibility of the police officers on campus or the security guards on campus, it is the responsibility of every adult and even the students among themselves. And so we promote that atmosphere that every student is included, every student has a right to an education, and they come into that building with that, and the parents expect their students to arrive home safely. So we build a culture, we build a process, and we follow that to a T with the highest priority. Secondly, we want to make sure that privacy, all of those FERPA, HIPAA, all of those different federal guidelines, state guidelines, and school district policies are always enforced to the highest fidelity. So we do not share student information with anyone without the proper documentation, without the proper releases. So we don't keep the status of any student's immigration status, where if they're a citizen or non-citizen, we don't have that information available to even know that. So in essence, there is no way to identify if there are undocumented students in our schools. We don't have records of that. So, but we do protect privacy. So no one can just walk into a school and request information about a student. It will not be released unless it's the parent or guardian or someone who has the legal authority for that. Then, of course, if there is an incident where a law enforcement agency comes on campus with the proper legal orders, we will comply with the law. We are supposed to do that. And so those are the things that I keep reiterating with staff is nothing changes, regardless of the discussion here on this dais today, tomorrow, or a year ago. Those are the things that will continue to be the operational stance of our schools. We will comply with any legal orders, we will protect student privacy, and we will make sure that every student, every family feels safe in our schools. And that's the message we sent out.
Thank you. Now, the next one, it was brought up several times that there is fear in our schools. And if indeed that is true, what I'd like is when you or your staff meet with principals again, I'd like to know what the climate is, what the culture is there. Because I'm not for sure that every student feels that way. There might be some. And if that's true, then I think that through the school could be addressed to try to alleviate that fear. Because there's one thing we agreed on. I do care about children. So if we do have children that are, then I would like our school counselors to be able to reassure them, because no child should be think that somebody's going to come and snatch them, because that's not going to happen.
So I would love just to reiterate that as the CEO of the organization, I want every single family to feel safe. And so you have our full commitment from district staff down to the school-based staff that if there is the fear of something happening, and like I said, I can't predict what the future holds, but I can tell you, I will always reiterate, schools are the safest place that a child can be. And so I know that sometimes I think the biggest risk are just the students amongst themselves, right? We've got bullying, we've got kids that are amongst themselves having issues, interpersonal issues. That's probably the biggest issue for our kids. It is not that someone is going to walk the halls of our schools and snatch a kid out. That is not a worry that I have. And the point was made with our local law enforcement agencies. We have such good coordination. We held a multi-agency security briefing at every one of our municipalities in January. The sheriff was involved. All of the local municipalities are involved. We can call them at the drop of a hat and get any information that they're willing, that they can share with us about anything. So with Chief Enos and our deputy chief, we have great coordination with all of those agencies. And so nothing's going to happen in those schools that they're not going to let us be aware of and be prepared for. And I'm very confident in that partnership.
Thank you. And that was going to be a thing that I wanted to have Chief Enos address. We, for years and years, have had law enforcement come in with a warrant and arrest students. They don't go in a classroom and snatch them out. Could you kind of go what that process is to alleviate that ICE or any of our law enforcement is not going to go into a classroom and snatch a kid?
So we will have,
Quiet, please.
I will have Chief Enos explain the typical process in which a student may be arrested on campus and how that process works.
Good afternoon, board. So ultimately what the process goes is they would contact us first, is that we have that relationship no matter what it is, the municipality. They would tell us that they're coming with a juvenile pickup order. That juvenile pickup order, once it got to school, would be verified that it's been signed by a lawful authority, which would be a judge in Sarasota County for the pickup. We then would use the school staff that actually goes and would pick up the kid and bring him to the office. We then, at that point, we also contact the parent to let the parent know exactly what is going on and this is what's happening. And then we, at that point, would help and escort the child out to the car to make sure the child remained safe and that we'd follow the protocol and procedures. At that point, the child would be transported down to the Department of Juvenile Justice, which is the JAC, which is down and housed at the Sarasota County Jail through the Department of Juvenile Justice. And at that point, they would then screen the child, and then that child, a majority of the time, ends up going back home with the parent after the parent arrives down at the facility and receives the different information, such as a court date or if any kind of specifics that child would need to do as it continues to move forward. But we make sure that every single time that happens, because we take that so seriously, that we would vet out to make sure that and verify that it is a valid warrant, that it is from a valid authority, that it is identification. It would be a local law enforcement person which have to show their identity when they get there. And then we would work with the school staff to make sure that it was the least intrusive and the less traumatic for that child, that we don't perp walk kids. We're not going into classrooms, arresting them in front of their peers and walking them through the hallways. We make sure that we do everything that's the least traumatic because we know that children make poor decisions, and sometimes that does impact them. And we want to make sure that we take them down, and usually we take them and secure them so that nobody sees that they're actually under arrest before that they ended up leaving the facility. But we are always in contact with the parent, because that's also through the DCA and the second DCA that we have to make sure that they're notified that this is happening, because otherwise, if you can imagine as a parent, well, where's my child? Why didn't they come home? Et cetera, et cetera. So we make sure that they're also aware that this has happened, including that we've actually gone out to the houses to make notification if we can't reach them by phone. So that's pretty much, Superintendent Connor, that's what would be the process.
Thank you both. And that would include if for a very rare thing, which I don't even ever think it will happen, but if ICE came with law enforcement, that same process would be in place.
Yes, Ms. Marinelli, it would be the same because it would be an administrative order signed by a judge, that would be a civil, but it would still have a judge's order. We would comply or be in contempt.
Now, that's the information I would like to see go out to the community instead of all of this false information that's been shared today that does cause fear. So I just have one more question before I go into what I think about what happened today in this boardroom. So, Mr. Duggan, is everything with this resolution okay?
Is your question, is it legal?
Yes. Is it legal?
So I would say, in looking at it, it's consistent with federal law. It's consistent with Chapter 908, which was what was passed in the special session by the Florida legislature last year, consistent with the spirit of that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Superintendent Connor and Chief Enos, for all of that information. And I honestly, I came in here with an open mind. I wanted to listen. Well, you guys are great. I got to hand it to you. You say you want to work with us, and then anytime I say anything you don't agree, you got to laugh or make a comment. So please don't tell me anymore that you want to work with me. Let's just come up with that agreement. Mm-hmm. So as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, that I really did come in. I didn't know what I was going to do because I'll say again, and my fellow board members know, I don't like resolutions. And yes, I have voted on some. And on this one, after what I've heard, I know how I'm going to vote. But I just have to ask, Mr. Edwards, what were you thinking by bringing up individual saying you talked to the superintendent and our attorney, you became a board member, not a private citizen. I believe in the First Amendment because if we didn't have that, our country would have nothing. But because of that caused such angst, and now it's right here in the boardroom. And none of this is an issue of our district. You just heard our superintendent. You just heard the chief of police. You've heard our attorney. This is legal. This is not happening. But unfortunately, reckless words by a board member used at an ICE protest. This is why we are where we are now. And it started a year ago by trying to say that there was fear and people weren't going to send their kids to school and all of that, and come to find out, yes, there were some, but the majority of our students and their parents feel safe. And like I said, I have free speech. And use the word murdered. Were any of you guys there? Are you the judge and the jury? So it's like, I don't have any trust. And we as school board members are held to a higher standard. And to try to incite that fear, ICE is not in our schools. They haven't come in our schools. So please stop spreading the lies. And they are lies. We already explained nobody can have access to records. So I'm basically at a loss. I've never in all my years seen anything like at the ICE protest and in this boardroom tonight and today. It's just a shame. It's just really a shame that this is going on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This should have been a really celebratory meeting for us. We should have spent time talking about our historic graduation rates. We should have spent time talking about the fact that one of our own principals is representing us now at the state level and the national level. That should have been our topic of conversations. Those should have been the press releases. The media should have been focused on that. Instead, we are here and we have just heard repeated over and over and over again. Our superintendent just told us this resolution changes nothing. This is a blatant act of political theater. I've said it from the dais multiple times. It is not, first of all, you all know I do not like resolutions in general, but this one really takes the cake. This one has nothing to do with academic achievement. This one is not aligned to our strategic plan. It doesn't move forward our mission or vision as a district, and it is exactly the kind of political rhetoric that makes it more difficult for our superintendent and his staff to do their jobs. The explanation I have heard for the reason that we need this resolution is that another board member made comments at a rally. All of us here know that not a single board member has the authority to determine who steps foot on our campus. If I want to pick up my kids from school, I need my ID and my car tag, and I better have the app on my phone too. So do not tell, let's set that aside. Let's just set that, let's put a pin in that explanation for a minute. Bear with me. Because what I really need to understand in order to understand why we are putting forward this resolution is where the real breakdown of trust is. Because it's not with just a single board member who has no authority to decide who goes on and off our campus. So where is the breakdown of trust? Is the breakdown of trust with Chief Enos? Do we not trust Chief Enos to uphold the law in our schools? Is the breakdown of trust with Mr. Duggan? Do we not trust Mr. Duggan to adequately advise us on the law? Or is the breakdown of trust with Superintendent Connor? Do you not trust Superintendent Connor to enforce our already lawful policies and procedures? Where is the breakdown of trust?
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
I want to start by thanking people that have reached out to me over the last 48 hours and showing their support. I want to reiterate to the community to stay calm because all of the questions that some of the board members have asked about hearing from Mr. Enos and hearing from the superintendent was also going to be my intention. I absolutely, even in my comment around the swearing in of being deputized, I never for a second, and don't think that anything in our schools and on our campuses would be in a way that we've seen some ICE agents behave elsewhere in the country. But that doesn't mean that I trust ICE, which is what I said at the rally. And I understand that I have no authority, whether I'm in public. Do you know how many times people ask me things about the school board that I answer as a school board member? Because I can, but I'm powerless. I know that. And And I love Mrs. Barker's question. Where is the breakdown in trust? That is the breakdown in trust. Because when I saw that swearing in and it wasn't discussed, and I know that's a governance issue, that's where I started to ask the questions. And the real point of what I said to the public is, was something I've said here at the boardroom. ICE cannot come in without a warrant, and the warrant has to be verified. I've said it here in the boardroom, and I reiterated that at the meeting. And so here's where the fear comes down to and the trust comes down to from my seat. I looked at that resolution. Oh, by the way, question, Mr. Duggan, did you write that resolution?
I did not.
There we go. So when I saw the resolution, I quickly knew that Mr. Duggan did not write it, and that it came from the board chair, and that it was a stunt, no different than wearing a t-shirt that said, "Real women are not men," and the word ICE was all over it so that it stoked fear. It got her on the front page of both newspapers, got her, and it's just been escalating. And that, my friend, is why we spent 5 hours hearing from a community that has been terrorized by a needless, unnecessary resolution, which, by the way, one board member couldn't pass. The will of the board now has to get behind. And here's the difference between where the trust breaks down for me. Since I have been on this board, and you heard it in public comments today, there is a political ideology that supports the will of this board that I am not part of and won't be part of. I wasn't elected to support a political ideology. I was elected to support the safe, high-achieving, academic environment of all students. And thank you to the young man who said today, where is the data? I won 101 precincts out of 103 at 66% of the turnout because my work and my words and my walk of the talk shows that I care for the students and the teachers and the staff. I will not be supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Well, the question about, again, I'm going to repeat, because it says we're asking about the trust, but it was the statements that I am positive that cannot be trusted. And to that was our processes with ICE or law enforcement. So I appreciate, Mrs. Marinelli, for you to ask the questions that are the purpose of this right now, particularly when I hear so many students speak today and talk about men coming in and kidnapping students or any of this sort. That will not happen in Sarasota County Schools. I have had many conversations with our sheriff to understand what that process is. I have conversations this time last year, we went through it. Actually, we did not have a resolution last year, by the way, for good reason, because we were in a good position. But when it was put out that there was not to be trusted, that it can't be trusted by someone that many people look to, I think we need to set that record straight. And what this did create an extraordinary opportunity. It created an extraordinary opportunity for us to reiterate this process, the safety protocol, and the expectations and our partnerships with law enforcement as a school district so that we can focus on our students and their education and that staff can keep booming, because yes, it is hard enough. There's a lot of stuff at bay, but sadly, the media, social media, etc., works off of terrorizing students, and I want them to know the facts. So Mr. Connor clearly articulated it here. We have a great opportunity to push that out and make sure that everyone is crystal clear on what that process is. And this is a reaffirmation by an entire board, not one board member, but by the entire board, that this is where we stand, that we commit to continuously working with law enforcement to ensure a safe environment, and that we follow the law. So that the kind of rhetoric that's out there with people being concerned that any student's going to be peeled away at gunpoint by a masked ICE agent is ridiculous, and it's dangerous. And that kind of rhetoric creates bad behavior, and it sows mistrust in so many ways, and we are seeing it in other cities, and we have an obligation, particularly when we're in an academic and educational institution with minors, to make it crystal clear what the reality is. And I have no doubt with my mind that that will not happen in Sarasota County, because we have already articulated the entire process. And so this is the opportunity to make it clear that it can be trusted, because we've got great leadership both in our sheriff's department, our chief of police, our superintendent, and our legal counsel. And that should resonate this entire community. And I hope that every student that spoke today, were terrified of whatever they're hearing, to know that that is not the reality of what they will be facing in Sarasota. And so with that, I move that we adopt this resolution as presented.
And I second that.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further comments? Mrs. Barker.
I'm still unclear as to why we need the resolution, and I would love for you to answer my question about where the breakdown of trust is, because we've already established that this does not impact our current policy or procedure. So where is that breakdown in trust?
Mrs. Barker, clearly I just articulated that based on the statements that were made by Mr. Edwards, and we just heard 5 hours of public comment reiterating that there is absolute fear that what potentially is happening is clearly not the accurate. So this is an opportunity to be on the record and be crystal clear about where this district stands, and that's where I stand with the resolution. So, I have a motion and a second. Are there any further comments? This will be a voice vote. Just to clarify, Mr. Duggan, this was noticed. It does not require a recommendation by the superintendent because it was put forward by a board member, and this would be a voice vote.
That's correct. You, as the board chair, have the ability to bring things to the agenda. It was properly noticed in a timely manner. It's a resolution, which is largely ceremonial because it doesn't really change anything specifically. So there's a question about whether you would even need to go through those protocols. But to the extent you did need to go through with them, I think we have satisfied the open meeting requirements with notice, opportunity to be heard with the agenda comment and the public comment.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make it clear that I will be supporting this resolution because it outlines what law enforcement is supposed to do and not do. And if it brings any calmness to any student to know that nobody is going to come into the school and take them away. Am I making myself clear, our student rep?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your comments as well, and for your tenacity to sit through a very long board meeting. So with that, I will call roll call. I will start with Mrs. Barker.
No.
Mrs. Rose.
Yes.
Mrs. Marinelli.
Yes.
Mr. Edwards. No. And the chair votes aye, and the resolution passes 3-2. That concludes all the action items for the board today. Are there any additional member comments before I go into announcements? Mrs. Marinelli.
Just very quickly, Madam Chair, thank you. I did have down, hope we're finally getting to it, almost 5 o'clock. I had a few celebrations I wanted to mention. On January 8th, we had the Take Stock in Children, the breakfast to honor the volunteers and then to have the Volunteer of the Year. And that was just a wonderful program. And I had congratulations to all our high schools for the impressive graduation rates, 9.3 overall. And of course, Ryan Chase being our Principal of the Year, so congratulations, Mr. Chase. And last week, Friday, I believe it was, Southside Elementary celebrated their 100th year birthday. They were built in 1926. And that was a wonderful, wonderful program. And the students did performances from every decade. So congratulations, Southside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards.
Great. The first thing I want to talk about is after we spent 5.5 hours in that conversation, there are concerns that I think the board should be addressing. I want to congratulate Mr. Connor on an outstanding presentation at convocation. He spoke breathlessly for 20 minutes about the real problems here at Sarasota schools. And when I say budget, that's what we should be focused here on. And I want to add in there, I hear all the time, and I'd like the board to re-examine this. I've shared it with Mr. Connor in our last one-on-one. I hear of all the things that have been happening here in Sarasota schools, both positive and with the cuts. The place that I hear from teachers the most is that they'd like us to reevaluate the behavioral specialists and how can we and where can we find money or re-examine that process. So I'd like to see that be a topic of discussion that we bring out. And certainly all of the things, another great board discussion, which I think comes from our communications department, our incredible staff, who, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm sure you were looking for what could I have done with this 5 hours today. The other thing that we really should be talking about as a board is how do we remain competitive? How do we get on the front side? How do we work with parents? I think there's so much capacity for us to be talking about those types of things. So those are the three things I'd like to see us spend more time talking about than this. I do want to say, I've never had this, I've had it on my list that it keeps falling off. I think Susan Nations at Wilkinson handled herself like a superstar when Wilkinson was in the crosshairs of, is it going to close? Is it going to open? Where are we? How is it going to be? She never flinched. She was loyal to everyone. She was loyal to the school district. She was loyal to the students. She was loyal to the parents, and she was remarkable. And I want to personally wish her well in her retirement. What an outstanding job and what a legacy on the way out. You did remarkable. And of course, Ryan Chase, and you got to watch that guy's career, because he went into Brookside and it had a lot of problems. I don't even want to go through all of that. And he turned that around. He did a fantastic job, which earned him the right to take the job at Sarasota High. And I'm proud of him. He's such a high achiever. And I do want to share what Mrs. Marinelli said about Southside. I will tell you that for that hour and a half or 2 hours, which had blinked by because every single student was represented in that celebration, I couldn't get the smile off my face for hours when I left that celebration. And I want to give shout outs to Dr. Foster and her entire team. It was so well done and such a great to Southside and 100 years of Sarasota County Schools. Job well done.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional comments? Thank you. Well, I appreciate everyone's patience today. Staff, as usual, I hope you were able to get work done. This was a long day, but I want to say that we go down in record as a district that certainly supports the First Amendment. We will allow public comment, much lengthier than most, but we do appreciate the engagement. I'm sorry, I will make this note. I'm sorry that I was not able to attend the Southside event, unfortunately, and I will make this note. Wash your hands, because this flu is no joke. Unfortunately, it really took down part of my family, including my youngest daughter, and that's why we were unable to attend. But so please don't share cups, and keep strong hygiene, and wash your hands because the flu is really, really intense. I appreciate everyone's willingness to come today. I really do hope that there is a positive turn, that we can have good, positive conversations, that there's clarity, because we have so many great people here working very hard every single day, not only to ensure the safety of our students, but to also make sure that they're able to thrive academically and enjoy every single day. So with that, I will. The next monthly work session is Tuesday, February 3rd at 10 a.m. and the next regular board meeting is Tuesday, February 17th at 10 a.m. If there are no additional comments and without objection, we stand adjourned.